Chapter 1485. Mountain Elder Jin Wanfu has already been taken away by the Supreme Court. According to our investigation, he knew that Zhang Xiongfei was borrowing money to hoard food and drive up the price of food. However, he still chose to lend money because he accepted two beautiful women from Zhang Xiongfei. Those two women have already been dismissed. The 6,000 strings of cash that Jin Wanfu loaned to Zhang Xiongfei has also been recovered. I've sent someone to quickly send a letter back to the headquarters of the Yanhuang Bank to transfer a gentleman who is both virtuous and skilled to Xinfeng County to be the manager of the bank. Li Ku came to Li Zishuan's side on the fields outside Liang County and cupped his hands. They spent the night in Weinan County after exterminating the locusts yesterday and set off at dawn this morning to exterminate the locusts in Liang County. Along the way, they borrowed more than 20,000 chickens in Xinfeng County and more than 10,000 in Weinan County. After seeing the Tang Daily today, the people of Liang County had spontaneously started to send their chickens to the county government. It was estimated that Li Zishuan and the rest could absorb another 20,000 chickens after exterminating the locusts. This was the snowball effect. The Sky Chicken Brigade was like a snowball. Not only did they exterminate the locusts in the disaster-stricken counties of Guangzhou, but they also grew stronger as they absorbed the chickens sent by the people along the way. The more fertile the soil, the easier it is to breed corruption. The Yanhuang Bank manages countless silvers, and the manager of the bank is a lucrative job in the eyes of countless people. Today, we can punish one Jin Wanfu, but in the future, there will be hundreds and thousands of Jin Wanfu. Little Ke, how will you deal with that? Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Li Ku with a faint gaze. Li Ku heard this and was startled. Clearly, he agreed with the first half of Li Zishuan's words, but he had not thought about how to solve this problem. After a moment of silence, Li Ku cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho, please teach me." Li Zishuan sighed and clasped his hands behind his back. We can't always find a corrupt manager of a money house and punish him. And I don't have the time to do that. It's like His Majesty and the officials of the imperial court. His Majesty is usually busy. So how can he have the time to investigate whether the civil and military officials are corrupt? But will my great Tang allow corrupt officials to run rampant because of this? No, this was because the imperial court had an imperial censorate. There were dozens of imperial censors who had been meticulously carrying out their duties to supervise the officials. Therefore, I believe that the Yanhuang Bank also needs a self-monitoring department to monitor the corruption in the various banks. Only then will we be able to prevent people like Jin Wanfu from appearing. In fact, when the bank was first established, he had thought about this problem. However, the scale of the bank was limited to Cloud Mountain, so he was not worried about the problem of corruption. Later on, Yanhuang Bank received the approval of Li Er and the other officials in the imperial court and was affiliated with the Ministry of Revenue. After completely becoming a national bank, it began a rapid expansion. Under the rapid expansion of anything, there would be many hidden dangers. Yanhuang Bank was the same. Jin Wanfu was just the tip of the iceberg. Li Zishuan believed that within the Yanhuang Bank in the various counties of Great Tang, there would definitely be many scum like Jin Wanfu who used their power for personal gain and corruption. Catching one and dismissing another would obviously not solve the problem completely. The only way to solve the problem was to improve the current system and prevent such a phenomenon from happening again. That was the correct way to solve the problem. When Li Ke heard this, he suddenly understood and said, "Yamacho is wise. After this operation to exterminate the locusts is over, I will return to Chang and to gather people and set up a monitoring department in the Yanhuang Bank. They will regularly check the accounts of the banks in the various counties and from time to time send monitoring officers to the local banks to investigate if there are any illegal activities by the managers of the local banks. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "That would be best. Otherwise, if there are too many people like Jin Wanfu, not only will it cause a great loss to the bank's economy, but it will also cause the bank's reputation among the people to plummet." At this point, Li Zixuan's face flashed with a hint of anger. Colluding with grain merchants to drive up the price of grain. Fortunately, this matter was not blown out of proportion and was nipped in the bud. Otherwise, our Yan Huang Bank would be hated by the people. Little Ku immediately used Jin Wanfu's example as a model and issue an internal notice in the Yan Huang Bank. Let all the bank managers take note of this. Otherwise, they will end up like Jin Wanfu. Not only will their reputation be ruined, but they will also be imprisoned. The Yan Huang Bank was founded by Li Zixuan. Seeing someone destroy his hard work, of course he would be heartbroken and angry. Li Ku's expression turned serious as he cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho, don't worry. I have already released the internal notice yesterday. The managers of the various banks should have received it in the next few days. Also, what should we name the internal supervision department of our bank?" Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, "The bank is involved in gold and silver. Let's call them the gold-robed guards." The gold-robed guards not only need clerical personnel who are good at investigating and analyzing accounts, but also military personnel who are good at arresting and fighting. This department must be well-versed in both the pen and the sword, because in the future, the scale of the Yan Huang Bank will be bigger and bigger. When Li Ku heard this, he opened his mouth wide in shock. Obviously, he didn't expect Li Zixuan to play with such a big game. "Yamacho, this matter involves the military. I'm afraid we will need Father's permission to proceed." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "That's natural. Yan Huang Bank is, at best, a financial institution. Of course, it does not have the authority to set up an armed force. However, it is precisely because the bank is a financial institution that it needs a strong military force to ensure its internal and external security. Therefore, I will leave this matter to you, Xiao Ku, to consult His Majesty. The future gold-robed guards will not only be able to ferret out the corrupt scum within the bank, but also protect the bank from external criminals." He definitely didn't set up the gold-robed guards for fun. The daily cash flow of the Yan Huang Bank was very impressive. Money could move people's hearts. Everyone liked money. The people inside the bank might think of embezzling money, while the criminals outside the bank might think of robbing the bank. If they didn't take precautions early, something bad would definitely happen one day. For example, modern banks not only had supervision banks like the CBRC, financial asset management companies, trust and investment companies, and other deposit-taking financial institutions, but also bank security guards to protect the safety of the bank. The Yan Huang Bank was similar to modern banks. Of course, it also needed a corresponding supervision and security department. When Li Ku heard this, he seriously pondered in his heart for a moment. Then he cupped his hands and said, "Yamacho's words are reasonable. When we return to Chang, and Ku will personally report this matter to Father." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "And the most important thing now is to eliminate the locusts. The scale of the Sky Pheasant Brigade is getting bigger and bigger. Little Ku, you have to coordinate and arrange tasks for each team in advance to ensure that we eliminate the locusts faster and faster. Otherwise, wouldn't the chickens that the people lend us be in vain?" For the Sky Pheasant Brigade, the increase in the number of chickens wasn't entirely a good thing. The expansion of the scale required the commander to have higher requirements. For example, previously, a team of 5,000 chickens was required to eliminate the locusts in 1,000 mu of fertile land in half a day. But now, the total number of chickens had increased, and each team would be allocated more chickens. If they still divided the tasks according to the previous speed, there would be a waste of resources. But if there were too many tasks, it would also affect the progress of the Sky Pheasant Brigade. The actual commander of the Sky Pheasant Brigade was Li Zishuan. That was why Li Zishuan said this. Li Ku cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Yamacho, don't worry. I will definitely weigh all the factors and assign tasks to each team." That's the best. After we eliminate the locusts, we will make some preparations and go directly to the next county, Jingyang County. Let the county magistrate of Liang County send over the chickens that the people lent us. Yes, Yamacho. On the first day of the Sky Pheasant Brigade's expedition, they eliminated the locusts in 2 counties, and the scale of the flock grew to 350,000. On the second day of the Sky Pheasant Brigade's expedition, they eliminated the locusts in 2.5 counties. The reason why it was 2.5 counties was because the locusts in the 3rd county were only half cleared when the sky turned dark. Li Zishuan and his team had to stay there and wait until dawn to continue eliminating the locusts. On the 3rd day, the scale of the flock grew to 410,000. On the 3rd day of the Sky Pheasant Brigade's expedition, they eliminated the locusts in 3 counties, and the scale of the flock grew to 470,000. At noon on the 4th day, after the Sky Pheasant Brigade had eliminated the locusts in Xianying County, the Sky Pheasant Brigade made up of 500,000 chickens split into 2 groups. 200,000 chickens were led by Li Zishuan and set off to the west. The other 300,000 chickens were led by Li Ku and Cheng Chumo and set off to the east. They followed the Yellow River and eliminated the locusts in the disaster-stricken counties along the way. As the good news spread out, the scale of the Sky Rooster Brigade was also increasing exponentially. The people in the disaster area who had been in desperation and helplessness because of the locust plague were immediately ignited with infinite fighting spirit after they read the good news about the Sky Rooster Brigade on the Tang Dynasty Daily. All the states and counties in the Guangzhou area that were affected by the disaster began to carry out large-scale relief operations. At the same time, the various departments of the imperial court had already begun to move. The 12 imperial censors had been sent by Li Er to the 12 disaster-stricken counties to investigate the officials who had failed to provide disaster relief, and had even used the locust plague to make money. Moreover, behind each imperial censor was a long transport team. Some of the transport teams even borrowed the power of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. This could be considered the second time in the history of the Great Tang that officials and merchants had openly cooperated with each other. The first time was when the imperial court had sent a fleet south to trade for grain last year, and many private merchants had participated. As for the source of the grain, it all came from Chang'an's largest granary, Taicang. Taicang was considered the granary of the imperial family. Its main function was to provide for the imperial family's consumption, rewards, the salaries of officials, military supplies, and the government's financial aid. Although Taicang's main function was to serve the ruling center, it also had some positive functions. For example, whenever there was a famine, Taicang would take out grain to replenish Chongping's granary and suppress the soaring price of grain. It would also sell some grain at a low price to provide relief to the victims. Last year, the imperial court had sent a fleet south to trade for grain and directly filled Taicang to the brim. Now, Taicang had a total of 600,000 dan of grain, and Luoyang's Hanjia granary had more than 1 million dan of grain stored. It could be said that the Great Tang had enough resources to deal with this locust plague. As the locust plague had started, the effects of the shortage of grain had not yet appeared. The imperial court had sent a portion of the grain to the various provinces and counties mainly to tell the affected people in the Guangdong region that the imperial court had the strength and ability to help them through this difficult time. In the face of such a huge natural disaster, sometimes it was better to take out white rice than 10,000 words to make the people feel more at ease. Thus, the grain in Taizong was not only for disaster relief, but also to stabilize the people and stabilize the price of grain. Li Er not only had to stabilize the price of grain with his words, but also with his actions. On the evening of the 5th day of the Sky Rooster Brigade's expedition, Li Zishuan's group and the Roosters arrived at Yong County. Li Zishuan also finally saw his old friend whom he had not seen for many days, Wang Rinbiao. Ha, little Xian, I haven't seen you for nearly half a year. I didn't think that we would meet again under such circumstances. Rinbiao really doesn't know if I should be happy or sad in this situation. At the end of last year, Li Er had appointed Wang Rinbiao as the provincial governor of Qizhou and ordered him to go to Qizhou at the beginning of this year. Qizhou belonged to Jiangyi province and was also known as Fengxiang province. It had 9 counties under its jurisdiction, and the administrative center was Yong County, where Li Zishuan and the others were now. A natural disaster should be sad for the people, and a meeting should be happy for friends. There is no conflict between the two. Li Zishuan smiled and said. Wang Rinbiao's eyes lit up, and he could not help but sigh. Little Xian, you are still as cheerful and open-minded as before. After sighing, his expression suddenly turned solemn. He bowed solemnly and said, Today, as a mere provincial governor, I welcome your Sky Rooster Brigade on behalf of the 400,000 people of Qizhou. Li Zishuan quickly helped him up and said, You and I are brothers. There is no need to be so polite. Besides, it is the Sky Rooster Brigade's duty to kill locusts and provide disaster relief. We are just following the route that we planned before we set off. Even if you are not the provincial governor of Qizhou, the Sky Rooster Brigade will still come to Qizhou. Wang Rinbiao shook his head and said, No matter what, I have to support you, little Xian. Little Xian, you must be tired after such a long journey. Follow me back to the provincial governor's mansion to rest. Li Zishuan thought about it and refused. No, it is more important to kill the locusts. Actually, I am not very tired along the way. After all, I have martial arts. The ones who are most tired are these children. Wang Rinbiao could not help but look at the children in the field who were holding loudspeakers and directing the chickens. They were all sweating profusely. However, they were still as enthusiastic as before. He could not help but sigh with emotion. Lantian County is really a place with outstanding talents. With a virtuous and knowledgeable marquis like you, little Xian, these children will definitely be able to do well in the future. I have already ordered people to prepare meat, throat-soothing soup, and summer soup. How about I treat the children tonight? This Li Zishuan wanted to refuse, but he was interrupted by Lung Yuyao, who was beside him. Marquis, don't refuse. When my young master knew that you were coming to Qizhou today, he had already sent people to prepare these things yesterday. Yuyao knows that you don't lack the money for these meals, but my young master also wants to show his sincerity. Please fulfill his wish. Li Zishuan was helpless. After thinking for a moment, he could only nod and agree. All right, Rinbiao, you have to spend money. Actually, Rinbiao, you are now the provincial governor of a province. You should prioritize your official duties. There is no need for you to personally come out of the city to welcome us. Wang Rinbiao laughed and said, Little Xian, you and I are brothers. There is no need to be polite. The same words, but the answers were different. The two of them could not help but look at each other and smile. All right, I won't be polite with you. Prepare 20 watermelons for the children tonight. Ha, no problem. I will send people to buy them now. Chapter 1486. Ha. Eat. All of you eat more. Little guys, you've worked hard all the way here. At night, in Yong County, the provincial governor's mansion held a banquet and invited guests. The entire back garden of the provincial governor's mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banquets. It was very lively, as if it was the new year. Wang Rinbiao walked back and forth between the tables in high spirits and said loudly to the children around the table, "Slurp. Oh, this official is really generous. He even gave us watermelons to eat." Nyo muttered as he ate the delicious watermelon. Nyo rolled his eyes and said, "Ha! He's the provincial governor of Chizhou. How can he not be generous?" Although he was talking, Nyo's mouth did not stop. Although Li Zixuan had also treated them to watermelon, this thing was not enough for the children. Moreover, they were almost scorched during the day. Eating some watermelon now could cool them down. "Hey, big brother, this watermelon is not cheap. This provincial governor gave us so many watermelons. Where did he get so much money? He can't be a corrupt official, right? In that case, wouldn't we be harming the young master?" As Nyo ate, he suddenly said something for no reason. Nyo tilted his head and thought for a while. He also felt that what his second brother said made sense. He quickly spat out the watermelon in his mouth. "Bah! I didn't eat the watermelon of the corrupt official. I didn't harm the young master. Pah! I say, can the two of you not be so imaginative? This provincial governor of Chizhou is master's best friend. Moreover, he is the eldest young master of the Wang family of Taiyuan. It's just treating you to a watermelon meal. Is there a need for him to be corrupt because of this?" Iron Egg, who was sitting at the side, could not listen anymore. He slapped Nyo's shoulder and said angrily, "Today, more than 100 people were only notified by Li Zixuan to come here for a meal. Not many people knew about Wang Rinbiao's identity. However, as Li Zixuan's disciple and brother-in-law, Iron Egg still knew the inside story. This provincial governor of Chizhou is young master's good friend, and he is the eldest young master of the Wang family?" Nyo opened his mouth wide and was instantly dumbfounded. Swish, swish. What else was there to say? "I want to eat 5 more watermelons." Nyo reacted and immediately started eating with full motivation. Last time, when Li Zixuan treated them to watermelon, some of them were afraid that they would make Li Zixuan poor if they ate too much, so they didn't dare to eat too much. Today, eldest young Master Wang treated them to watermelon, so what reason did they have to not eat as much as they wanted? After all, even a 5 or 6-year-old kid knew that the Wang family of Taiyuan was a super rich family that had been standing for hundreds of years. It was impossible for the Wang family to collapse because of a few watermelons, right? Seeing Nyo's gluttonous look, Iron Egg couldn't help but have black lines all over his face. "Ha! Come on, little Xian. This cup of wine is for our reunion after a long separation. Let's do this." In the pavilion in the middle of the lake, in the garden of the provincial governor's mansion, Wang Rinbiao and Li Zixuan sat opposite each other, while Long Yuyao stood by the side. At this time, Wang Rinbiao held up a cup of warmth and tenderness and raised his cup to Li Zixuan. It could be seen that Wang Rinbiao was very happy to meet an old friend in a foreign land. "Young master, you Yao, don't be a wet blanket. I'm very happy today." Lung Yuyao was about to say something, but was interrupted by Wang Rinbiao in time. Lung Yuyao could hear the coldness in Wang Rinbiao's tone, and could only shut up. Wang Rinbiao shook the wine cup in his hand and urged Li Zixuan, "Little Xian, come on, let's have a toast. Although Li Zishuan felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, he was too lazy to think too much at this moment. He raised his wine cup and clinked it with Wang Renbiao. I haven't seen you for half a year, Renbiao. Your alcohol tolerance has improved. After 3 rounds of wine, Li Zishuan said, half-jokingly, He, little Xian, you've been living in a bustling place like Chang, and for a long time, and have a lovely wife as your companion. Naturally, you don't know that in a desolate county like Qizhou, only good wine is the best sustenance. Wang Renbiao's face suddenly became a little dejected, and he seemed to be a little drunk as he muttered. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed. At this time, he could finally conclude that Wang Renbiao was indeed problematic. Oh, no, to be precise, Wang Renbiao should be hiding something in his heart. Renbiao, if you have something in your heart, just say it. As long as it's within my ability, as a brother, I'll definitely do my best to help you. Li Zishuan put down his wine cup and said with a serious face, can't help. Can't help anyone. Little Xian, come on, drink. Let me tell you, once a person is drunk, it's like he's an immortal, incomparably happy. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Wang Renbiao waved his hand and then poured himself another cup of wine. He raised his head and drank it all. Li Zishuan curled his lips. When he was drunk, he would only have a splitting headache, but he had never felt as happy as an immortal. Perhaps only those who drown their sorrows in alcohol would have such a feeling, right? Because the air they breathed in reality was bitter. Only when they were drunk and entered a dream would they forget the bitterness. Young master, you can't drink anymore. Lung Yuyao, who was standing at the side, couldn't hold it in anymore. She went up and took the wine pot from Wang Renbiao's hand and shook her head. And, Lung Yuyao, are you going to disobey me too? Wang Renbiao's voice suddenly became incomparably cold, causing Lung Yuyao's body to tremble. At this time, she saw that his hair had unknowingly become messy. With his disheveled appearance, he looked like a drunk and arrogant scholar, but also like a lonely lovelorn. Li Zishuan had never seen Wang Renbiao like this before. He couldn't help but advise, Renbiao, you've drunk too much. Go and rest first. If there's anything, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Miss Lung, quickly help your young master to rest. Lung Yuyao looked at Li Zishuan gratefully, and then went up to help Wang Renbiao up from the chair. However, Wang Renbiao twisted his body and broke free. He snorted, I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk. Who dares to pull me? Little Xian, come. It's rare for us brothers to meet. Let's get drunk tonight. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. At the end, he actually coughed. Moreover, this cough was completely unstoppable. His shoulders couldn't help but tremble violently. Lung Yuyao panicked and quickly took out a white silk handkerchief from her sleeve. Young master, quickly go back to your room and lie down. Yao, or we'll send someone to call Dr. Zhang over right now. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Renbiao's entire body arched as he coughed. Suddenly, his expression changed. He quickly snatched the handkerchief from Lung Yuyao's hand and coughed heavily. Then, as if he had collapsed, he directly fell into Lung Yuyao's arms. That white and flawless handkerchief was now dyed bright red. As Wang Renbiao fell, that handkerchief slowly fell to the ground. Someone, quickly go to the west of the city and call for Dr. Zhang. Lung Yuyao's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, she couldn't care about anything else. She directly helped Wang Renbiao up and anxiously said to the servants in the courtyard. Li Zishuan's expression changed. He quickly got up to help Lung Yuyao support Wang Renbiao and said to Hu Hanyan in the courtyard, Uncle Hu, let the children go back to rest. Today's banquet is over. Yes, young master, old who also knew that something urgent had happened in the provincial governor's residence and couldn't be delayed. He responded and called a group of stunned children out of the provincial governor's residence. Miss Lung, quickly help Rinbiao lie down on the bed. Let me take a look at him. First, Li Zixuan looked at Lung Yuyao, whose face was full of tears, and said in a deep voice. Lung Yuyao, who had always been a cold-faced swordswoman, was not only crying like a pear blossom in the rain, she was also a little confused. After Li Zixuan's voice fell, it took her a while to realize that Li Zixuan also seemed to know medical skills. Thus, her eyes suddenly burst forth with infinite splendor. Marquis, you must save my young master. Lung Yuyao supported Wang Rinbiao into the room and said to Li Zixuan with a face full of expectation. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Rinbiao is my good brother. I will do my best. While the two were talking, they had already helped Wang Rinbiao into the side room and laid him down on the bed. Li Zixuan grabbed Wang Rinbiao's wrist, and a pure and gentle Taoist true qi slowly entered Wang Rinbiao's body, from his wrist to his arm, then to his internal organs, limbs, and bones. Li Zixuan's brows were knitted deeper and deeper. Lung Yuyao was trembling with fear as she watched from the side. She was so anxious that tears fell down drop by drop, but she didn't dare to make any noise. Miss Lung, Dr. Zhang is here. After an unknown period of time, a servant's shout came from outside the room. Come in. Lung Yuyao saw that Li Zixuan didn't speak for a long time and was at a loss. When she heard the servant's shout, it was as if she heard a voice from the heavens and hurriedly said, but then she realized that this was disrespectful to Li Zixuan and hurriedly said, Wait, don't come in first. But her words were a little too late. A white-haired old man carrying a medicine box had already walked in. The old man couldn't help but say with an awkward expression, Miss Lung, should this old man come in or go out? Lung Yuyao couldn't help but be embarrassed. She froze there and didn't know what to say. Since you're here, come forward and take a look at Provincial Governor Wang. At this time, Li Zixuan, who was taking Wang Rinbiao's pulse by the bed, finally stood up and said to the old man. The old man had a troubled expression. For a moment, he didn't know what to hear, because he knew Lung Yuyao, but he didn't know Li Zixuan. Lung Yuyao first looked at Li Zixuan apologetically, then said to the old man, Marquis Yong, I want you to take a look at my young master. Why aren't you going? You are Marquis Yong, and pardon my disrespect. The old man opened his mouth in shock. Li Zixuan wasn't just famous in martial arts and engineering, he was also extremely famous in the medical field. After all, other than the Imperial Physician Bureau, the best medical institution in Great Tang was on Mount Yunshan. This old man will take Provincial Governor Wang's pulse now. The old man wiped the sweat on his forehead and suddenly felt a little pressured. After all, he had heard of Li Zixuan treating Qin Xiong's illness. In his opinion, Li Zixuan's medical skills definitely wouldn't lose to him. Marquis, I'm sorry. Yuyao lost her composure just now and let Physician Zhang in. At the door, Lung Yuyao said softly with an apologetic expression. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, This Marquis isn't a petty person. Some doctors have the problem of being arrogant because of their talents, but this Marquis doesn't. The most important thing now is to stabilize Rinbiao's condition. Then we can talk about other things. Lung Yuyao said gratefully, Thank you, Marquis. After pausing for a moment, she asked softly, Marquis, how is my young master? Li Zixuan shook his head and said in a deep voice, Let's talk about it after Physician Zhang is done. Although Lung Yuyao was anxious, she couldn't persuade him anymore. She could only suppress the uneasiness in her heart and wait quietly by the side. 15 minutes later, Physician Zhang stood up and walked toward Lung Yuyao and Li Zixuan. "How is my young master, Physician Zhang?" Lung Yuyao couldn't wait to welcome him and asked. Physician Zhang sighed and said, "Miss Lung, the provincial governor is still suffering from his old illness. This old man has already told him not to let the provincial governor drink anymore. But why?" At this point, he looked at the tear-stained Lung Yuyao and thought that the other party wouldn't be able to persuade Wang Renbiao to drink, so he sighed helplessly and said, "Sigh," to the provincial governor, "Alcohol is a poison that penetrates the intestines. Miss Lung, if it's for the sake of the provincial governor, please don't let him drink anymore." Lung Yuyao's tears fell to the ground, and she nodded repeatedly. "I will definitely not let my young master drink anymore in the future." "Physician Zhang, when do you think my young master will wake up?" Physician Zhang shook his head and said with a difficult expression, "It's hard to say. If it's short, it'll be an hour. If it's long, it'll be 3 to 5 days. Of course, this is only this old man's personal opinion. If I've said something wrong, I hope Miss Lung and Marquis can forgive me." After saying that, he cupped his hands toward Lung Yuyao and Li Zixuan. Lung Yuyao quickly turned her gaze to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "Physician Zhang's diagnosis is basically correct. It's just that this Marquis feels that although drinking too much has hurt Renbiao's liver and stomach, Renbiao's biggest problem right now is that he overthinks and has a knot in his heart. If this heart disease can't be cured, even if he doesn't drink for the rest of his life, his body will continue to deteriorate." A trace of surprise flashed across Lung Yuyao's eyes, but it was more of pain. The tears in her eyes flowed faster. She probably didn't cry as much as she did in the past 10 years. At this time, Physician Zhang nodded and said, "Marquis is right. This old man has also said that the provincial governor has more of a heart disease. But this old man has lived for dozens of years and only knows how to treat physical illnesses, but not mental illnesses. Please forgive this old man for being powerless. Miss Lung, farewell." After saying that, Physician Zhang carried the medicine box and turned to leave without waiting for Lung Yuyao's persuasion. Physician Zhang, by the time Lung Yuyao reacted, Physician Zhang had already gone out of the door. She could only look at Li Zixuan and begged, "Marquis, your medical skills are brilliant. Yuyao begs you to save my young master." Li Zixuan said with a pained face, "Renbiao is my brother. Seeing him in such a situation, this Marquis is also heartbroken. But the heart disease still needs to be cured. Before that, Miss Lung, you have to tell this Marquis in detail. What has Renbiao experienced in the past 6 months in Qizhou?" Lung Yuyao opened her mouth. After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, "My young master, he fell in love with a commoner girl." Chapter 1487. What? Renbiao fell in love with a commoner girl? Inside the provincial governor's mansion, after hearing Lung Yuyao's words, Li Zixuan's eyes widened as he exclaimed in disbelief. No wonder Wang Renbiao said that no one could help him at the banquet table. Li Zixuan really couldn't help him with this matter. Since ancient times, it was difficult for an upright official to settle a family dispute, not to mention the marriage of the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Li Zixuan himself didn't care about family background, but that didn't mean that others didn't. As a large aristocratic family, the Wang family of Taiyuan valued family background more than anyone else. As a matter of fact, the 5 surnames and 7 gazes had always attached great importance to the marriage of their clan's disciples. They would usually choose to marry between the 5 surnames and 7 gazes for generations. Currently, the 4 great clans were basically related to the other 4 great clans. This was the result of generations of marriage. For thousands of years, commoners had always been proud of marrying a girl of the 5 surnames. Even some important officials in the imperial court were the same. However, it was often difficult for ordinary people to marry a girl of the 5 surnames because their family background wasn't enough. Later on, the 5 surnames came up with something called dowry money. What was dowry money? To put it in layman's terms, if a high official wanted to marry a girl of the 5 surnames but didn't have the prestige, he would need dowry money. Dowry money could be millions, but even so, there were still many people who flocked to it. If a girl of the 5 surnames was like this, how could a man of the 5 surnames get married so casually? Especially since Wang Renbiao was the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. It was almost impossible for him to marry a commoner girl. Wang Yu wouldn't agree, Princess Tang wouldn't agree, and the other elders of the Wang family of Taiyuan wouldn't agree either. And young master did fall in love with a commoner girl, but that girl doesn't seem to like young master. Humph, this damned girl is really blind. Young master is willing to lower himself to take a fancy to her, but she doesn't know what's good for her. At the end, a trace of anger appeared on Lung Yuyao's face. Li Zixuan couldn't help but say, "That girl doesn't like Renbiao. Shouldn't Miss Lung be happy?" Li Zixuan had long seen through Lung Yuyao's feelings for Wang Renbiao, so he asked this question. Lung Yuyao stared blankly for a moment before her face flushed red. This made Li Zixuan click his tongue in wonder. Even an icy beauty like Lung Yuyao would blush? I am only young master's shadow. Wherever young master goes, I will be there. But I will never be young master's woman, because I know that I don't have the qualifications. In this life, I only want to silently guard by young master's side. I will never have any improper thoughts. After a moment of silence, Lung Yuyao said softly. Li Zixuan was speechless. He didn't think that Lung Yuyao's love would be so humble. Sure enough, the prejudice of family status killed people. Miss Lung, what's the name of the woman that Ren Biao likes? Where does he live? How did they know each other? Can you tell me more about it? The awkward atmosphere lasted for a long time. Li Zixuan wasn't good at comforting people, so the two just stood there quietly. After a long time, Li Zixuan opened his mouth and asked faintly. He was really curious about the woman that could make Wang Renbiao fall head over heels for her. Who is she? Lung Yuyao's face turned cold. She paused for a moment and recalled, at the beginning of this year, young master was ordered to take up his position in Qizhou. When he arrived at Yong County, the people of Yong County lined the streets to welcome him, but there was one exception. Just as young master was about to enter the city, a white-clothed woman in mourning clothes and 2 servants carrying a coffin blocked the city gate. Wearing mourning clothes and blocking the gate with a coffin. Could it be that there was an unjust case in Yong County? Li Zixuan couldn't help but interject when he heard this. Lung Yuyao nodded expressionlessly and said, there was indeed an unjust case. At that time, young master also didn't expect to encounter such a thing. But young master was kind and didn't blame her for it. Instead, he went up and asked the woman if there was an unjust case. After some questioning, he found out that the woman's name was Li Jingchu. Her father's name was Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun had owned a carriage shop when he was alive. It was the largest carriage shop in the Qizhou. He bought goods from the members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and specialized in selling carriages and bicycles from the Strange Taste Pavilion in the Qizhou. But by chance, the former county magistrate of Yong County, Zhang Liang, took a fancy to Li Jingchu's beauty and wanted to take her as his concubine. Although Li Jingchu was the daughter of a merchant, she had her own pride. Of course, she wouldn't marry a man in his 40s and would rather die than become his concubine. Zhang Liang couldn't be forced, so he could only set his sights on Li Xingyun. He first invited Li Xingyun to the county office and tried to persuade him. But Li Xingyun wasn't willing to use his daughter's happiness to climb up the social ladder, so he tactfully refused. Zhang Liang was furious and threatened to make Li Xingyun unable to do business in Yong County. From then on, the Li family's carriage shop had local ruffians causing trouble every few days. Li Xingyun reported it to the officials a few times, but in the end, nothing was done. What was more serious was that one night, a large group of bailiffs suddenly surrounded the Li family's residence. Zhang Liang said that there was a treasonous item in the Li family's residence and wanted to search it. When Li Xingyun heard the news, he immediately came out of his bedroom. But he couldn't stop the bailiffs from searching the residence. The entire Li family was in chaos. The women were also alarmed. They all put on their clothes and left their rooms to avoid being violated. Li Xingyun thought that Zhang Liang was just trying to scare him, but who knew that the bailiffs really found a treasonous item in the Li family's residence? It was a gold medal. Gold medal? What gold medal? Li Zishuan was curious. Leng Yuyao paused for a moment and said softly, "That gold medal came from the Eastern Palace, and it was engraved in the Wuda era. Hidden Crown Prince." Li Zishuan sucked in a breath of cold air. He secretly thought that the county magistrate was really King ruthless. He actually used King Shi Li Jiancheng to frame Li Xingyun. This was playing with fire. Leng Yuyao nodded and said, "That's right. That was the gold medal used by the Eastern Palace when the Hidden Crown Prince was still in power. Zhang Liang used this as an excuse to put Li Xingyun in jail. He ordered the jailers to torture Li Xingyun and force Li Xingyun to agree to marry his daughter to him. He also secretly sent someone to send a message to Li Jingchu, saying that if she wanted to save her father, she would obediently become his concubine. In order to save her father, Li Jingchu hesitated for a while before finally deciding to give up her lifelong happiness. That day, she went to the county yamen alone and expressed her willingness to give herself to Zhang Liang, begging him to let her father go. Zhang Liang naturally agreed and immediately ordered the yamen runner to bring Li Xingyun out of the prison. But who knew that the yamen runner would return empty-handed in less than a quarter of an hour? It turned out that Li Xingyun was worried that Li Jingchu would do something stupid in order to save him. Coupled with the fact that he couldn't endure Zhang Liang's torture, he used a wooden chopstick to pierce his throat and committed suicide. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. He couldn't help but say, "Bastard! How can such a scum be worthy of being a county magistrate?" "Miss Leng, what happened after that? Where is that Zhang Liang now?" Leng Yuyao sighed softly and continued to narrate. When Li Jingchu heard that Li Xingyun had committed suicide in the prison, she was extremely sad. She immediately pulled out the knife in the yamen runner's hand and was about to slash at Zhang Liang, but Zhang Liang narrowly dodged it. Zhang Liang was naturally shocked and furious that his head was almost chopped off. He quickly ordered his men to capture Li Jingchu. But right at that moment, a yamen runner came to report that my young master was about to enter the city. In order to leave a good impression in front of my young master, Zhang Liang quickly turned around to prepare a carriage and went out of the city to welcome him. Li Jingchu took the opportunity to escape. Logically speaking, if Zhang Liang had sent someone to chase after her, he would definitely have been able to catch up with her. But in order to welcome my young master, he didn't want to create unnecessary trouble at such a crucial time. So he didn't send anyone to chase after her. After Li Jingchu returned home, she immediately asked the servants to prepare mourning clothes for her and went to a coffin shop to buy a coffin. Then she put on her mourning clothes and led people to carry the coffin to the city gates of Yong County. Coincidentally, she blocked my young master's path. Thus, the scene just now happened. It's actually an empty coffin. This woman is quite quick-witted. Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. Humph, Lung Yuyao sneered and continued. At that time, Li Jingchu told my young master that if my young master could make a decision for her, this coffin would be prepared for her father, who died unjustly in prison. If my young master and Zhang Liang were in cahoots, then this coffin would be prepared for her. What the F***CK? So ruthless! Li Zishuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. This woman was so ruthless. She was even tougher than most men. Isn't she very special? Lung Yuyao asked without rhyme or reason. Li Zishuan nodded subconsciously. Then he realized that something was wrong and quickly shook his head. Lung Yuyao smiled bitterly and said, At that time, my young master also saw Zhang Jingchu in a new light because of this sentence. In my impression, my young master had never looked at other women with that kind of gaze. There was gentleness and pity in that gaze, and there was even some indescribable and inexplicable feelings. Now that I think about it, it should be love. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Usually, the best choice at such a time was to stay silent and be a quiet and pure listener. After a moment's pause, Lung Yuyao continued, after hearing Li Jingchu's statement, my young master immediately ordered the arrest of Zhang Liang. However, Zhang Liang was long gone by then. My young master had no choice but to order a search in the entire Qizhou. And then, did you find this Zhang Liang? Li Zishuan asked. Lung Yuyao shook her head and said, No. After searching for nearly half a year, Qizhou was almost turned over by the state government's bailiffs. My young master even mobilized the family's secret guards, but he still couldn't find Zhang Liang's shadow. It was as if this person had evaporated into thin air. There's actually such a strange thing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown. In his heart, he felt that this matter revealed a trace of strangeness. Regarding the secret guards of the aristocratic families, he had already heard about it during the rebellion in Guan City. Even the black armored army would suffer relatively large casualties when facing them head-on. It was enough to show that the secret guards of the aristocratic families were definitely not ordinary. The entire Qizhou's army, plus some of the Wang family's secret guards, couldn't find Zhang Liang after half a year. Lung Yuyao nodded and said, My young master, and I also feel that it's very strange. Although it's said that finding a person in a vast sea of people is like finding a needle in a haystack, it's impossible for my young master to not find him after mobilizing so many people and searching for half a year. Unless this person can fly and escape from Qizhou in a short period of time. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, Forget it, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about Ren Biao and Li Jingchu. What happened after that? What happened between them? At this time, Li Zishuan was like a woman who liked to gossip. He was actually a little addicted to listening to other people's affairs. Lung Yuyao pursed her lips and said, Later on, Li Jingchu transported Li Xingyun's corpse out of the prison and buried it in a low-key manner. My young master attended Li Xingyun's funeral and told Li Jingchu that if she needed anything, she could go to the provincial governor's mansion to find him. From then on, I already felt that my young master did indeed treat Li Jingchu differently from others, but that Li Jingchu was unmoved by my young master's good intentions. Her birth mother passed away early, and Li Xingyun remarried a few years ago. After Li Xingyun committed suicide, the Li family's huge assets were all seized by her concubine mother because her younger brother was born from her concubine mother. When Li Jingchu was in poverty, my young master sent people to give her money more than once, but she didn't accept it. When she was chased out of the house by her concubine mother time and time again, my young master extended a helping hand time and time again, but was rejected by her every time. Why is that? Ren Biao is young and has a high position. Moreover, he is a talented person. Why does Li Jingchu keep him at a respectful distance? Hearing up to here, Li Zixuan couldn't help but wonder. The more he listened, the more he felt that this story was like the story of Cinderella and the prince. However, although Li Jingchu was a Cinderella who was tortured by her stepmother, Wang Renbiao wasn't the prince who could win Cinderella's heart. But logically speaking, Wang Renbiao's hard conditions weren't bad. He had a powerful family background, an official position, money, and good looks. He was simply the perfect husband in the hearts of the women of this era. Why didn't Li Jingchu like him? Hearing Li Zixuan's question, Long Yuyao was a little angry and said, "Humph! It's that Li Jingchu who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My young master appreciating her is her fortune. She actually doesn't know what's good for her and brushes away my young master's good intentions again and again. She doesn't know that even if she is willing, master and princess aren't willing." Hearing that, Li Zixuan couldn't help but be speechless. This Lung Yuyao's logic was really weird. In her eyes, any woman that Wang Renbiao took a fancy to should be that woman's fortune. That woman should eagerly come up to thank Wang Renbiao for his appreciation. This was probably the scene in Lung Yuyao's heart. Indeed, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Yao, don't talk nonsense. Just at this moment, a violent cough came from the bed. It turned out that Wang Renbiao, who was in a coma, actually woke up at this moment. Young master, you're awake. Are you thirsty? Do you want to drink water?" Lung Yuyao was shocked and hurriedly walked to the side of the bed. She squatted down and asked with both joy and concern. Chapter 1488. I'm fine. In the side room of the provincial governor's residence, Wang Renbiao finally calmed down after coughing for a while. With Lung Yuyao's help, Wang Renbiao propped himself up and leaned against the bed. He turned to Li Zixuan and bitterly smiled. "Little Xian, I've let you see a joke. I brought this upon myself, and I shouldn't have told Yao to disturb your state of mind." Li Zixuan frowned. "We're brothers, and there are some things that we should share together. Indeed, I can't interfere in the matters of the Wang clan, but Li Zixuan, can't watch my brother suffer. If Renbiao truly likes that Li Jingchu, then courageously pursue her. Let's not worry about the consequences for now. Even if your father and Princess Tang and don't agree to this marriage, we'll think of another way. The worst outcome is that you'll be expelled from the Wang clan, but do you care about that?" Li Zixuan vaguely remembered that Wang Renbiao's son was called Wang Fangyi, a famous general of the Great Tang during the Gaozong era. His mother's surname seemed to be Li, and she might be the Li Jingchu that Lung Yuyao spoke of. Bringing this pair of fated people together was not only to follow the trend of history, but also to help Wang Renbiao fulfill his wish. If Wang Renbiao continued in this state, he might not be able to live for long. This was definitely not an exaggeration. When he took Wang Renbiao's pulse earlier, he could feel that the latter's pulse was weak, and there was an extremely dense, gloomy aura in his body. Furthermore, Wang Renbiao also died at an early age, so Li Zixuan couldn't help but be cautious. At this moment, as long as he could resolve the knot in Wang Renbiao's heart, Li Zixuan was willing to do anything, let alone persuading him to fall out with Wang Yu and Princess Tang. And this was because he felt that Wang Renbiao was a good person, and he valued this friendship. Lung Yuyao, who was standing by the side, couldn't help but stiffen. What did he mean by the worst outcome is that he'll be expelled from the Wang clan? When did the title of the eldest son of the Wang clan become so worthless? Furthermore, who would persuade someone to betray the clan? Was he trying to persuade him? Just as she was about to say something, Wang Renbiao, who was lying on the bed, said, "Of course I don't care about these empty titles. The title of the eldest son of the Wang family in Taiyuan may mean glory and wealth in the eyes of ordinary people, but for me, it's more of a burden. Although ordinary people live in poverty, they can find a wife who can share weal and woe with them for the rest of their lives. But I don't even have the right to pursue the person I like. I'd rather not be the eldest son of the Wang family." Li Zishuan nodded approvingly and said, "Since you don't care about these false reputations, then what's there to worry about? Even if you leave the Wang clan with your talent and knowledge, are you afraid that you won't be able to make a living? Moreover, even if you leave the Wang clan, you still have me as your brother. How can I just stand by and watch you suffer? Therefore, use all your strength to pursue the person you think is worth pursuing. If you are overcautious, you will only get nothing. Don't regret it when you are old. It will be too late by then." This guy's encouraging words greatly moved Wang Renbiao. He had always been very conflicted. He liked a person, but he didn't dare to use all his strength to pursue her because he was worried that his family would oppose him. Until now, he hadn't pursued his love, and his body had already collapsed. After Li Zishuan's words, Wang Renbiao suddenly felt enlightened. Indeed, if he was overcautious, it was very likely that he wouldn't get anything. It was better to let go of all the burdens and scrupulously fall in love. At that time, even if he lost his identity as the young master of an aristocratic family, it would be worth it. "Xiaoxian, you are the first person to support me. It is the fortune of my life to have a friend like you." Wang Renbiao looked at Li Zishuan and said seriously. From this sentence, Li Zishuan could also tell that Wang Renbiao had made a decision in his heart. He couldn't help laughing and said, "Ha, you and I are brothers. Don't say such mushy words. A real man should have no regrets in his life. As your brother, I hope that you can pull yourself together as soon as possible and pursue the woman you like." Lung Yuyao's face suddenly darkened. She bowed and said, "Young master, you just woke up from a serious illness. You must be hungry. I will go to the kitchen and get someone to cook some porridge for you." After saying that, without waiting for Wang Renbiao to respond, Lung Yuyao turned and left the room. Her back view was very bleak. Li Zishuan looked at Lung Yuyao with a complicated gaze. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He only cared about comforting Wang Renbiao and neglected Lung Yuyao's feelings. Although Lung Yuyao once said that she didn't have any extravagant hopes of becoming Wang Renbiao's woman, this kind of behavior in front of her, encouraging Wang Renbiao to pursue another woman, would more or less hurt her. Sigh. It's also troublesome to have too many women. Fortunately, I only have one wife. At the end of his thoughts, Li Zishuan couldn't help but rejoice. Miss Lung is also a good woman. Seeing Wang Renbiao looking at Lung Yuyao's back view with a complicated gaze, Li Zishuan, who came back to his senses, suddenly said meaningfully. Wang Renbiao was startled. He then smiled bitterly and said, "Little Xian, don't make fun of me. I only treat Yao as a younger sister. There are no feelings between us. Enough. I don't care about your matters. As a brother, I only hope that you can untie the knot in your heart as soon as possible and pursue your own happiness. This way, we can continue to drink and chat merrily in the future." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said. Wang Renbiao nodded, but then frowned again. He smiled bitterly and said, "Sigh, but Jingchu has always been neither close nor distant to me. I really don't know where to start. Little Xian, you are quite experienced in this aspect. Can you teach this brother?" Li Zishuan heard this, and his forehead was full of black lines. "What do you mean by I am quite experienced in this aspect?" I only have one wife, okay? Do you have to make me sound like a saint of love? But compared to Wang Rinbiao, who was a noob in the field of love, he did have a little more experience in this aspect. Rinbiao, have you ever thought about why Miss Li has been keeping a distance from you? Could it be that she feels that she is of low birth and not worthy of you? After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan asked. Wang Rinbiao shook his head without thinking and said, "No, although Jingchu is a woman, she is also a proud person. She has never lowered her voice just because I am the eldest young master of the Wang family and the Qizhou provincial governor. She has her own pride and is definitely not someone who belittles herself." Li Zishuan was puzzled and asked, "Then why is she still unwilling to accept you? Could it be that she has no feelings for you at all?" Wang Renbiao hesitated for a moment and said, "That shouldn't be the case. In the process of interacting with her, I can feel that she definitely has some feelings for me, but I feel that she might have some misgivings in her heart, so she has been keeping a distance from me." Misgivings? What misgivings could it be? Li Zishuan rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Just like that, the two big men were not sleeping in the middle of the night, but were thinking about the thoughts of a little woman together. He did not know if Li Jingchu should feel honored or unlucky if she knew about it. "Why don't I go meet that Li Jingchu and help you sound her out, if you don't mind?" After a long silence, Li Zishuan looked at Wang Rinbiao and said. Wang Rinbiao nodded and said, "Xiao Xin, it would be best if you could help her out." "Why would I mind?" Li Zishuan laughed bitterly in his heart. He secretly wondered why he was acting like a matchmaker. He said, "That's good. It should take a few more days for the Sky Pheasant Brigade to clear out the locusts in Qizhou. Tomorrow, I will go to the Li family to meet Li Jingchu." Wang Rinbiao solemnly cupped his hands and said, "Xiao Xian, I can't thank you enough. Wang Rinbiao, will remember this kindness." Li Zishuan did not mind and said, "Let's not talk about this first. After you get married, just treat me to a cup of wine." Wang Rinbiao smiled. He suddenly remembered something and quickly said, "Oh, right, Xiao Xian. There's something I forgot to tell you. When I heard that your Sky Pheasant Brigade was coming to Qizhou, I ordered the county magistrates to start collecting chickens from the people. Now, 120,000 chickens from the counties have gathered in the city, and all of them have been marked and registered. Xiao Xian, you can add them to the Sky Pheasant Brigade tomorrow." Li Zishuan's eyes lit up and said happily, 120,000? That's great. With these 120,000 chickens, the Sky Pheasant Brigade scale will increase to 620,000. It has basically reached the limit of the children's controllability. Wang Rinbiao nodded and said, "Yes, as long as it can help you. Xiao Xian." Li Zishuan thanked him and then left. "You jinx, why did you come back again? Do you want to kill everyone in your family before you are satisfied?" In a luxurious mansion in the west of Yong County, a woman in embroidered clothes and a group of servants blocked the gate of the mansion and said fiercely to a woman in white clothes, "This is my home. Why can't I go back?" The plain-clothed woman, however, remained fearless as she retorted with a cold expression, You damn girl, how dare you talk back? If it weren't for you Jinx, how could Master be harmed by that corrupt official Zhang Liang? How can you still have the face to step into this house?" The woman in embroidered clothes said with a sharp voice, "My father? Humph, you still have the face to mention my father?" The plain-clothed woman's expression turned cold, and the temperature around her dropped to freezing point. She said coldly, "Back then, before my father's body was even cold and he was buried, some people were already in a hurry to divide up the family property. They replaced the shopkeeper and accountant of the carriage shop with their own family members. Lu Yuerong, Do you dare to say that you have a clear conscience in front of my father's memorial tablet? You rebelled. You wild girl, you're really rebelling. No matter what, I'm still your concubine. How dare you call me by my name? You're really a wild girl who didn't have a mother to teach you. The woman in embroidered clothes pointed at the woman in white clothes with trembling hands and feet, and her voice became sharp. The woman in plain clothes had a cold glint in her eyes. She coldly stared at the woman. If looks could kill, then the woman would have been cut into 1,000 pieces. If my mother was still alive, how could a vicious woman like you be so arrogant? I came back today just to burn incense for my father. I don't want to argue with you. Burn incense? Don't even think about it. Men, get this jinx out of here. The woman in embroidered clothes glared and ordered the servants around her. Let me see who dares. The woman in white clothes shouted, My father treated all of you well when he was alive. You all know very well whether the Lee family is thriving or declining under this woman's hands. Normally, I can't be bothered to argue with this woman. Today, I, Lee Jingchu, just want to burn incense for my father. If any of you dare to stop me, my father's spirit in heaven will not forgive you. As soon as she said that, the servants around the madam looked at each other and hesitated. That's right, this woman was Lee Jingchu, whom Wang Renbiao had been thinking about. Who else could the woman be but Lee Jingchu's second concubine? You guys, quickly stop this jinx. Otherwise, don't even think about getting your salary this month. When the woman saw that the servants in the residence didn't listen to her orders, she almost fainted from anger. She quickly used her ultimate move. The servants looked at each other, but still, no one dared to stop Li Jingchu. The main reason was that Li Xingyun had treated his servants well when he was alive. Moreover, what Li Jingchu said just now made sense. The Li family was deteriorating day by day under Lu Yuerong's management. At this rate, Li Xingyun's family business would be squandered away by Lu Yuerong sooner or later. As servants, they would definitely be dismissed by then. Rather than that, they might as well form a good relationship with Li Jingchu and also comfort Li Xingyun's spirit in heaven. Lu Yuerong, let me give you a piece of advice. Disasters can be forgiven, but disasters brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. Li Jingchu looked at Lu Yuerong coldly, then snorted and walked into the Li residence. She's really a woman with character. Opposite the Li residence, Li Zishuan sat beside a tea stall and looked at Li Jingchu's back as he muttered to himself. He had come to the Li residence early in the morning to wait. Originally, he just wanted to try his luck. He didn't expect to actually meet Li Jingchu. The courage and quick-wittedness that Li Jingchu displayed during their first meeting had indeed exceeded Li Zishuan's expectations. This kind of woman might not be considered much in the modern era. There were plenty of career women who were more capable than her. However, in the ancient era, women who could be so quick-witted and brave were definitely rare. No wonder Wang Renbiao saw Li Jingchu in a different light. Fighting alone against the evil woman and her servants, Miss Li is really brave. Half an hour later, Li Jingchu left the Li residence. Not long after she left, she heard a man's praise behind her. Li Jingchu quickly turned around and saw a rather handsome man looking at her with a smile on his face. Li Jingchu's heart instantly became vigilant. Who are you? How do you know my surname is Li? Miss Li, can we talk in private? Oh, don't worry, I won't harm you. Let's meet at the tea stall in front. Chapter 1489. Who are you? You should be able to tell me now, right? In Yong County, under a tea stall not far from the Li residence, Li Jingchu looked at Li Zishuan and asked calmly. She and Li Zishuan had never met before. Just now, Li Zixuan had asked to speak with her alone. She had always been very vigilant, but for some reason she had unexpectedly agreed. Now that she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. She secretly blamed herself for being too careless. She actually dared to be alone with a man she didn't even know. Miss Li, there's no need to be nervous. Speaking of which, the carriage business your father founded is related to me. Li Zixuan chuckled. Related to the carriage business my father founded? Li Jingchu frowned and asked curiously, could young Master be from Chang and Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce's Uncle Lin's family? Li Zixuan was stunned and then understood. Previously, he heard from Long Yuyao that Lin Wenyuan founded the carriage business by buying carriages and bicycles from members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce and reselling them in Qizhou. Now it seemed that the member of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce was most likely Lin Wenyuan. He. Miss, you must be talking about Lin Wenyuan, Boss Lin, right? I'm not from the Lin family, but the bicycles and carriages sold by the Lin family all came from my hands. After pondering for a moment, Li Zixuan smiled and said, You're the Marquis of Yong, and? Li Jingchu's eyes flickered and her expression changed. She suddenly exclaimed in disbelief, Miss Li is smart. You guessed right, I'm the Marquis of Yong. And Li Zixuan nodded and praised. Seeing Li Zixuan's sincere face and extraordinary aura, Li Jingchu subconsciously chose to believe him. She stood up in surprise and bowed to Li Zixuan. I'm Li Jingchu. Greetings to the Marquis of Yong. And no need for formalities. Li Zixuan raised his hands and said politely. He didn't expect the conversation with Li Jingchu to go so smoothly, but Li Jingchu was willing to believe his identity, and the current situation showed that Li Jingchu didn't have any bad feelings towards him. This was a good start. What Li Zixuan didn't know was that due to his long years of cultivation in Taoist techniques, his temperament had long been different from that of ordinary people. The natural aura of Taoist techniques on his body had a special attraction to the living beings of the world, making them subconsciously feel a sense of familiarity. It was a mysterious feeling, but it was also a real phenomenon. Yesterday, I heard that the Marquis of Yong and led the Sky Pheasant Brigade to Qizhou. Jingchu has admired Marquis' reputation for a long time, but yesterday I had no chance to see Marquis' real face because of the mundane affairs I had to attend to. To be able to see Marquis today is truly Jingchu's good fortune, Li Jingchu said excitedly. The previous vigilance in her heart had now turned into joy. Facing the suddenly enthusiastic Li Jingchu, Li Zixuan was not used to it. He waved his hand and laughed dryly. Miss Li, you're exaggerating. I'm just an ordinary person. What reputation do I have? At most, I've done some things for the people. But for my position and politics, those are all what I should do. Li Jingchu shook her head and said, Marquis treats the people well. Everyone in the world knows that. First, there was the curved yuan plow, and then there was the Sky Pheasant Brigade going to the counties to exterminate locusts today. The people of the world have all received Marquis' kindness. If this is only for his position in politics, then I don't know how many officials in the dynasty are incompetent. The person my father admired the most when he was alive was you, Marquis. It's a pity that my father didn't have the chance to see Marquis until his death. At this point, Li Jingchu's face suddenly became sad. Li Zixuan couldn't help but comfort her. Miss Li, the dead can't be brought back to life. I already know a thing or two about your father. I'm very sorry. Before this, although I didn't know your father's character, your father would rather die than submit for your lifelong happiness. Just based on this point alone, he was a good father worthy of respect. I believe that if your father's spirit is in heaven, he will definitely hope that you can live a happy life and not be sad for him all day. No, No. Li Jingchu's eyes were red and swollen. She shook her head fiercely and said, "If possible, I'd rather marry Zhang Liang than let my father commit suicide. Lu Yuerong is actually right. I'm indeed a jinx. I'm the one who caused my father's death." At this point, a teardrop fell from the corner of Li Jingchu's eye. When Lu Yuerong was making things difficult for her, she could force the other party to be speechless with just a few words. But now, she couldn't help but cry after saying a few words to Li Zixuan. From this, it could be seen that her strength was just for others to see. Under her strong appearance, there was a fragmented and fragile heart on the verge of collapse. Seeing this scene, Li Zixuan felt a little uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, he said, "Miss Li, your father's death can't be blamed on you no matter what. Saying that you're a jinx is even more nonsense. It's like a group of people walking on the road, being hit by a carriage. Could it be that you want to blame him for going out today? The only person to blame for this matter is Zhang Liang. Such a treacherous person doesn't deserve to be a magistrate of a county, much less a person. Thank you, Marquis, for speaking up for Jingchu. But it's a pity that the wicked person didn't get his retribution and is still at large." Li Jingchu wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and whispered softly. Li Zixuan said with a resolute expression, "Miss Li, the net of heaven has a long arm, but it never escapes. As long as Zhang Liang is still in the Tang Empire, I firmly believe that he will be brought to justice sooner or later, because wicked people are not tolerated by the heavens." Li Jingchu's eyes flashed. After pausing for a moment, she said, "I hope so." Although she said this, she didn't have much hope in her heart. Li Zixuan also knew that it was impossible to convince Li Jingchu with just words. After all, she was burdened with the hatred of her father's death. How could a few words resolve this kind of monstrous hatred? He didn't pursue the matter further and asked, "Why did Miss Li insist on returning to the Li residence to burn incense for your father today?" Li Jingchu said with a sorrowful expression, "Today is my father's birthday. I know that if I don't come back to pay my respects, Lu Yuerong and the others won't remember this at all. I originally wanted to go to the temple to invite the 49 masters back and pay my respects for 49 days, but Lu Yuerong definitely wouldn't agree. Secondly, I'm no longer the Li family's eldest daughter. I can't even afford to donate the incense money. How could the masters in the temple be willing to pay their respects for my father?" The so-called birthday of the dead referred to the birthday of the deceased. It was a custom derived from celebrating the birthday of the deceased. In terms of its nature, it was a filial and commemorative event for the ancestors by the family and the family as a unit. It was meant to be cautious and loyal to pursue the distant, and bright and generous to enhance the family's glory. The birthday of the dead was first done at home and second at the temple. There was no ceremony at home. It was done on land and water. It could be done for 1 to 3 days, or even 7 days. The day of completion was the official day. The most solemn ceremony was to invite the 49 monks back and pay their respects for 49 days. After the ceremony, the memorial tablets could be placed in the main hall of the temple to receive the incense. Although there was no specific time limit for the birthday of the dead, it was still mostly done by newly deceased people. Grandparents and parents had died less than 3 years ago, and their descendants had yet to mourn. Or less than 10 years ago, their descendants inherited their elders' property, business, and even titles out of gratitude for the grace of the heavens. When Li Zixuan heard this, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Miss Li's filial piety is commendable and admirable. I'm willing to step forward to help you regain control of the Li family. This way, Miss Li can openly celebrate your father's birthday. What do you think, Miss Li? Li Jingchu was suddenly startled. Obviously, she didn't expect Li Zixuan to propose such an idea. After hesitating for a moment, she shook her head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Marquis. However, I, Li Jingchu, only want to take back what I've lost. I want everyone to be convinced. I want the Li family to flourish in my hands. Only in this way can I comfort my father's soul in heaven." When he heard this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but raise his opinion of Li Jingchu. He nodded and said, "Miss Li is very bold. Your father can be considered to have a smile in the underworld for having a daughter like you. Since Miss Li has made up your mind, I won't interfere in this matter anymore." Li Jingchu raised her head to look at Li Zixuan and said, "Thank you, Marquis, for your understanding. However, Marquis made a special trip to find Jingchu today. It shouldn't be just about my father, right? If Marquis has any instructions, please don't hesitate to tell me. Jingchu will do her best to help." This question stumped Li Zixuan. He couldn't just directly tell Li Jingchu, "I'm here to matchmake you," right? If he really said it out loud, he might be scolded as a lecher. After thinking for a while, Li Zixuan coughed dryly and said, "Miss Li, do you know the governor of Qizhou?" Li Jingchu's expression changed slightly. She paused for a moment and replied, "Governor Wang is a benefactor to our Li family. He has helped Jingchu time and time again. Of course Jingchu knows him." However, what does Marquis mean by this question? Li Zixuan faintly glanced at Li Jingchu. Her skin was white and smooth, as if it could be broken by the wind. Her pair of watery eyes were indescribably delicate and moving. It was as if the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was concentrated on her body. Even though she was wearing plain clothes, it couldn't hide the spiritual energy on her body. Not to mention other things, Li Jingchu's appearance was indeed top-notch. Coupled with her maverick personality, she could indeed be considered an outstanding female talent. It was no wonder that Wang Renbiao yearned for her day and night. "To tell you the truth, Governor Wang and I are best friends. Last night, Renbiao suddenly fell ill. He vomited 3 liters of blood and is bedridden." After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan suddenly spoke. "What?" Li Zixuan's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Li Jingchu's small face to instantly turn pale. A trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes as she hurriedly asked, "Marquis, why is Governor Wang bedridden? What illness does he have? Marquis, please tell me how Governor Wang is now." Towards the end, there was actually a trace of trembling in her voice. Li Zixuan couldn't help but nod secretly. From Li Jingchu's reaction, she wasn't completely devoid of feelings for Wang Renbiao. Wang Renbiao's judgment last night wasn't wrong. "I heard from Renbiao's maidservant that Renbiao often drowned his sorrows in alcohol. Drinking too much alcohol can easily harm the liver and stomach. The direct reason why Renbiao vomited blood last night was because he drank too much alcohol. However, the fundamental reason is because he is overly worried and has contracted a mental illness. I know a little about medicine. I can treat Renbiao's physical illness, but I really can't do anything about his mental illness. With Renbiao's current condition, even if I can treat his physical injuries, his mental illness won't allow him to live past 35 years old." Smack! Hearing this, the teacup in Li Jingchu's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Her lively eyes instantly lost their luster and became lifeless. Her small face also became frighteningly pale. "No, impossible. How can he not live past 35 years old? He is the eldest young master of the Wang family. All the famous doctors in the world will definitely be willing to treat him. His illness will definitely be cured. He will definitely be able to live a long and healthy life. Marquis, this can't be true. Hurry up and tell me this can't be true." Towards the end, Li Jingchu was already sobbing uncontrollably. She didn't know what kind of trust it was, but she had already shed all her disguises in front of Li Zixuan and revealed her truest and weakest side. She looked at Li Zixuan anxiously, as if she was praying and pleading at the same time. Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "Miss Li, Renbiao's illness is indeed very serious. I'm definitely not lying to you. Last night, when Renbiao was unconscious, he once muttered your name. I asked around about you from the others because I'm guessing that the crux of Renbiao's mental illness is very likely related to you." A hint of panic flashed across Li Jingchu's eyes. She stroked the hair in front of her forehead and said, "Ho, Marquis, Jingchu is just a commoner. How can Governor Wang's mental illness be related to Jingchu?" The people around the tea stall had long been sent away by Li Zixuan's guards. Now that there was no one else here, Li Zixuan decided to lay his cards on the table. He looked at Li Jingchu with a burning gaze and said in an extremely serious tone, "Miss Li, I don't believe that you can't sense Renbiao's feelings for you. Today, there's only the two of us here. Can you tell me your true thoughts?" Li Jingchu's body trembled, and she was stunned. At first, she was shy, but then she hesitated and struggled. After a long silence, she finally opened her mouth and said, "Marquis, Governor Wang's kindness to Jingchu, of course Jingchu can feel it. Jingchu is very grateful for Governor Wang's help time and time again. However, my father's death has not been avenged, and Zhang Liang is still at large. The Li family has also declined because of this. At this juncture, Jingchu really doesn't have the heart to care about personal feelings. Governor Wang's feelings are not something Jingchu can accept." When Li Zixuan heard this, he finally knew what Jingchu's misgivings were. He couldn't help but frown and say, "According to what I know, in the past 6 months, Renbiao has not only mobilized the provincial government's troops, but also many Wang family's secret guards. He almost turned the entire Qizhou upside down, but he still couldn't find any traces of Zhang Liang. If Zhang Liang can't be found in 10 years, will Miss Li not get married for 10 years? If your father sees you like this in heaven, I'm afraid he will be more heartbroken than anyone else, right? Besides, can you bear to see Renbiao's body and mind deteriorate and die young because of you?" Li Jingchu hugged her head and said with a pained expression, "Marquis, don't force me. I don't want to let my father down, and I don't want anything to happen to Governor Wang. Please don't force me." Seeing Jingchu's pained expression, Li Zixuan also couldn't bear it. He thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Since that's the case, I will make a gentleman's agreement with Miss Li today. Within 2 years, I will definitely help Renbiao find Zhang Liang's whereabouts and avenge your father. When the time comes, I hope Miss Li can face your true feelings." Chapter 1490. Is Marquis speaking the truth? Under the tea stall, after listening to Li Zixuan's gentleman's agreement, Li Jingchu's eyes widened in surprise as she asked. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Of course. When this matter is over and I return to Chang'an, I will report this matter to the Emperor and have the Supreme Court issue a warrant for Zhang Liang in the entire Great Tang. In addition, I will use the power of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce to mobilize all the merchants and commoners in the world to find Zhang Liang. As long as this person is still in the Great Tang, he will have nowhere to hide." Yes. Jingchu believes that Marquis will definitely be able to find Zhang Liang. Li Jingchu nodded excitedly. Li Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief. At this point, he had finally fulfilled his mission. "Yes, since that's the case, I hope that Miss Li can keep your promise when the time comes. Don't suppress your feelings and don't be overly cautious. Not only will you hurt yourself, but you will also hurt the people who love you. It's unfair to you And Rin Biao, if your father knows this in the netherworld, he will definitely not be willing to see his daughter torment herself because of him. Hearing this, a trace of sadness flashed through Li Jingchu's eyes. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "The Marquis is right. My actions from before were indeed too selfish. In the future, I will face this feeling squarely and will not harm Provincial Governor Wang again." Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment and could not help but say seriously, "I helped you find Zhang Liang not to force you to be with Rin Biao. I just want you to face your own heart and not suppress your feelings. If you really have no feelings for Rin Biao, you can tell him clearly. This Marquis will not blame you for this." In the end, Li Zishuan did not want this matter to become a transaction. As the saying goes, a melon that is forcefully picked is not sweet. This was especially true for feelings. After all, two people would spend a lifetime together. Uffed. Hearing this, Li Jingchu couldn't help but smile through her tears and said, "Marquis, don't worry. Now, no one can force me to do something I don't want to do, and no one can force me to marry someone I don't want to marry. Maybe in the past, but when that pair of chopsticks pierced my father's throat, Jingchu no longer has any relatives in this world. She no longer has any scruples, and she won't be threatened by others." At this point, Li Jingchu's voice turned low. She raised her head to look at Li Zishuan and said with a serious expression, "Governor Wang holds a high position, but he treats people modestly. If it wasn't for him, the entire Li family might have suffered under Zhang Liang's evil schemes." When Jing Chu was in despair, Provincial Governor Wang helped her time and time again. Humans are not plants. How can they be heartless? How could Jing Chu not be touched by his affection? There's no need to wait for Zhang Liang to be executed. Jing Chu is willing to marry him now. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. He opened his mouth and asked in confusion, "Didn't Miss Li say that she would only agree after I capture Zhang Liang?" "That's what you said, Marquis." "Jing Chu didn't say that." Li Jingchu blinked her eyes and looked a little mischievous. "Since Marquis has agreed to help Jing Chu find Zhang Liang's whereabouts, what is there for Jing Chu to be worried about? Even if we still can't find Zhang Liang after 2 years, at least all of us have tried our best. Marquis, what you said just now is right. Jing Chu can't punish herself because of this obsession. Punish Provincial Governor Wang. And I can't let my father die with everlasting regret." After speaking, Li Jingchu opened her arms and looked up at the sky. It was as if she had been reborn and was filled with spiritual energy. "Good, good, good." Li Zishuan clapped and sighed. Congratulations to Miss Li for being able to see through the obsession and get rid of the inner demons. Life is just a short few decades. While we are remembering our ancestors, we should also cherish the people in front of us. "Cherish the people in front of us," Li Jingchu murmured. Then she looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis, I want to visit Provincial Governor Wang. I wonder if you can help me?" Li Zishuan pursed his lips and thought to himself, "Isn't this change too fast?" It seemed that this girl was not only soft on the inside, but also dared to love and hate on the outside. Once things were explained, her determination to pursue love was even stronger than Wang Rinbiao's. These two people were really a match made in heaven. "Why not? Come with me, Miss Li." Li Zishuan smiled and said seriously, "However, there is one thing that you have to consider carefully. Rin Biao is born in the Wang clan of Taiyuan, which is one of the top clans in the world. I don't need to tell you how serious the prejudice is. If you choose to be together with Rin Biao, the difficulties and obstacles you will encounter in the future will be more than you can imagine. Have you really thought it through?" Li Jingchu was silent for a moment. Then she said with a firm expression, "There is a solution to the problem. Provincial Governor Wang is willing to lower his status and sacrifice so much for Jingchu. Even if the road ahead is full of thorns, Jingchu will not be afraid. I am willing to face it with him. Criticism, censure, and insults, so what? Sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. Only after tasting it yourself can you experience it. Good. Ren Biao really didn't misjudge you. Li Zixuan nodded. He couldn't help but praise Li Jingchu greatly. This woman had too many shining points. It was no wonder that she could train a peerless hero like Wang Fangi. Let's go. Let's go to the provincial governor's residence. If Ren Biao knows that you are here to visit him, I reckon his illness will be half healed in an instant. Marquis, you're back. Why are you here? In the front courtyard of the provincial governor's residence, Leng Yuyao saw Li Zixuan walking in and quickly went up to greet him. However, when she saw Li Jingchu behind Li Zixuan, Leng Yuyao's expression instantly turned cold. Miss Leng, I heard that Provincial Governor Wang is seriously ill. This little girl has received many favors from Provincial Governor Wang, so I specially came to visit him today. Li Jingchu didn't shrink back or get angry because of Leng Yuyao's cold expression. She first bowed respectfully to Leng Yuyao and then spoke in a natural and unrestrained manner. Leng Yuyao's beautiful eyes narrowed. Clearly, she didn't expect Li Jingchu's attitude to change so quickly. There was a voice in her heart telling her not to let Li Jingchu in, but her rationality told her that Li Jingchu could speed up the recovery of Wang Renbiao's illness and could completely dispel Wang Renbiao's heart disease. She had to let Li Jingchu in. In the end, her rationality won over her selfishness. Leng Yuyao took a step to the side and gave way. Then she said indifferently, "Go in. Young master just woke up not long ago." "Thank you, Miss Leng." Li Jingchu looked at Leng Yuyao gratefully, and then walked towards the side room. Li Zixuan thought about it, and didn't want to join in the fun or be a third wheel. He looked at Leng Yuyao, and wanted to say a few words of comfort. However, he realized that he couldn't because he wasn't Wang Renbiao. His comfort was pale and powerless. "Marquis, you don't have to worry about Yuyao. Yuyao said before that I don't dare to have extravagant hopes of becoming young master's woman. I only hope to be able to protect young master for the rest of my life." Leng Yuyao seemed to have sensed Li Zixuan's thoughts and said softly. Li Zixuan heaved a sigh and said, "Sigh? I hope all the lovers in the world can find their way together. Take good care of Renbiao and let him get better as soon as possible. The 400,000 people of Chizhou are counting on him. This marquis can't stay here for long. I have to leave in 2 days. After that, he clasped his hands behind his back and turned to go out. As for the progress of Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu, he was not in the mood to care about it now. Now that Li Jingchu had untied the knot in her heart, there was no obstacle between her and Wang Renbiao. It was only a matter of time before they got together. There was no suspense. On the other hand, Li Zixuan felt that he had brought a couple together, but he had hurt the other person's heart. This made him feel guilty. Wang Renbiao, now you owe me too much. You can't die early. Otherwise, who can I find to collect the debt in the future?" After leaving the provincial governor's mansion, Li Zixuan couldn't help muttering to himself. According to the official history, not long after Wang Fangi was born, Wang Renbiao died of illness. Wang Fangi was as sad as an adult and was praised as a filial child at that time. Wang Fangi's mother, Li Jingchu, was ostracized by her mother-in-law, great elder Princess Tang, and moved to Fengquan Villa. Wang Fangi was still young, so he cultivated farmland, planted trees, and repaired walls and houses with other handymen. From this, it could be seen that there was a huge gap between a child with a father and a child without a father. After returning to the inn where old Hu and the children were staying, Li Zixuan took out the telegraph and began to send a telegram to Yunshan. The content of the telegram was very simple. It was to ask Ma Zhou to publish a notice in the Tang Daily that the Sky Chicken Brigade had stopped collecting chickens. Because of the addition of the 120,000 chickens from Qizhou, the Sky Chicken Brigade now had 120,000 chickens. In addition to the chickens collected by Li Ku and Cheng Chumo's team along the way, the Sky Chicken Brigade now had no less than 650,000 chickens. This was already the limit of the number of chickens they could control. If there were more, not only would it not have a positive effect, but it would also have a negative effect and slow down the speed at which they killed the locusts. After sending the telegram, Li Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. He did not go to the provincial governor's mansion to see how Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu were doing. Instead, he directly went out of the city to observe the speed at which the Sky Chicken Brigade was killing locusts for the people on the farm. Now, the cooperation between the various small teams of the Sky Chicken Brigade had become extremely tacit. As a result, with the same number of chickens, the speed of killing locusts had increased by at least 30% compared to the beginning. In addition, the scale of the Sky Chicken Brigade had been greatly expanded. Li Zixuan conservatively estimated that within half a month, the Sky Chicken Brigade could eliminate more than 60 counties of locusts, which was close to 2/3 of the disaster area. The disaster relief operation was in full swing. Seeing that more and more people would be rescued, Li Zixuan did not know that danger had already arrived. Some messages about him were gradually rising in various places. At first, it was just a spark, but as more and more people spread the news, the spark began to have the momentum to start a prairie fire. The rumors had even spread to the vicinity of the capital. Don't sell the locusts to the government. Why? These locusts can be sold for a few coins. Bah! Are you stupid? 2 caddies of locusts can only be sold for 1 coin, but the Marquis of Yong bought these locusts, fried them by the chef, and sold them at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. A plate can be sold for a few hundred coins. How is this possible? The Drunken Immortal restaurant is a place that sells food and wine. Why would they sell locusts? Who would eat something like that? Why not? Have you heard of the soaring prosperity that the Drunken Immortal restaurant introduced last year? That was made with locusts. What? Soaring prosperity was made with locusts? How is this possible? Why is it not possible? I have a relative who works as a waiter at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. He said it himself. Hiss. Then this Drunken Immortal restaurant is really black-hearted. A plate of locusts can be sold for a few hundred coins. I think so. It is not the Drunken Immortal restaurant that is black-hearted, but the Marquis of Yong. And no wonder he is so rich. This kind of gossip was not too much. What was worse were some conspiracy theorists. In my opinion, the Marquis of Yong must have known about this year's locust plague long ago. Where did this come from? Humph. Why don't you think about it? Why would the Marquis of Yong raise hundreds of thousands of chickens in his own manor last year? Even if old Master Li is rich, he wouldn't let the Marquis of Yong waste his money like this, right? Think about the Sky Chicken Corps that is destroying locusts in various places. Everything seems to have been planned. Who dares to say that the Marquis of Yong didn't raise chickens for this year's locust plague? So what? If not for the Marquis of Yong and Sky Chicken Corps, who knows how many crops would have been destroyed by the locusts? That's right. Bullshit. You think the Marquis of Yong is doing this for the citizens? Since he knew about this year's locust plague, why didn't he tell everyone in advance? If he did, there wouldn't be a locust plague now. The Marquis of Yong wants to use this locust plague to make a fortune. Make money? How can locusts make money? Firstly, the Drunken Immortal restaurant Soaring Prosperity is made with locusts. That thing is sold at a high price. A plate costs a few hundred coins. How much does the drunken, immortal restaurant pay for a caddy of locusts? Back then it was 3 coins a caddy. Now it's even cheaper, 1 coin for 2 caddies. The drunken, immortal restaurant used this to make a fortune last year. Hiss. The drunken, immortal restaurant Soaring Prosperity is made with locusts. Is this for real? Ugh. I even ate Soaring Prosperity last year. The Marquis of Yong, and is really black-hearted. A plate of locusts is actually sold for a few hundred coins. Kiki, that's not all. Last year, the price of chicken seedlings in Chang and City skyrocketed. The Marquis of Yong and was summoned to the imperial court because of this. At that time, the Marquis of Yong and claimed that he bought so many chickens to rear a batch of fresh and tender wild chickens so that the drunken immortal restaurant could use them for a full chicken banquet this year. Now, you guys have also seen that the Marquis of Yong and Sky Chicken Corps is eating locusts all over Guangzhou. When the time comes, they will definitely be plump and tender, perfect for a full chicken banquet. Won't the Marquis of Yong and make a fortune again? Now, you guys should understand why the Marquis of Yong and knew that there would be a locust plague this year, but didn't tell us, right? He wants to use our food to feed the locusts, and then use the locusts to feed his chickens. Hiss. Now that you mention it, it's true. I previously guessed that the Marquis of Yong and might have predicted this year's locust plague last year. After all, he is the son of an immortal, but I didn't expect that there was actually a huge conspiracy behind this. Too black-hearted. I originally thought that the Marquis of Yong and was a good marquis who empathized with the people. I didn't expect him to be such a selfish and black-hearted person who only cares about profits. That's right. To think that I even erected a longevity monument for him. I'm going to smash it when I get back. Chapter 1491. Bah, you ungrateful villains! How dare you slander Marquis behind his back? Do you still have a conscience? If it weren't for Marquis, who created the curved plow last year, many of us would have starved to death. How could we still be alive? Rumors spread everywhere, and under the encouragement of those with intentions, these rumors became more and more perfect, more and more convincing. However, over the past year, the number of people who had received Li Zishuan's kindness numbered in the tens of millions. Even if these rumors spread in an orderly manner, as if they were true, there were still many people with a conscience who chose to believe Li Zishuan. Moreover, they were willing to stand out and speak up for Li Zishuan. When one person stood up, hundreds and thousands of people followed suit. That's right. That's right. Last year, the land on our farmstead was so dry that we couldn't plow it. If it weren't for Marquis, who created the curved plow, our land would have been deserted last year. Other things aside, the Tang Dynasty dictionary compiled by Marquis allowed my child to learn how to read in just a year. If this was in the past, if my child wanted to learn how to read, he would have to worship a teacher. However, it would cost a lot to hire a teacher to teach him. Zhao Lauer is right. It's all thanks to Marquis. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be a single person in our house. We wouldn't even be able to read De Tang daily. I don't care if Marquis knew in advance that there would be a plague of locusts this year. I only know that the locusts in our farmlands in Stone Village were eliminated by Marquis and the Sky Pheasant Brigade. Without Marquis's righteous help, our family of 7 would have had nothing to eat this year. If anyone dares to speak ill of Marquis, Old Gu, will fight to the death with him. Yes, if anyone dares to speak ill of Marquis, I will fight to the death with him. In the face of the fierce rumors, a large number of people quickly formed a united front to fight against those who were bewitched by the rumors and kept attacking Li Zishuan. The war between the two sides could be said to be on the verge of breaking out. In fact, if it was any other day, there would not be so many people talking bad about Li Zixuan. This was because Li Zixuan had always had a good reputation among the people. But now that the locust plague had broken out in Guangzhou, it was a time when the people were panicking. Someone had coincidentally released such a reasonable and irrefutable statement at this time. Those people who were not firm in their stance and had little contact with Li Zixuan were naturally bewitched. Humph! If the Marquis of Yong and had informed the people of this year's locust plague earlier, then every household would have raised over 100 chickens. Would we still have to wait for the Sky Chicken Brigade to exterminate the locusts for us? We'll destroy them ourselves. The Marquis of Yong, and is clearly a hypocrite. He wants to use our crops to feed the locusts and then feed the locusts to the chickens. Yes, the Marquis of Yong, and is a hypocrite, a selfish villain, using our crops to feed the locusts and wanting us to be grateful to him. He is a villain who only wants to make money. Bullsh *T. Even if Marquis knew that there would be a locust plague this year, even if Marquis told this news to you, Sun Laochi, with your little wealth, how many chickens can you afford? Don't you still have to wait for Marquis' Sky Chicken Brigade to help you exterminate the locusts? You dog thing, you really are an ingrate. A few days ago, when Marquis helped your family exterminate the locusts, you thanked him profusely. Now, at the slightest sign of trouble, you join those evil people in slandering Marquis. Your father has always been highly respected in the Sun family village. How did he give birth to such a disappointing thing like you? I think that you bastard just can't bear to see Marquis doing well. That's right. Sun Laochi, you are the one who calls him bastard the most fiercely. When I return, I will tell your father and see if he doesn't beat you to death. You heartless wolf cub. Hearing this, a young man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks couldn't help but shrink his neck, not daring to say another word. Everyone, listen to me. At this moment, a young man who looked like a scholar roared loudly. The crowd instantly quietened down, looking closely at the scholar. Who else could it be other than Yu Dehang from the Yu family village of Lantian County? Yu Dehang had originally come to Chang and city to visit an old acquaintance. When he left the city, he heard a group of commoners discussing and arguing about something. He didn't think much of it at first, but after hearing the contents of the discussion and argument, he instantly realized that the situation was not normal. Thus, he hurriedly stopped in his tracks, intending to dispel the rumors and protect Li Zixuan's reputation. Fellow villagers, please don't misbelieve the rumors. Saying that the Marquis of Yong and is using the commoners' crops to feed the locusts is pure nonsense. More than 90% of us have received favors from Marquis. As humans, we cannot forget our roots, and even more so, we cannot be ungrateful. Earlier, I heard someone scolding the Marquis for not publicizing the locust plague's language to the public so that everyone could be prepared. Let's not talk about whether or not Marquis knew that there would be a locust plague this year. Even if he did, would you believe it if Marquis told you in advance? And even if you did, what could you do? Go buy chicken seedlings? It's not like you don't know the price of chicken seedlings in Chang and city last year. How much money can the villagers have? Even if each of you were to exhaust all your wealth, how many chickens can you raise? Besides, think about it carefully. If you knew that there would be a locust plague this year, would your first reaction be to buy chicken seedlings? No, you would definitely panic. That is to say, even if Marquis knew that there would be a locust plague this year and told us in advance, it would be of no use. On the contrary, it would cause a collective panic among the millions of citizens of Great Tang. If that was the case, we would have already panicked before the locust plague today. Yu Dehang's meticulous analysis calmed the restless commoners down. After he finished speaking, the commoners couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Who is that scholar? I know him. He is Scholar Yu from the Yu family manor of Lantian County. Last year, when the Chui family caused a ruckus, he was almost beheaded by the Chui family's guards. Thankfully, Marquis arrived in time to save him. So he is from Lantian County. No wonder he would speak up for the Marquis of Yong. But what he said makes sense. Even if Marquis told us in advance that there would be a locust plague this year, it would still be useless, based on the price of chicken seedlings in Chang and City last year. Even if we used all our money to buy chickens, we would only be able to buy 60 to 70 of them. It is not enough. That's right. It seems like the Marquis of Yong really cares about us commoners. In order to help us exterminate the locusts, he specially bought tens of thousands of chickens. I heard that last year. Marquis spent over 10,000 strings of cash just to buy chicken seedlings. We have wrongly blamed Marquis. Hey, then what about the drunken immortal restaurants soaring to meteoric success? Just as some of the commoners were about to change their minds, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded out from the crowd. Yu Dehang frowned. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find the person who spoke. This made him angry. That's right. The Marquis of Yong bought locusts at a low price from us and sold them at a high price at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. What about this matter? That gloomy voice successfully attracted the attention of the commoners. Immediately, a large man with a full beard shouted out. Yu Dehang's expression didn't change, but his mind was racing. A moment later, he took a step forward and looked at the large man and asked, "This uncle, this you will say something disrespectful. The Drunken Immortal restaurant's soaring to meteoric success is a bit expensive, but have you eaten it before? Or have the Drunken Immortal restaurant forced you to eat it?" That large man's face turned red, and his imposing manner weakened. He opened his mouth and said, No, that soaring to meteoric success is so expensive. How could I be willing to eat it? Yu Dehang nodded and said, That's the logic. Although the price of soaring to meteoric success is expensive, but what does that have to do with us commoners? The Drunken Immortal restaurant's dishes were originally prepared for those rich people, not to mention the Drunken Immortal restaurant. The other restaurants in Chang and City also don't have cheap dishes. Why don't you go and talk about it? Why only talk about the Drunken Immortal restaurant? The Drunken Immortal restaurant is open for business. First, they don't force people to buy or sell. Second, they don't sell shoddy goods. Those who have been to the Drunken Immortal restaurant all feel that it is worth it. They don't feel that soaring to meteoric success is expensive. So what qualifications do we have to talk about it? After Yu Dehang said this, the commoners couldn't help but nod their heads. Seeing this, Yu Dehang struck while the iron was hot and continued, In addition, have you heard of locusts being sold for money? No. Now, Marquis is willing to buy locusts from everyone. Although the price is a bit cheaper, a family of 4 can catch locusts for a day. If they sell it to Marquis, they should be able to get at least 10 copper coins, right? These 10 copper coins can be exchanged for 3 to 4 stones of grain. Where else can you find such a good thing? This is originally a good thing for all of you and Marquis. Some of you have mistakenly believed in slanderous words, thinking that Marquis is making black-hearted money. Where is your conscience? Enlightening to the deaf. Yu Dehang's 2 reasonable and well-founded words could be said to be enlightening to the deaf. Hearing this, the commoners who had been bewitched earlier all blushed and lowered their heads in shame, not daring to say another word. Scholar Yu is right. This is originally a good thing, but some people are insatiable. They think that the benefits they get are too little. These bastards don't even think about it. Without Marquis, what kind of life would he be living now? He would probably be starving to death. That's right. Since we are indebted to Marquis, we have no reason to slander Marquis. If anyone dares to say anything bad about Marquis, I will beat them to death, even if I have to risk my life. Seeing that the commoners had finally come to their senses, Yu Deheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a mysterious person wearing a bamboo hat in the crowd retreating and quickly walking away. Yu Deheng's intuition told him that there was something wrong with that person. He wanted to chase after him, but before he could take 2 steps, the mysterious person had disappeared. Yu Deheng's heart sank. He felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, why would there be so many rumors about Li Zixuan out of the blue? There's no smoke without fire. There must be something fishy about this. I have to go to Yanhuang College and tell Mr. Li Gang about this. I'm afraid that someone is trying to harm Marquis. Yu Deheng's eyes narrowed. Almost in an instant, he had made up his mind to go to Yanhuang College. Hey, kid, you've ruined Grandpa's plans. Where else do you want to go? After leaving the official road outside Chang and City, Yu Deheng stepped onto the cement road to Yun Mountain. When she went around a mountain, 2 masked men in black suddenly appeared in front of Yu Deheng. One of them stepped forward and directly blocked Yu Deheng's path and said, "Who are you? What do you want?" Yu Deheng's expression changed, and his heart was in his throat. His mind was racing, but he didn't forget to scan his surroundings. There were hills on both sides, so it wasn't convenient for him to escape. If he wanted to escape, he could only run backward. Thinking of this, Yu Deheng took half a step back. Hee, we are the ones who want your life. What do you think we want? The man in black laughed sinisterly. He didn't seem to move, but a cold dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. These 2 people actually wanted to kill Yu Deheng directly. Yu Deheng's heart was instantly nervous to the extreme, but at the critical moment, Yu Deheng forced himself to calm down with strong willpower. He said without changing his expression, "There must be a reason to kill, right? I have no grudges with you. Why do you want to kill me?" He wanted to stall for time because this cement road wasn't unfrequented. There were often farmers who were going to Chang and City to attend the market passing by here. He wanted to wait for reinforcements. The man in black opposite him seemed to have seen through Yu Deheng's thoughts. He sneered and said, "If you want to blame it on you for being a busybody. I'll send you to hell today. You can continue to be a busybody when you reach the netherworld." After saying that, the man in black flew out and stabbed Yu Deheng's throat with a sharp dagger. The moment the black-clothed man spoke, Yu Deheng was already prepared to escape. So almost at the same time the black-clothed man made his move, Yu Deheng had already finished turning around. At this moment, she was using all her strength to sprint desperately. Bam! Ouch! Yu Deheng was fast, but someone was faster than him. When he turned around, the other man in black had already flashed behind him. Yu Deheng turned around and ran and directly bumped into the man in black. Sadly, he felt that he had bumped into an iron wall. Then, without any suspense, he was directly shaken to the ground. Yu Deheng hurriedly got up from the ground. Before the dagger of the other man in black was about to pierce his throat, he suddenly pointed at the man in black and said loudly, "You are the man wearing a bamboo hat outside Chang and City just now. Why did you frame Marquis? Who ordered you to do this?" When the man in black heard this, his hand movements couldn't help but stagnate. Then he sneered and said, "Kid, do you know that the more you know, the faster you'll die? Humph. Today, I'll send you to hell no matter what. Save your questions for the king of hell." After saying that, the man in black sneered and stabbed the dagger directly at Yu Deheng's heart. "It's over. This time, it's really over." Yu Deheng closed his eyes in despair. He was now sure that this man in black was the one who wanted to harm Li Zixuan. But so what if he knew? He was going to die soon. It's not that he didn't want to fight back, but the difference in strength was too great. At this moment, hey, isn't that Scholar you? N. Bastard. Someone actually dares to commit murder in Lontion County. Boss, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, quickly attack for me. Chapter 1492. Now that the living conditions of the people in Lontion County had improved, many farmers who had some spare cash started to renovate their houses. After all, this was an ancient nation. The people still had a very deep sense of home in their hearts. The first thing they did when they had money was to improve their living conditions. This was universal whether it was in modern times or ancient times. Second, Master Lu was no exception. As early as 2 months ago, the construction of their house had already started. Just recently, Second Master Lu brought his 7 sons into the city to buy some furniture like tables and cabinets. On the way home, he happened to see Yu Dehang being surrounded by 2 masked men. At the critical moment, Second Master Lu hurriedly asked his 7 sons to help. Seeing that someone had come to intervene, the man in black was stunned at first. Then he revealed a ruthless expression and held the dagger at an even faster speed to cut Yu Dehang's throat. Bang! Seeing this, Second Master Lu's eldest son shouted, picked up a stool, and threw it in the direction of the assassin in black. It was just that the direction of his stool should hit Yu Dehang first, and then the assassin in black. Scholar Yu, get down quickly. Second Master Lu's eldest son also understood this problem, so he shouted and ran straight toward Yu Dehang without stopping. As for Second Master Lu's other sons, they were already less than 3 feet away from Yu Dehang. At the moment of life and death, the reinforcements had finally arrived. Yu Dehang's desire to live was still very strong. Hearing the shout behind her, Yu Dehang quickly leaned back and then fell straight to the ground. Huff, huff, huff. The stool spun rapidly in the air, and with a whistling sound, it smashed toward the assassin in black's face. Humph! Damn it! Although the assassin knew kung fu, he would definitely not feel good if the stool hit him. He had no choice but to temporarily give up on Yu Dehang and quickly retreat. In such a short time, the 7 brothers of the Lu family had already surrounded Yu Dehang and shielded her behind them. Retreat! The 2 black-clothed assassins looked at each other and spat out the word, retreat. Then, without prior agreement, they flew to the hillsides on both sides. It was not that they could not beat them, but the Lu brothers were all tall and strong. If they really fought, they could win with their kung fu, but it would inevitably take some time. If other people passed by during this time, it would be difficult for them to escape. Ouch! It hurts so much. Yu Dehang, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the assassins escape from the 2 sides of the hill. However, a sharp pain came from the back of his head. He crawled up from the ground and cried out while rubbing his head. It wasn't a big deal when he rubbed it, but he immediately felt a sticky and wet sensation on his palm. He brought his hand to his eyes and saw that it was covered in blood. Hiss! Yu Dehang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that the fall just now would cause the back of his head to bleed. Scholar Yu, are you all right? Second Master Lu's eldest son asked aloud. I'm fine. Thank you, Second Master Lu and the uncles for your help. Otherwise, Dehang would have died today. Yu Dehang hurriedly bowed to the few of them and thanked them solemnly. Hey, Scholar Yu, who did you offend? Why would anyone want to kill you? Second Master Lu squinted and asked, Second Master, I don't know them, but one of them seems to be a mysterious person I met just now outside the city. Yu Dehang rubbed his head and explained briefly. At this moment, he remembered the important matter and quickly said, I don't have time to explain to you. I have to go to the academy to find Mr. Li Gang as soon as possible. Someone wants to harm Marquis. What? Someone wants to harm young master? Second Master Lu's eyes immediately widened when he heard this. He wasn't someone who didn't know the severity of the situation. Yu Dahang was just an ordinary scholar from the countryside. Logically speaking, he wouldn't offend anyone. But now, Yu Dahang was being chased by two masked men in black. Therefore, when Second Master Lu heard Yu Dahang say that someone wanted to harm Li Zixuan, he immediately realized the severity of the situation. So, he hurriedly shouted to his sons beside him. Quick! You guys, quickly escort Scholar Yu to the academy, in case he gets into danger again. One of the young men couldn't help but ask, Father, what about this cart of things? Second Master Lu said, angrily, What things? What time is it now? Who has the time to care about these things? Quickly escort Scholar Yu to the academy. Yes, yes, yes. The young man hurriedly said. Yu Dahang clasped his hands gratefully at Second Master Lu and said, Thank you, Second Master. I'll explain the details to Second Master later. Then, without waiting for Second Master Lu's response, Yu Dahang turned and left. The group of 8 rushed towards the Cloud Mountain as fast as they could. Teacher Wenji, there are a few villagers outside the academy. They say that they have an important matter to discuss with you. Li Gang was in the office going through the final exam questions that had been drafted by the various departments. At this moment, Mo Zhong's voice sounded from outside the door. Come in. Li Gang frowned. After Mo Zhong pushed the door open and entered, Li Gang asked, Did the villagers say what important matter it is? Mo Zhong clasped his hands and said, No, but there's a young man named Yu Dahang among them. Last year, when the people caused havoc in the Chui family, the Yamacho even saved his life. Today, his head is still bleeding. I think it really is an urgent matter. Bleeding? Li Gang's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly got up and said, Quickly, follow me outside to take a look. With that, the old man took the lead and walked out of the house. You're Yu Dahang? Mo Zhong, quickly send him to the medical hall for treatment. At the entrance of the academy, Li Gang immediately saw a young man clutching his head with his hands covered in blood. The old man hurriedly ordered Mo Zhong. Teacher Wenji, don't worry about my injury. I have something very urgent to tell you. Please let's talk in private. Yu Dahang heard and hurriedly waved his hand. Li Gang frowned and said, What can be more important than your life? It won't be too late to talk about it after your injury is treated. Yu Dahang's figure was a little staggered. It was probably the aftereffects of excessive blood loss. He steadied himself and said, No. Teacher Wenji, someone wants to harm Marquis. What? Quickly. Mo Zhong, quickly help him inside. Mo Yun, quickly go to the medical hall and ask Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang to return to the academy. Li Gang's expression changed suddenly, and then he said decisively, Yes. Mo Zhong and Mo Yun hurriedly accepted the order. That's what happened. If Second Master Lu and the others hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to reach the academy. A quarter of an hour later, in Li Gang's office, Yu Dahang relied on his strong willpower to resist fainting. He told Li Gang about what he heard outside Chang and City this morning and the assassination on the way to Liyun Mountain. He told Li Gang, Yen Silu, Mo Huai Ma Zhou, and Su Hongji, who came after hearing the news. After saying that, Yu Dahang finally couldn't take it anymore and was about to fall to the ground. Fortunately, Second Master Lu's eldest son was quick to catch him. Li Gang hurriedly said, Quickly, Mo Zhong, help Yu Dahang down with the Lu brothers. First, do some bandaging and wait for Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin to come back. Yes, Teacher Wenji. Mo Zhong led the Lu brothers to help you to hang out. Inside the room, Li Gang's expression had become extremely grim. He said angrily, Yamacho led hundreds of thousands of chickens in Lantian County to go to the various counties in Guangzhou to exterminate locusts. I didn't expect that someone would use this as an excuse to maliciously slander them. They're really distorting the truth and devoid of humanity. I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. Mo Huai, who had been sitting next to him without saying a word, said with a serious expression, all signs point to someone behind this, wanting to incite the people to cause trouble. They chose to slander Yamacho and incite public anger. Unexpectedly, the rumors they spread were exposed one by Yu Deheng, so they flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to silence him. Yen Silu frowned and said, the question is, who would choose to spread rumors to slander Yamacho at this time? What good would it do them? Ma Zhou pondered for a moment and said, Yamacho doesn't attend court all year round and rarely makes enemies in the court. Even if they do have enemies, those people don't seem to be so bold. Mr. Mo is right. I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. Li Gang had calmed down by now. He frowned and said, in your opinion, what should we do now? Mo Huai pondered for a moment and said, no matter what the true purpose of those people is, they must have come with ill intentions. The Academy should immediately clarify those rumors through Tang Daily to prevent more people from being confused and bewitched by the rumors. Li Gang nodded and said, I'll write an article to refute Yamacho according to those rumors one by one. Not only me, but Ma Zhou, you also have to write. In addition, make arrangements for Tang Daily as soon as possible. Leave some places for us in tomorrow's newspaper. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and said, yes, Mr. Wenji. Should we inform Yamacho of this matter through the telegraph? Seeing that the plan was set, Su Hongji suddenly asked. The room instantly quieted down. After a moment of silence, Li Gang said, no need. Yamacho has rushed thousands of miles to provide disaster relief. It's not good to be distracted at this time. In addition to clarifying the rumors, I'll also write a report to His Majesty and let His Majesty send people to thoroughly investigate who is spreading the rumors. Su Hongji nodded and said, Mr. Wenji has thought it through thoroughly. I have no objections. I have no objections either. I have no objections either. Mo Huai frowned. He felt that there was a bigger conspiracy behind this matter, but he had no evidence and could only agree. I have no objections either. Seeing this, Li Gang nodded and said, good. Since no one has any objections, let's proceed according to the plan. In addition, those criminals dared to commit murder in broad daylight. This means that Lantian County is not peaceful today. Inform all the students not to leave the academy for the time being. Yes, Dragonhead, we have someone outside Chang and City who instigated the people to be sabotaged by a scholar. He brought people to ambush the scholar on his way home, but they were seen by passers-by, and the ambush failed. In a dark thatched cottage in a village in Xinfeng County, a warrior in a tight suit walked in and bowed to a mysterious person wearing a green mask with fangs. Humph! Trash! A cracked and hoarse voice came from under the ferocious-looking mask. The warrior could not help but shudder. The mysterious man continued, have their identities been exposed? No. The warrior in tight suit bowed and replied. The room fell into a short silence. After a while, the mysterious person said, we'll spare their lives for now. They can be spared the death penalty, but they can't escape punishment. Cut a tendon in each of their hands. Yes. The warrior in tight suit trembled and left to carry out the order. Dragonhead, it seems that this Li Zixuan has the people's hearts. At this time, a ghostly figure walked out from the darkness of the room. Upon closer inspection, there was a sinister scar above his eyebrows. He looked like an evil spirit from hell. He said in a gloomy voice, "Humph, the more he gets, the more I will make him lose. Only when he has nothing and is notorious will he be completely useful to me. This is only the first step. The more exciting part is yet to come." Speaking of this, the masked man's voice had a trace of fanaticism. "Have you got the formula for the gunpowder?" The scarred man replied, "No, that Lisa Schwan is cunning and ruthless. There is no place in the strange taste pavilion to produce gunpowder, and no one knows the complete formula. Now, we can only use that thing as a substitute. Although it's a little weak, it should be enough. Gunpowder. Logically speaking, only Lisa Schwan and Lier knew about gunpowder. Who would have thought that these two people knew about gunpowder?" The so-called dragon had nodded and said, "That's the only way. Tell the people below to be careful. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble. Don't be like that idiot Jin Wanfu, carelessly ruining this Dragonhead's plans." "Don't worry, Dragonhead. I will tell the people below to be careful," the scarred man replied. The mysterious dragon had nodded and said after a moment of silence, "Tomorrow, release another rumor. I'd like to see how Li Shimin will react when he finds out." "Dragonhead, isn't it a little too early?" the scarred man asked hesitantly. It's not early. It's not early." The mysterious dragonhead smiled and said, "We need to make the Tang Empire fall into chaos as soon as possible. Only then can we do things better. This is called taking advantage of the situation. Tell the Earth Emanations Group to get ready. Once the time is right, we will act immediately." "Yes, Dragonhead. Dragonhead is wise." The warrior in tight suit bowed and left. Only the Dragonhead was left in the room. With his hands behind his back, he looked in the direction of the Southwest Imperial Palace and sneered twice. Then he muttered, "The show is about to start. Li Shimming. Oh, Li Shimming, I want you to become my prisoner." Chapter 1493. "Your Majesty, Mr. Li Gang of Yanhuang College has sent a memorial." Afternoon, evening. Zhao Song brought a memorial to the Ganlu Hall and bowed to Lier, who was sitting at the head of the table. Although Li Gang did not hold any position in the imperial court, the old man was well versed in both ancient and modern times. He had been the teacher of two crown princes, Yang Yong and Li Jiancheng. Last year, he had almost become Li Chengqian's teacher. The old man was an influential figure in the literary world of the great Tang. Although he was not in the imperial court, he still had the authority to listen to memorials. Li Gang's memorial? Lier had just finished reviewing the memorial. Confused, he hurriedly said, "Hurry and present it." Lier had a keen sense of smell and sensed that something might have happened at the academy. Otherwise, Li Gang would not have sent him a memorial. "Here." Zhao Song stepped forward and handed the memorial to Lier. Lier opened it and began to carefully read it. But the more he read, the deeper his frown became. Around 7 minutes later, Lier closed the memorial, his face ashen. Truly, demons appear in troubled times. It hasn't even been 10 days since the plague of locusts began, but some people are already unable to hold themselves back. Zhao Song had been listening in on the side, confused. He hurriedly said, "This old servant is here. Take a look as well." Lier threw the memorial to Zhao Song. Zhao Song nimbly caught it, but before he could take a closer look, Lier coldly ordered, "Pass on the decree to Li Junxian. Order the cavalry to immediately investigate who is spreading rumors and inciting the people. Remember, there is definitely more than one person spreading rumors. You must be careful. It would be best if you could follow the clues and catch the mastermind, to dare to ambush and kill the people in broad daylight. The mastermind must be planning something big. At this moment, Zhao Song had already skimmed through the contents of the memorial. His heart was in turmoil, spreading rumors, inciting public anger, and silencing witnesses. All these signs indicated that there was a hidden dark force in the empire that was ready to make a move. It could not be ignored. This old servant obeys the decree. Zhao Song bowed and accepted the order, then hurriedly retreated. In the main hall, Li Erduan sat on the dragon couch. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into an icy smile, only to hear him muttering to himself, "Come, if you want to come, come together. Using this chance, we will catch all of you demons and monsters hiding in the shadows in one fell swoop. Only then can we rest at ease and fight to the death with the Turks." The rumors that slandered Li Zishuan did not stop at the wise ones. Instead, they spread very quickly among the people. Basically, with Chang and as the center, they gradually spread outwards. It was estimated that in a few days, it would reach Li Zishuan's current location, Yong County, Imchizhou. Marquis Yong, the Marquis is such a benevolent Marquis. Of the Marquis, such a benevolent person. How can such a benevolent person is? The next day, after reading the article written by Li Gang in the Tang Daily, the citizens of Chang, and could not help but discuss it. Yes, Marquis Yong, and cares about the people of the world. Marquis Yong, and is leading the Sky Pheasant Brigade to provide disaster relief. No matter what, he should not be subject to such baseless slander and accusations. Marquis Yong said that he did not know if Marquis had predicted this year's locust plague last year. But even if Marquis knew in advance, Marquis Yong felt that Marquis should not have made it public. That would cause chaos in the country. The people would not be in the mood to farm, causing thousands of people to lose their homes. That's right. If we had known that there would be a locust plague this year, we would not have farmed at the beginning of the year. Now, we can only wait for the food to run out and starve to death. But although we have encountered a locust plague recently, with the help of the Sky Pheasant Brigade, most of the crops in the fields were saved. We should be grateful to Marquis. Li Gang had personally written an article to refute Li Zishuan's rumors. It was of some use, but that was all. Hey, Marquis Li Gang is the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, and Marquis Yong and is the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. He is protecting Marquis Yong, and someone in the crowd said in a sinister voice. Immediately, the rhythm was set in motion. That's right. Mr. Li Gang is openly protecting Marquis Yong, and shameless Marquis Yong, and abandoned his scholarly integrity for his own selfish reasons. He is a disgrace to us scholars. Bah, you dare insult Marquis Yong, and Marquis Li Gang? You pedantic Confucians are the ones who have no sense of shame. Unlike yesterday, there were many more scholars in Li Zishuan's group. This was not strange. Li Zishuan had created the engineering school, and after a year of development, the engineering school had gradually matured. The members of the engineering school were getting louder and louder in the Great Tang. Those lofty and unshakable Confucians naturally hated Li Zishuan. Now that many people were criticizing Li Zishuan, these Confucians naturally would not let go of this chance to hit him while he was down. The two sides quickly began to quarrel, and it wasn't long before chaos ensued. Hey, it is said that this plague of locusts is heaven's punishment for the Son of Heaven for murdering his brother and imprisoning his father. 2 days ago, when the dog ate the sun, Taoist Li Chunfeng of the Imperial Historian Bureau wrote to His Majesty that this represented heaven's warning to the Son of Heaven. If the Son of Heaven does not practice benevolence and repent for his past mistakes, heaven will send down an even greater calamity. After a long while, someone sinisterly said. The crowd immediately fell silent, After all, it was fine to talk about officials, but if they were talking about the emperor, they had to be careful. What? There's such a thing? After a few moments of silence, someone mustered up the courage to exclaim, "Hey, how can it be fake? I heard that Li Chunfeng was even beaten 50 times by His Majesty. Because of this, hiss, 50 strikes." It seems that Li Chunfeng's predictions were spot on. Heaven has indeed sent down an even greater calamity, a plague of locusts. Such a large plague was probably extremely rare even in the previous dynasty. Doesn't that mean that His Majesty did not listen to Taoist Li Chunfeng's advice and did not practice benevolence or repent sincerely? Humph! With an emperor who killed his brother, imprisoned his father, and infuriated the heavens, our lives are going to be miserable. The Imperial Army is here. Run! Suddenly, someone pointed at a group of armored soldiers that suddenly appeared on the east side of the street and exclaimed, "It's not the Imperial Army, it's 100 riders." The sharp-eyed people recognized the identity of the group of soldiers. Instantly, the group of people who were still discussing fervently scattered like birds and beasts, escaping in all directions. After all, most of them were talking about Li Er just now. It was impossible for them not to feel guilty. At the same time, similar rumors were circulating in many places. In the end, this rumor gradually became more and more convincing. It was as if they had seen it with their own eyes. In this rumor, there was a very innocent person who was implicated even though he was lying down. This person was Li Chunfeng. Father, are the rumors on the streets true? Did His Majesty really allow someone to beat you 50 times? In Yanhuang College, Li Yan took the opportunity to find Li Chunfeng, who was arranging the astrological chart in his office during lunch. He asked worriedly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Son, what are you talking about?" Li Chunfeng was confused. He could not figure out what was going on. "Dad, don't hide it from me. I heard it from the auntie, who was sweeping the floor of the teaching building." Li Yan thought that Li Chunfeng was deliberately hiding it from him. He could not help but feel helpless. "Hide it from you? When did I hide it from you? Also, what did the auntie say?" Li Chunfeng frowned. Li Yan saw that Li Chunfeng was going to play dumb. So he said, "Dad, the auntie said that when the heavenly dog devoured the sun more than a month ago, you wrote to His Majesty that it represented God's warning to the emperor. If the emperor did not practice benevolence and repent for the mistakes he made in the past, God would send an even greater disaster. Because of this, you were beaten 50 times by His Majesty. Dad, is this true?" "Nonsense." Li Chunfeng's expression changed when he heard this. He stood up and looked at Li Yan. He asked sternly, "Son, where did these rumors come from?" Seeing his father's big reaction, Li Yan quickly said seriously, "Father, these words were heard by the sweeping auntie outside the academy, and she said that now many people in Chang and city are saying that His Majesty got the throne unjustly and has no intention of repentance. So your prophecy is right. Heaven has sent a bigger disaster, which is the plague of locusts this time." Li Chunfeng's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "This is outrageous. This is outrageous. These people are not only audacious, they even push me into the fire. No, I have to go to the palace and explain this to His Majesty." "Dad, since you did not do this, why do you have to go to the palace?" Li Yan quickly asked. Li Chunfeng looked at his son and said, "As the saying goes, gossip is a fearful thing. Moreover, this matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Someone probably wanted to incite the common people to do such a heresy and immoral thing. You stay in the school. I will go to Chang and city." "Shut up, you ungrateful people. His Majesty loves the people like his own children. Marquis Yong, and went thousands of miles to destroy the locusts for the sake of the people. Not only are you ungrateful, you are even speaking ill of His Majesty and Marquis Yong, and behind their backs. Are you even human? In Chang and City, a beautiful young lady shouted angrily at 3 to 5 people. Hey, where did this little girl come from? She actually doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and is pointing fingers here. A rascally-looking young man was sizing up the little girl with a malicious gaze. The corner of his mouth was currently curled into a wretched smile. That's right. You're such an insensible little girl. Not only did you eavesdrop on us, you even dared to criticize us. Come, let me teach you how to behave. Another young man, who was slightly fatter, agreed. Then he stretched out his hand to grab the young lady. Bastard, I am Li Yu. Don't you dare touch me. The young lady took 2 steps back and shouted angrily. That's right, she was Li Yu. Little Yu came to Chang and City today to collect literature. Yesterday, when she heard that someone was slandering Li Zixuan, she was very angry. When she found out that Li Gang and Ma Zhou had written an article to refute Li Zixuan's rumors in the Tang Daily, she wanted to see the reaction of the people. As for why she chose to come to Chang and City and not Lantian County, it was mainly because no matter what happened outside, the people of Lantian County were always grateful and supportive of Li Zixuan. Therefore, she came to Chang and City to collect literature. When she came to Chang and City, she found that the number of people slandering Li Zixuan did not decrease because of Li Gang and Ma Zhou's articles. Instead, there were more of them. This was because, under the guidance of some people, most of the people thought that Li Gang, Ma Zhou, and Li Zixuan were all jackals of the same tribe. Naturally, their words were not convincing. Because of this, little Yu had already reprimanded several groups of people today. With her glib tongue and smart mind, those who were reprimanded by her were all ashamed and said that they did not dare to slander Li Zixuan anymore. When she was riding on the crest of success, little Yu did not expect to meet a tough nut. Li Yu, you're the gold medal reporter of Tang Daily? The young man who spoke first said with his eyes lit up. Humph. How is it? Are you scared? Seeing the other party's surprised face, Li Yu said proudly, Hee. Scared. Of course I'm scared. Hee. Come with me, the gold medal reporter of Tang Daily. I should be able to sell you for a good price. The young man smiled wretchedly and then pounced on Li Yu. How dare you? What are you doing? I'm going to call for help. Help. Li Yu reacted quickly and dodged the young man's bear hug. She said in shock and anger, and then shouted loudly, Hee. Shout. Even if you shout until your throat is broken, no one will come to save you. As the young man spoke, he pounced on Li Yu again. The other people also surrounded Li Yu from the front and back. They were in an alley between 2 old houses in the south of the city. Usually, people would not pass by here. Stop. How dare you act so presumptuously in broad daylight? Coincidentally, at this moment, a loud shout came from the alley. A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe suddenly shouted, Where did you come from? How dare you meddle in our business? Brothers, let's go. The young man was furious that someone had ruined his plan. He waved his hand, and the few of them ran towards the Taoist priest. Taoist priest Li, be careful. Seeing that someone had come to save her, especially someone she knew, Li Yu was relieved. However, she was worried again and could not help but shout loudly. That Taoist priest was none other than the unlucky Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng and Li Yu were caught in the crossfire, while Li Chunfeng was like a fish swimming in shallow water. Chapter 1494. Although Li Chunfeng was not a Taoist who specialized in combat, he had been cultivating his qi for a long time. His physique and reaction speed were better than the average person's. In comparison, the hooligans were worried that they would attract the attention of the patrolling marquis, so they did not bother him too much. After a short fight, Li Chunfeng and Li Yu escaped from the deserted alley. Taoist Li, why are you in Chang'an City? Li Yu, who had just survived a disaster, did not need a few days to recover like the other weak girls. She had a big heart, and in just a short while, she was back to her usual lively self. She looked at Li Chunfeng and asked. Li Chunfeng replied, I need to go to the palace for something. Miss Li Yu, you are a girl, and you are alone. It is best that you don't do such dangerous things alone in the future. So what if I am a girl? Li Yu rolled her eyes and mumbled softly. She didn't argue with Li Chunfeng because he had just saved her life. If it was someone else, she wouldn't have been so polite. Ha ha, Taoist Li, are you going to the palace to meet the emperor because of those rumors? Suddenly, Li Yu rolled her eyes and smiled. Ha ha, Taoist Li, you don't have to worry. The emperor is a wise man, and he knows what is right and what is wrong. Why would he believe those rumors? Li Chunfeng looked at Li Yu and said in a serious tone, I don't care about my own reputation, but I will not allow someone to use my name to do such a thing. If I don't clear the rumors soon, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Stealing the sky and changing the sun? Taoist Li, have you also noticed that someone behind these rumors is trying to take advantage of this opportunity to create trouble? Li Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard this. Li Chunfeng nodded solemnly. Although the locust plague has engulfed the entire Guangzhou area, the imperial court has been actively helping the people. The people are far from being in dire straits, and there will not be so many people slandering the emperor and the Marquis of Yong. And if there is no one behind this, I will not believe it. Taoist Li, you are right. Shall I go to the palace with you? I've also been investigating the source of these rumors these past few days. It's a good opportunity to report to His Majesty. Li Yu thought for a moment and looked up at Li Chunfeng. Yes, let's go. Li Yu was the top reporter of Tang Daily. She had the right to go to the emperor's palace and have an audience with the emperor. Therefore, Li Chunfeng did not reject her request. The two of them walked towards the imperial palace in the north. Hall Master, why don't we chase after them? If we really fight, that Taoist priest is definitely no match for us. After Li Yu and Li Chunfeng left, the 5 hooligans walked out. One of them looked at the direction where Li Yu left and asked in confusion. The slightly plump young man frowned and said, If we do our best, we can definitely keep both of them here, but if the commotion is too big, it will definitely attract the attention of the patrolling Marshal Marquis. At that time, how will we escape? Before doing anything, don't forget that we are in Chang'an City. If something happens, and the dragon head blames us, none of us can bear the responsibility. The other 4 people quickly cupped their fists and said, Yes, Hall Master. The slightly plump young man nodded and said with a look of pity, But it's a pity that we didn't manage to catch Li Yu. That girl spends all her time in the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. She must know a lot of secrets there. If we can catch her alive, it will be a great achievement. A young man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks came forward and said with a fawning face, Hall Master, Li Yu will definitely return to Lantian County before nightfall. Why don't we set up an ambush on her way back and kidnap her? The so-called Hall Master heard this and was tempted. However, he immediately shook his head and said, That's not right. A few days ago, Third Brother ambushed a scholar in Lantian County. After he failed, the dragon had severed the tendons in his hand. The dragon had strictly ordered us not to cause any trouble near Chang, and city. If we don't have absolute confidence, we can't do anything. Yes. Why are there so many people in front? Could it be that there's a commotion? When they reached Vermilion Bird Avenue, Li Yu saw that there were many people in front of them. She was excited and curious. Li Chunfeng frowned and said, "Let's get down to business. Miss Li Yu, let's go to the palace first." Li Yu pouted and mumbled, Master Li, we'll reach the palace after passing through Vermilion Bird Avenue. There's no rush. Let's go and see what's going on. It won't take too much time." As she spoke, she tugged at Li Chunfeng's sleeve and looked at him pleadingly. Li Chunfeng sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it. Let's go and see. But once we're done, we'll have to go to the palace immediately." Okay. Li Yu quickly nodded in agreement. The two of them walked towards the crowd in front of them. When they got closer, they realized that there were more people than they thought. They could not squeeze in at all. "Hey, Uncle, what's inside?" Li Yu stood on her tiptoes impatiently. However, she could not see anything. She had no choice but to ask the middle-aged man in front of her. "Uncle, little girl, do I look that old to you?" The man turned around, pointed at his face, and said in disbelief. Li Yu was so angry that she almost suffered an internal injury. But in order to know what was going on in the crowd, she could only force a smile on her face. She said, "Ugh, no, big brother, you look so young. Can you tell me what's going on in there?" The man was finally satisfied. "Hey, inside. There are two godly monks fighting inside. It's so exciting." "Godly monks? Fighting?" Li Yu's eyes lit up when she heard that. She quickly asked, "Which two godly monks are they? What are they fighting about?" The man pouted and said, "Why do you have so many questions, little girl? I still want to see the fight. If you want to know, go and see for yourself." After that, he turned around and ignored Li Yu. Li Yu opened her mouth. Li Yu opened her mouth. If it was not for the fact that it was inappropriate for a girl to scold someone in public, she would have already yelled at the man. "Master Li, can you help me squeeze to the front to see what's going on?" Li Yu was amazed by Li Chunfeng's lightness skills when they were fighting with the hooligans in the South Alley. Li Yu believed that Li Chunfeng would be able to help her squeeze to the front in this situation. Li Chunfeng was speechless. He said, "The fight between the godly monks is just a smokescreen. What's there to see? Let's just go to the palace." Li Yu tilted her head and suddenly laughed. "Master Li, Buddhism and Taoism are at odds. As a Taoist, don't you want to see what these two godly monks are capable of? The art of war says that only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. If you don't go and see, how can you know yourself and your enemy?" Li Chunfeng was stunned. He realized that he could not refute because what Li Yu said was the truth. In fact, the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism did not happen when Buddhism came from the East. As a foreign religion, Buddhism and Taoism had the same purpose when they first arrived in China. Therefore, the relationship between the two religions was relatively harmonious. However, as Buddhism and Taoism continued to be perfected in China, the two religions gradually formed an independent religious consciousness. Subsequently, the two religions developed a strong exclusionary ideology. Therefore, the two religions started to compete fiercely for the support of the upper class and the support of the lower class. Especially during the West Jin Dynasty, Buddhism developed very quickly and put a lot of pressure on Taoism. Now, the Tang dynasty's ruler did not have any obvious hostility towards Buddhism and Taoism, although Li Er seemed to be closer to Taoism. Taoism and Buddhism developed together. Under such circumstances, the two religions fought even harder to gain the ruler's favor. Follow behind this poor Taoist. Li Chunfeng, who was tempted by Li Yu's words, took the lead and walked in front, to help Li Yu open the way. Okay, thank you so much, Taoist Li. Li Yu quickly followed behind Li Chunfeng with a smile. Li Chunfeng seemed to be surrounded by a strong and invisible force field. Wherever he went, the crowd would make way for him. After a while, the two of them arrived at the front of the line. Wow, Taoist Li, you're so good. Li Yu patted Li Chunfeng's arm and praised him. Although Li Chunfeng did not show it on his face, he was quite proud of himself. However, what Li Yu said next made him lose all his pride. He almost vomited blood. Taoist Li, since you're so capable, does that mean you don't have to line up at the academy's cafeteria? If I go to the academy next time, I'll look for you to have a meal together. If he could swear, Li Chunfeng would be cursing right now. He had cultivated for more than 10 years and finally managed to cultivate some pure Taoist vital qi. In Li Yu's eyes, this vital qi was only used to cut in line. Who was he looking down on? However, Li Chunfeng did not argue with Li Yu. Instead, he looked at the crowd. The monk standing to the west had a dark complexion, but he was wearing a red kasaya embroidered with golden threads. He held a pure gold staff in his hand. His equipment was fully equipped, almost blinding the titanium alloy eyes of others. The monk standing to the east was about 50 or 60 years old. His eyebrows and beard were white, and his clothes were much simpler. He wore a brown monk's robe and held a fine iron staff in his hand. He stood there motionless. This was a real old monk in meditation. Isn't this Master Huikong, the abbot of Daxing Charity? Why is he here? Li Chunfeng was surprised when he saw the old monk's face. In the second year of Emperor, Wen's founding emperor, Daxing City was built, and the temple was moved to the new capital. It was named the National Temple. When Emperor Wen was in northern Zhou, he was the Duke of Daxing County. The temple was located in Jingshan Square. Hence, it was named after the two words Daxing and Jingshan Square. The Annals of Chang, and stated that after the temple was built, its main hall was the largest in the capital. The system was the same as that of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. The founder of Daxing Charity Temple was Master Ling Song. He was a close friend of Emperor Wen of Sui, Yang Jian. At the same time, he was the Zhao Xian Du monk who was in charge of the affairs of monks and nuns. Later Zhao Xian Du monk Meng, the successor Zhao Xian Du monk Tanyan, and their followers all lived in the temple. In the 7th year of founding Emperor, Huiyuan, Wizong, Sengu, Baozhen, Hongzuan, and Tanyan were summoned to the capital. They were the 6 great virtues. More than 300 monks entered the temple to worship them. To the west of Vermilion Bird Avenue was Xuandu Temple. To the east was Daxing Charity Temple. Hence, Li Chunfeng had seen the abbot of Daxing Charity Temple before. Master Huikong? Then who is that monk? Li, you didn't think that she would be able to see such an important person like Huikong just by watching the show. She couldn't help but open her small mouth with a face full of surprise. Then she pointed at the monk in the west and asked. Li Chunfeng shook his head and said, I don't know. Look, Divine Monk Du Yi is going to attack. At this moment, several people around them suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Li Yu and Li Chunfeng immediately focused their attention on the 2 monks. The monk in the red cassock bowed with one hand and said, Thank you for your kindness, brotherly Amitba. It has been more than 40 years since the Tantric Buddhism was introduced to the Tang of the East, but it has been declining and declining in your hands. This has made the Buddha sad. Huikong, you can't escape the blame. Why don't you abdicate and let me take your place to promote Buddhism and manage the Daxing Shan Temple? Tantric Buddhism of India? This monk is from Tantric Buddhism of India. Li Chunfeng was shocked when he heard that. Taoist Li, is Tantric Buddhism of India very powerful? What does it have to do with Master Huikong? Li Yu was confused. Li Chunfeng nodded and said, "Of course. Actually, Master Huikong is also from Tantric Buddhism of India. Daxing Charity Temple is the ancestral court of Tantric Buddhism of the 8 sects of Buddhism. It was the royal temple of the Sui Dynasty and one of the 3 major scripture translation centers in Chang. And during the reign of Emperor Kai Huang, Tantric Buddhism of India came to Chang and then translated scriptures at Daxing Charity Temple. Master Huikong is Tantric Buddhism's last disciple." "Oh, so this divine monk Du Yi came from India to compete with Master Huikong for the position of the abbot?" Li Yu nodded and said softly. Li Chunfeng pursed his lips and did not say anything. He felt that things were not as simple as Li Yu said. Master Huikong looked at the monk in the kasaya expressionlessly and bowed with one hand. Then he said, "What do you mean by decline? And what do you mean by glory? A monk should jump out of the secular world. Du Yi, you are still too stubborn." "Humph, people don't believe you, and Buddha doesn't protect you. You are not declining." Monk Du Yi snorted and said, "Today, I will show you what Tantric Buddhism of India is really like." Having said that, he turned to look at the people around him and said, "Amitba, patrons, although the path is far away, I can still use recent events as proof. Buddha is merciful and protects all Buddhists in the world. Today, this penniless monk will use a trivial matter to let all of you understand that Buddha always protects the world." The crowd cheered when they heard that. "Great. Divine Monk Du Yi is finally going to make his move. Finally, I can broaden my horizons. I heard that Divine Monk Du Yi is the reincarnation of a true Buddha. He can summon the wind and rain. His dharmic powers are boundless. Really? How can it be fake? You will know if you don't believe me." Chapter 1495. Du Yi handed the Buddhist staff in his hand to a little monk beside him. Then he put his palms together and chanted a few incantations solemnly. His entire temperament instantly became sacred. People could even hear the Sanskrit chants descending from the sky. Faced with such a strange scene, the surrounding people's faces suddenly became solemn. They put their palms together and faced Du Yi as if they were on a pilgrimage. "Amitba, gods and Buddhas, disciple Du Yi respectfully invites Buddha to descend and bless the world." At this moment, Du Yi suddenly used his deep and magnetic voice to speak loudly. Then he took out a golden alms bowl and asked someone to bring a bowl of clear water. He poured the clear water into the golden alms bowl. Du Yi nodded to the little monk behind him. The little monk immediately took 3 incense sticks and lit them up. He inserted them into a small copper tripod. Smoke lingered around. After the people smelled the special fragrance, they felt refreshed and refreshed. Du Yi placed his right palm in front of his mouth and performed a Buddhist salute. Soon after, he began to murmur, "In this boundless world, all the Buddhas, including Mahabodhisattva and Mahasattva, will gather. Praise Shakyamuni Buddha for being able to overcome the evil world." His chanting speed was extremely fast. At the beginning, people could still hear what he was chanting. However, towards the end, they could not hear anything clearly. It only made people feel that the Buddhist scriptures were extremely obscure and profound. However, bathed in the Sanskrit chants, the people only felt that their bodies and minds were free and comfortable. In the 3,000 boundless worlds, vegetation, forests, rice, hemp, bamboo reeds, mountains, rocks, and dust, everything is counted as a Ganges river. A Ganges river sand. A realm. Within a realm, a dust is a tribulation. Within a tribulation, all the accumulated dust is a tribulation. When the flowers bloom, the Buddha nature is revealed. In the heart, there is a spiritual mountain. Open. As time passed, Du-Yi's expression became more and more solemn. As he chanted, his voice became louder and louder. All of a sudden, he opened his eyes like an angry Arhut Vajra. He used his right hand to form a seal and pointed at the golden alms bowl that was filled with clear water. Following his last word, "Open," a magical scene appeared. Without any warning, an emerald green stalk grew out of the golden alms bowl. The stalk grew longer and longer, followed by a lotus leaf. Moreover, the number of lotus leaves kept increasing. When there were about 4 or 5 lotus leaves, a pink flower bud suddenly grew out of the lush greenery. Under the sunlight, the bud slowly bloomed. A moment later, a lotus flower bloomed proudly in front of everyone's eyes. Reflecting the noon sun, it looked incomparably bright. Witnessing such a spectacle with their own eyes, everyone was stunned. Lotus blooming in clear water, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the process of a lotus blooming for several months was revealed in just half an incense stick's time. If this was not the power of the gods and Buddhas, what else could it be? Lotus appeared out of thin air. The Buddha has appeared. The Buddha has appeared. Someone shouted, and the crowd knelt down in front of Du-Yi. They put their palms together and said, "Greetings, Buddha. May the Buddha bless our entire family, so that we can be safe and sound. May the Buddha bless my mother, so that she can recover quickly. May the Buddha bless me so that I can become rich. May the Buddha bless my wife so that she can give birth to a fat child for me this time." In an instant, the people had all kinds of wishes. Li Yu's eyes widened. She tugged at Li Chuanfeng's sleeve and whispered, "Wow, Priest Li, this divine monk Du-Yi is so powerful. I clearly saw that there was nothing in the golden alms bowl except for clear water, but he could make a lotus bloom. It's so magical. Could this divine monk Du-Yi really be the reincarnation of a god? That's not right. Mr. told me before that there are no gods or Buddhas in this world." Li Chunfeng shook his head and said, "Although I can't tell what method Du-Yi used, he's definitely not the reincarnation of a god." Priest Li, why are you so sure?" Li Yu asked curiously. Li Chunfeng pursed his lips and did not know what to say. He could only say, "Intuition. I think you're jealous of divine monk Du-Yi's supernatural powers." Li Yu curled her lips and said softly. Li Chunfeng almost vomited blood when he heard that. At this moment, monk Huikong, who was opposite Du-Yi, was expressionless. He held a Buddhist bow with his right hand and said, "Amitabha, the lotus flower in the clear water is like the moon in the water. Everything in sight is illusory. Du-Yi, you're so good at Buddhism, but you're using it to confuse the masses. That's ridiculous. I advise you to repent before it's too late." Huikong, you don't have the ability to communicate with the gods and Buddhas, yet you're slandering me. You're being disrespectful to the Buddha. Aren't you afraid that the Buddha will punish you? Hearing this, Du-Yi's gaze focused as he glared hatefully at Huikong and said. Abbot Huikong's expression did not change. He said, "Amitabha, I have a clear conscience. Why would I be afraid of the gods and Buddhas?" Du-Yi sneered and said, I can't be bothered to argue with you. I asked you out today to compete in Buddhism. Now that I've used my magic, it's your turn. Let the people of Chang and be the judge and see whose Buddhism is more profound." Huikong closed his eyes and recited 2 lines of Buddhist scriptures. He then said, "Amitabha, I don't know your magic. I only know how to recite Buddhist scriptures, promote Buddhism, save the world, and persuade the people to be good. I'm willing to admit defeat in this kind of battle." Du-Yi's eyes flashed with surprise. He then could not help but laugh and said, "Ha ha, save the world, save the world, save the world. I'll show you what it means to save the world and save the world." Then He held the golden bowl with the lotus and turned to look at the people who were kneeling on the ground. He was about to speak when he looked at Li Chunfeng and Li Yu. He said unhappily, "Why aren't you two kneeling when the gods and Buddhas are descending?" Because everyone around them had knelt down, only Li Yu and Li Chunfeng were still standing. Moreover, these two people were standing at the front, so they were particularly conspicuous. Just now, Du Yi was debating with Wukong, so he had no time to observe the situation around him. Now that he turned around, he happened to see these two living people standing. How could he bear it? The rest of the people who were kneeling on the ground looked at Li Yu and Li Chunfeng angrily after hearing Du Yi's question. Li Yu blushed and did not know what to do for a moment. Li Chunfeng's expression did not change. He bowed and said, "Master, please don't blame me. It's not that I don't respect the gods and Buddhas, but I only believe in the Jade Emperor and the 3 pristine Taoist ancestors. That's why I can't kneel." Du Yi's expression turned slightly better when he heard that. "So you're a friend from Taoism. Then please stay here and observe the ceremony. Feel the holy light of Buddhism." Then Du Yi glanced at Li Yu, who was beside Li Chunfeng. He didn't say anything, probably because he didn't want to argue with the girl. He turned to the people kneeling on the ground and said loudly, "Everyone, listen to me. Amit Ba, dear benefactors, this lotus is the lotus under the Buddha. This water is the holy water of Jasper Lake. The Buddha said, when the flower blooms, one can see the nature of Buddha. There is a spiritual mountain in one's heart. If you can see the water lotus, it means that you are fated with the Buddha. The Buddha is compassionate to all living beings, so he specially gave me the holy water of the divine lotus to cure all diseases. Therefore, the holy water of the golden bowl can cure all diseases in the world. Eating the lotus leaves can prolong one's life without any pain or worry." Wow! As soon as Du Yi finished speaking, the surrounding people were in an uproar. According to Du Yi, the water in the golden alms bowl could cure all kinds of diseases, and the lotus in the clear water could prolong one's life. Wasn't this the effect of a divine object in the heavens? As a mortal who would not want to drink the holy water and eat a lotus leaf. Therefore, the people kneeling on the ground went crazy. "Divine monk, my leg hurts when it rains. Please give me a drop of the holy water of Jasper Lake. In the future, this old man will definitely abstain from meat and pray for the divine monk day and night." "Master, my mother has been suffering from abdominal pain recently. Please do me a favor and give my mother a drop of the holy water of Jasper Lake. I will go to the temple tomorrow to buy some incense money. Please give me a drop of the holy water of Jasper Lake. I am willing to donate 100 strings of incense money. I have been suffering from headaches recently. Please give me a lotus leaf. I am willing to donate 200 strings of incense money." Soon, the scene almost turned into an auction. Previously, the monk Du Yi used the ability of clear water lotus, which made everyone completely believe that he was the reincarnation of the true Buddha. So now, naturally, no one doubted that the water in his golden alms bowl could cure all kinds of diseases. There were millions of diseases in the world, and there were always some that could not be cured. For some rich people, as long as their diseases could be cured, they were willing to fork out some money. Therefore, in order to get a few drops of the holy water, the rich people began to throw money at it. Li Chunfeng, who was standing at the side, frowned imperceptibly. Seeing this, Li Yu quickly asked in a low voice, "Master, can the water and lotus really cure all diseases and prolong one's life? Should I go and ask for a piece too?" Li Chunfeng replied without hesitation, "Impossible! I am not good at medicine, but ever since I entered Yanhuang College, I have often talked with Master Sunday. There is no such thing as a miracle medicine that can cure all diseases in this world. However, your body is fine. Why do you want to ask for water and lotus like those people?" At the end of his sentence, Li Chunfeng looked at Li Yu with a puzzled expression. Li Yu said, embarrassedly, "Didn't divine monk Du Yi say that the lotus can prolong one's life? I want to live for a few hundred more years." A few hundred more years. Li Chunfeng's mind was in a mess. He decided not to talk to this mischievous girl for the time being. He felt that the generation gap was serious. Well, Li Chunfeng had to know what the generation gap meant first. Amit Ba, Buddha will help those who are fated. I will choose a few donors who are in urgent need of treatment to come forward and drink the holy water, Du Yi said loudly in the midst of the commotion. Then the crowd quieted down. Everyone looked at Du Yi with eager eyes and prayed that he would choose them. Almsgiver, come forward. Du Yi pointed at the old man who said that his leg hurt and said, "And master, you called for me?" Although the old man was the first to speak, when he heard that the rich people behind him were all willing to pay a few hundred incense sticks, he suddenly felt that he had no hope. Now that Du Yi chose him first, he could not believe it. "That's right. Donor, please come forward." Monk Du Yi nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, master." The old man bowed respectfully, then limped out of the crowd and came to Du Yi's side. Du Yi asked someone to bring a teacup and poured some of the water from the golden alms bowl into the teacup. He then passed it to the old man and said, "Donor, drink it quickly. Let's see if your leg will be better." "Thank you, master." The old man received the teacup with both hands respectfully. Then he held the teacup to his mouth impatiently and drank it in one gulp. At this moment, there were already thousands of people around. Thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the old man without blinking. They all wanted to see if Du Yi's holy water could really cure all diseases. My leg doesn't hurt anymore. It's much better now. It's amazing. It's amazing. Thank you, divine monk. Thank you, divine monk. After the old man drank the tea, he paused for a moment and tried to walk 2 steps. Then he shouted excitedly. Wow! The surrounding people were in an uproar. This time, those who were sick became even crazier. "Master, master, master, please give me a bowl of holy water. I'm willing to pay 300 strings of incense money. Master, I'm willing to pay 400 strings of incense money. Master, please give me the Jade Lake holy water. Master, I'm willing." Seeing that the people were so crazy, Du Yi revealed an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. He made a Buddhist salute and said in a loud voice, "Amit Ba, benefactors, please don't be impatient. Listen to this poor monk." Hearing this, the people quieted down. Du Yi pointed at the old man and said, "This benefactor's leg disease has been around for a long time. Just now, half a bowl of holy water didn't completely cure it. He needs to take another bowl of holy water in half a month to completely cure it." Master, where can I get the holy water in half a month?" The old man was in a dilemma. Du Yi smiled and said, "Although this poor monk is a member of Tantric Buddhism, I've already joined the Dragon Sect. The Dragon Sect's mission is to help those in need. If you're willing to join the Dragon Sect, as a disciple, you can enjoy a bowl of holy water every half a month." "There's such a good thing? Master, this old man also wants to join the Dragon Sect. What do you think?" The old man said excitedly. The eyes of the other commoners also lit up, their faces filled with eagerness. Du Yi said solemnly, "Amit Ba, if you join the Dragon Sect, you have to obey the sect's rules and believe in Buddha. You have to abstain from meat and pray to Buddha every day. Are you willing?" "I'm willing. I'm willing." The old man couldn't wait to reply. Du Yi nodded and said, "Good. then this poor monk will make the decision to accept you as a member of the dragon sect. In the future, you have to abstain from meat and pray to Buddha, accumulate virtue, and do good deeds. Yes, Master. The old man put his palms together and bowed. Master, I want to join the dragon sect too. Master, I beg you to take me in. At this time, the surrounding people began to scramble to join the dragon sect. Each of them had a fanatical expression, and the scene was very lively. Chapter 1496. Huikong, how is it? Are you convinced of your loss? On the Vermilion Bird Avenue, after agreeing to let a group of people join the Heavenly Dragon sect, Monk Du Yi turned to look at Huikong and said provocatively. Huikong was expressionless. He was neither sad nor happy nor angry and did not say a word. Seeing this, Du Yi revealed a victorious smile and said, Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. This poor monk will not compete with you for the position of the abbot of the great Xing Shan Temple. You should guard your temple well. There is a Buddhist temple in Xinfeng County called the Heavenly Dragon Temple. This poor monk has been there recently. If Master Huikong is free, you are welcome to fight with this poor monk at any time. After saying that, Du Yi no longer paid attention to Huikong and turned to leave. But before he left, he looked at the vast number of believers in front of him and said loudly, Amitabha benefactors, those who have passed my test and can become a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect, please go to the Heavenly Dragon Temple in Xinfeng County tomorrow morning. At that time, you will officially become a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect, and I will preach to you on the spot. Okay, Master is going to preach tomorrow. Then I have to go no matter what. Thank you, Master. I will definitely go to the Heavenly Dragon Temple tomorrow. Farewell, Master. Farewell, Master. In the warm farewell of the people, Du Yi held the golden alms bowl in his hand and the Buddha staff in his hand. With the attitude of a victor, he left. Let's go. Enter the palace. Li Chunfeng turned around and saw Li Yu was in a daze. He hurriedly said, Oh. Li Yu came back to her senses and responded. She followed behind Li Chunfeng, and after a few steps, she could not help but ask, Taoist priest, why do I feel that this monk Du Yi is not here to fight with Master Huikong today? Li Chunfeng did not confirm nor deny, but smiled faintly and asked, Why do you think so? Li Yu frowned and said, I feel that he just wants to use Master Huikong's fame to attract more believers and let the people join his Heavenly Dragon sect. However, he does have some ability. He was actually able to clear the water lotus and make Great Master Huikong willingly admit defeat. She was not a stupid person. On the contrary, she was very smart. At the beginning, Du Yi used the clear water lotus to amaze her. But later on, Du Yi used the opportunity to create a Heavenly Dragon sect to entice the commoners to join the sect. In Li Yu's opinion, this was somewhat impure. Li Chunfeng was silent for a moment before he said, I'm afraid that the Dragon Sky sect's background isn't simple. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's quickly enter the palace and meet the emperor. Yeah. Qing Shui Lian, Heavenly Dragon Church. Li Er had just finished his lunch and was about to take a nap in the Sweet Dew Hall when a servant came to report that Li Yu and Li Chunfeng were seeking an audience. Li Er did not reject the two of them and welcomed them with open arms. Naturally, Li Er did not believe the rumors about him and Li Chunfeng that were spreading among the commoners. This was because he had personally experienced the situation during the solar eclipse. He knew better than anyone what Li Chunfeng had said at that time. However, after Li Chunfeng described what he had seen and heard on the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Li Er's interest was instantly piqued. He sat up straight and looked at Li Chunfeng. Li Shirlang, in your opinion, is this divine monk Du Yi really the reincarnation of a Buddha? Li Er had always been interested in the immortals. Although Li Zixuan had confidently told him that there were no immortals in the world, but what if there were? It had to be said that Li Er had always had a trace of hope in his heart. However, it was just a fluke. He would not send a large number of people to search for the illusory immortals like Qin Shi Huang. Old Li was a person who knew how to restrain himself. Hearing the trace of hope in Li Er's voice, Li Chunfeng quivered and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I dare to say that this Du Yi is not the reincarnation of a Buddha. The purpose of his battle with Master Huikong today is probably to attract the commoners to join his heavenly dragon sect. Your Majesty, please understand." Li Er frowned and said, "Then how do you explain the clear water lotus in front of everyone?" Li Chunfeng cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, although I can't see the mystery behind the clear water lotus, I think it's just a slightly better illusion technique. If Du Yi is really the reincarnation of a Buddha, why is he unknown before? Your Majesty, please don't believe in the reincarnation of a Buddha so easily." Whether it was for the benefit of Taoism or his responsibility as a subject, Li Chunfeng had to dispel Li Er's fantasies about the immortals. Otherwise, if Li Er believed in Du Yi's evil and summoned him and put him in an important position, it would be troublesome. Illusion technique? Are you saying that the clear water lotus is just an illusion technique? Li Er was curious and asked. Li Chunfeng nodded and said, "Your Majesty, in Taoism, there are the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and Chimen Duanjia. In Buddhism, there are also supernatural powers and illusions. This Du Yi is from the Tantric sect of India. As far as I know, there are very few high monks who don't know illusions. Your Majesty, please consider it rationally." Li Er nodded thoughtfully. After a short pause, he said, "If it's really an illusion technique, then this Du Yi is bewitching people. I'll send someone to investigate the origin of this heavenly dragon sect and their intentions. You don't have to worry about it anymore." Your Majesty is wise. Li Chunfeng cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, in order to save the locust plague, Mr. traveled thousands of miles to the various counties to provide relief. Now, there are many unfavorable rumors about Mr. Your Majesty, please help Mr. to clear Mr.'s name." At this moment, Li Yu stood out and bowed to Li Er. Li Er nodded and said, "I've heard about the rumors about the Duke of Yong, and I've already ordered people to investigate the source of the rumors. When the time comes, I'll definitely give the Duke of Yong an explanation. I'm not a muddle-headed ruler. I won't believe in slanderous rumors." Li Yu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Your Majesty is wise. I'm impressed." Li Er couldn't help but laugh and said, "You little girl, what benefits did the Duke of Yong and give you for you to speak up for him like this?" He always felt that Li Yu was very familiar. There was an indescribable feeling that was very close to him. That was why he gave Li Yu the title of a gold medal reporter. Moreover, his attitude towards Li Yu was more tolerant. If it was someone else who said this to him, he would definitely punish them for the crime of gossiping about the imperial court. However, since it was Li Yu who brought it up, he didn't have any thoughts of getting angry. Li Yu quickly said, "Your Majesty, Li Yu isn't speaking up for Sir. I'm speaking up for justice. Even if I don't say anything, I'm sure Your Majesty knows what kind of person Sir is. However, the rumors about Sir are endless. Not only that, aren't there many rumors about Your Majesty among the people?" Li Er's face darkened. Li Chunfeng had mentioned those rumors before, but he said it in a more tactful manner. Now that Li Yu said it again, it was the same as exposing his scars again. Looking at everything together, I feel that there must be someone with bad intentions behind this. They want to incite the people to be dissatisfied with Sir, the imperial court, and even Your Majesty. Although I'm just a little girl, Sir said that everyone has a responsibility for the rise and fall of the world. I hope your majesty can treat this matter seriously and not let those evil people succeed. Li Er's face turned solemn. He had indeed thought about the mastermind behind this, but he didn't expect Li Yu to have such thoughts. He couldn't help but look at Li Yu with praise and said, "What you said isn't without reason. I'll order the Supreme Court to investigate this matter. You don't have to worry." Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Your Majesty is wise. I'll take my leave then." "I'll take my leave too," Li Chunfeng said. Li Er nodded. After the two left, Li Er's face turned gloomy. The rumors that Li Chunfeng had told him earlier kept echoing in his mind. This plague of locusts is God's punishment for the emperor for killing his brother and imprisoning his father. The solar eclipse earlier represented God's warning to His Majesty. His Majesty didn't listen to Li Chunfeng's advice. He didn't practice benevolence and didn't repent sincerely. That's why this plague of locusts is caused. These rumors could be said to be a dagger dipped in poison, stabbing straight into Li Er's heart. As an emperor, Li Er knew the importance of the people's hearts more than anyone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said to Li Zishuan in prison, "The emperor is the boat, and the people are the water. The water can carry the boat, but it can also capsize the boat." He agreed greatly. It was because he knew the importance of the people's hearts that Li Er was so angry that someone was spreading rumors against him and shaking the hearts of the people. Especially at the end of last year, the 1,000-year-old Chui family was directly trampled by the angry people. Li Er deeply understood the importance of the people's hearts. Those who were spreading rumors now were similar to Li Zishuan's method of dealing with the Chui family last year. They wanted to use the power of the people and the power of public opinion to achieve their own goals. Obviously, someone wanted to destroy his roots. Naturally, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He had to fight back. Zhao Song. Previously, I asked the 100 Cavalry Division to investigate the rumors about Li Zishuan. How's the investigation going? After a long silence, Li Er suddenly opened his mouth and asked coldly. Zhao Song bowed and said, "Your Majesty, so far we've caught 5 people who deliberately spread rumors and incited the people. However, these people are very tight-lipped and refuse to admit to their crimes." Li Er's eyes were cold as he said, "Then use torture. As long as we can confirm that they're deliberately inciting the people, then use torture, regardless of life or death." Li Er could feel that in the peaceful kingdom there was actually a huge unstable factor hidden in it. He had to do something, or else when the person in the dark finished all the arrangements, it would be too late for him to make a comeback. At this time, why would he care about the life and death of those suspects? Zhao Song shuddered. He understood that Li Er was really angry. He quickly bowed and said, "This old servant obeys." Li Er thought for a while and ordered, "This dragon sect also needs to be thoroughly investigated. Immediately send out a spy from the 100 Cavalry Division. Before tomorrow night, you must give me a result." Zhao Song cupped his hands and said, "Understood." Other than that, order the Wu Ho government to strengthen the patrols in Chang and City to prevent people from using this opportunity to stir up trouble. Order the Yanhuang colleges, Ma Zhou. The recent Tang daily needs to focus on the current rumors and refute them. Do not let the people be misled by scoundrels and do illegal things. After a moment of silence, Li Er ordered again. "Understood." Zhao Song cupped his hands and said. Li Er waved his hand and said, "Send the order as soon as possible." This old servant will take his leave. Zhao Song cupped his hands and left the hall. "Dragonhead, we already have 3,000 followers in Chang and City. With these followers, we can establish a firm foothold in Chang and City and develop more followers. Xinfeng County, in a secret room under the Sky Dragon Temple, the monk Du no longer had his previous arrogance. Instead, he respectfully reported to a masked man. So this man was the dragon head of the dragon sect. Previously, the rumors about Li Zishuan and Li Er in Chang and city were spread by him. The iron-masked man nodded and said, "And you did well. We are new here, so we need the support of a group of followers to establish ourselves in Chang and city. But in your opinion, is it really impossible for Abbot Huikong to cooperate with us? You guys are from the same sect, and he won't even give you this bit of face?" Dewey performed a Buddhist bow and said, "Dragonhead, although Huikong is a member of the Tantric sect, he has lived in the central region for decades and has long regarded himself as a Tang person. In my opinion, he will definitely not cooperate with us." Hearing this, the iron-masked man sighed and said, "What a pity. Huikong has quite a reputation among the nobles in Chang and city. If he can be used by us, our plan is at least half successful." "Ha ha, Dragonhead, why are you so disheartened?" Du-Yi smiled and said proudly, "Since Huikong is not willing to cooperate with us, then we will develop our own followers. Today, this poor monk used some means to recruit 3,000 followers for my dragon sect. In time, this poor monk's reputation and connections in Chang and will definitely surpass Huikong's." The iron-masked man nodded. After a moment of silence, he said, "In that case, we will have to trouble you. There is not much time left for us. Li Zishuan is more astute than others. We must complete all the arrangements before he returns to Chang, and otherwise, he will definitely see through us. After everything is done, the position of Nation Master will definitely belong to you. At that time, why do you have to go back to India to suffer?" Dewey said with joy, "Thank you, Dragonhead. I will do my best to help Dragonhead accomplish your great task." Due to the cover of the mask, the iron-masked man's expression could not be seen. He continued, "Your Jade Lake holy water is very good. Remember to prepare more. The followers of the dragon sect will increase. When the time is right, I will order all the followers of Qingzhou, Qizhou, Cangzhou, and Jizhou to come to Chang." And Dewey narrowed his eyes and said with a somewhat evil smile, "Dragonhead, don't worry. I have a lot of Jade Lake, holy water here. I guarantee it will be enough." "Ha ha ha. Good. Tomorrow's lecture will depend on you." The iron-masked man laughed loudly. "Yes, sir." Dewey smiled and cupped his hands. Chapter 1497. The next morning. "All right, Rinbiao, you don't have to send me off. Go back quickly." Li Zishuan looked at Wang Rinbiao and said in the pavilion outside Yong County in Qizhou, "In more than 2 days, all the locusts in Qizhou had been wiped out by the Sky Rooster Brigade. Therefore, Li Zishuan planned to leave Qizhou with the Sky Rooster Brigade and head to the next destination. As for Wang Rinbiao, after this guy was nourished by love, his body was now very healthy. Didn't you see Li Jingchu standing next to him like a little bird? Thinking back to how strong she was in the past, who would have thought that after confessing her feelings to the person she loved, she would become like a little girl? Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Women were indeed unpredictable creatures. However, he didn't know that some women's strength was just a layer of shell used to protect themselves. Once they found someone to rely on, they didn't need to disguise themselves anymore, because their other half would protect them. "Send me off again. Xiao Xian, you've helped me so much this time, but I didn't treat you well. Now that you're leaving after helping me, I should send you off no matter what." Wang Renbiao said with a face full of reluctance. Li Zishuan's trip to Qizhou this time had indeed helped him a lot. First, he had helped him eliminate the locusts, and second, he had helped him solve his emotional problems. It could be said that He had untied the knot in his heart. This kind of great kindness, no matter how much he thanked him, it would not be enough. Lisa Schwan said with a smile, "Ha! Isn't there a saying that even if you send someone off 1,000 miles, you will have to part in the end? You and I will meet again, if fate wills it. Now that the locusts are here, I have to hurry to the other affected states to eliminate them as soon as possible. I can't stay in Chizhou any longer. On the other hand, Ren Biao, if the eldest princess knows about the matter between you and Miss Li, she will definitely strongly oppose it. You should be mentally prepared in this regard." At the end, Li Zixuan's face became serious. Wang Renbiao's face stiffened. He had obviously thought about these problems before, but the happy life of the past 2 days had made him choose to temporarily avoid these problems. Now that Li Zixuan had brought it up in front of him, all those troublesome matters immediately floated to the surface of his mind. "Little Xian, don't worry. Little Chu and I are already mentally prepared. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, no matter how many people oppose us in the future, we will advance and retreat hand in hand and walk down together. We will never leave each other, and we will follow each other in life and death." Wang Renbiao held Li Jingchu's hand and said firmly. At this time, Li Jingchu also said, "Marquis, don't worry. I will walk down the road with Renbiao in the future. Even if the eldest princess opposes it, even if everyone says that I am a shameless bad woman, as long as Renbiao needs it, I will always stand with him." After saying that, the two of them seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding. They looked at each other, their eyes full of determination and love. When Li Zixuan saw this, he suddenly felt that he was unnecessary here. In order to prevent himself from being a third wheel, he quickly said, "Since it's like this, then I can be assured. Renbiao, Miss Li, if you need my help in the future, just ask. I can't manage the Wang family's internal matters, but I can still help with the Wang family's external matters." Wang Renbiao said gratefully, "Many thanks." In the past, he did not need the help of others, but it was different now. Since he chose to be with a commoner girl, he had to be prepared to break off relations with his family and even be kicked out of his family. The Taiyuan Wang family's young master that everyone envied before, without the support of his family, could become a commoner. In this kind of situation, Li Zixuan was still willing to extend a helping hand to him. This meant that this was true friendship. How could Wang Renbiao not be grateful? How could he not be moved? Li Zixuan nodded and said, "All right, you guys take care of yourselves. Renbiao, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, so you need to recuperate for a period of time. With Miss Li here, I definitely don't need to worry about this. Let's part ways here. See you again someday." Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu both cupped their fists and said in unison, "Little Xian Marquis, take care. See you again someday." Li Zixuan nodded. Suddenly, he looked at Lung Yuyao and said, "Miss Lung, you take care too." Lung Yuyao, who was standing to the side, looked up at Li Zixuan and cupped her fists. "Marquis, take care. See you again someday." Li Zixuan responded. Then he mounted Big White and turned to leave. The Sky Rooster Brigade had already left under Old Who's lead. Their next stop was the Lan province, because he had received a letter from his father-in-law asking for help yesterday. It was a letter from Wang Qingxing, the county magistrate of Yifang County, who had asked Han Tianhu to send Li Zixuan a letter. The letter said that some counties in the Lan province had also encountered a locust plague. Han Tianhu hoped that Li Zixuan could bring the Sky Rooster Brigade along. How could Li Zixuan refuse? Coincidentally, after leaving the Lan province, he could head east and bring the Sky Rooster Brigade to meet up with Li Ku and Chen Chumo. Moreover, ever since Han Liqing went to Yifang County in the Lan province at the beginning of the year to take care of the 3 villages that Li Zixuan had bought for him, he had never returned to Lantian County. Iron Egg hadn't seen Han Tianhu for almost half a year. This trip was a good opportunity for the father and son to reunite. Your Majesty, according to our investigations, the Heavenly Dragon sect began to rise in the Qing province at the beginning of last year. Later on, it gradually began to develop followers in the Qi province, Tsang province, and Ji province. Because the Heavenly Dragon sect often provides porridge and treats the common people, it is deeply respected and welcomed by the people. There are even some local authorities that sometimes require the Heavenly Dragon sect's help. As for the monk Du Yi, according to Abbot Huikong of the Great Xingshan Temple, his Buddhist name is Shakyamuni Du Yi. He is a disciple of the Tantric Buddhism of India, and his master is the Venerable Dharmachitta of the Nalanda Temple. Nalanda Temple is the holy land of Buddhism in India, and the Venerable Dharmachitta is the most famous monk in India. It is said that he is more than 700 years old, but he has the face of a man in his 30s. The Indians call him the Living Buddha. At noon, Li Junxian arrived at the Sweet Dew Palace and reported to Li Er. Due to the urgency of Li Er's order yesterday, the entire 100 Horsemen department had been mobilized in order to find out what Li Er had told them as soon as possible. Including him, he hadn't slept a wink since he received the order yesterday. However, his efforts had paid off, and he had found out something. That is Nalanda Temple, Dharmachitta. Li Er frowned. This Dharmachitta is really more than 700 years old. Li Junxian had a troubled expression. This subordinate has no way to investigate this, but according to Abbot Huikong, Dharmachitta is very profound, and he is the most likely venerable to become a Buddha in the past thousands of years. In fact, this venerable Dharmachitta did indeed have a great background. Dharmachitta, also known as Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Ali Dragon Bodhi, and so on, was born in India, now India. He was the direct disciple of Dragon Fierce Bodhisattva and was the 4th generation founder of Tantric Buddhism. Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva had ascended to the Holy Land, and his divine power was unimaginable. His virtue was known throughout the 5 heavens, and his name spread far and wide. It was said that when Xuanzang traveled to India to study, he met Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva at the eastern border of the Great Forest. Seeing that Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva was about 700 years old and looked like he was in his 30s, he decided to learn Buddhism from him. Thus, from a certain perspective, Tang Xuanzang could be considered Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva's disciple. In fact, in another few decades in the Kaiyuan era, Dragon Wisdom Bodhisattva, who was also Dharmachitta's other disciple, Shan Wei, would also come to Great Tang. According to the official records, Shan Wei was deeply favored by Tang Xuanzang, and he became the revered state teacher. At this moment, Li Er nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he asked, "How many members does the Heavenly Dragon sect have now? Who is the person in charge?" Li Junxian clasped his fists. "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Dragon sect has around 3,000 members in Chang, and as for how many members there are in the other 4 provinces, this general has yet to find out. According to our investigation, Shakyamuni is the venerable of the Heavenly Dragon sect, and he has a hall master and a dragon head. However, the dragon head of the Heavenly Dragon sect has always been mysterious, and it is said that very few people have seen it. I heard that Shakyamuni has a holy water called the Jade Lake that can cure all illnesses." Li Er couldn't help but frown. He stood up and walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back. "I didn't expect the Heavenly Dragon sect to have hidden in our Great Tang for so long and have so many members. In the long run, they will be a great threat to the imperial court. Wait, if the Heavenly Dragon sect has risen in Qingzhou, why haven't we received any reports from the Qingzhou provincial governor? This general doesn't know. Li Junxian clasped his fists. However, according to the intelligence obtained by the 100 Horsemen Department, not only will the local officials not resist the Heavenly Dragon sect, they will even welcome them. This is because the Heavenly Dragon sect has a holy water called the Jade Lake that can cure all illnesses. Firstly, it can help the local officials treat their illnesses. And secondly, if the officials suffer from a difficult illness, they will inevitably seek help from the Heavenly Dragon sect. Li Er was displeased. Humph! Preposterous! The local officials should be unconditionally loyal to the imperial court. If that's the case, won't they be suppressed by the Heavenly Dragon sect? It's fine if the Heavenly Dragon sect is wholeheartedly benevolent, but if they harbor evil intentions, won't these local officials become accomplices? Li Junxian decisively shut his mouth, not daring to interrupt. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't say a word when it came to the affairs of the imperial court because he understood what his duty was. After a few moments of silence, Li Er's anger somewhat subsided. He muttered, "Did you manage to interrogate those 5 people who were intentionally spreading rumors? Are they related to the Heavenly Dragon sect?" To tell the truth, Li Er really wanted to obtain evidence of the Heavenly Dragon sect's crimes, so that he could use this opportunity to arrest all of them. For the great Tang, this would remove an unstable factor. Li Junxian clasped his fists. "Your Majesty, even though those 5 were tortured to the point of fainting from the pain, they were still unwilling to say anything. Now, 2 of them have been tortured to the point of death, but they would rather die than tell us why they spread the rumors." Li Er's face instantly turned so gloomy that it seemed like water would drip from it. "Preposterous. Then continue to arrest them and torture them. We don't believe that they'll all be so stubborn," Li Junxian hesitantly said. "Your Majesty, if we make such a big fuss, we might harm the innocent, and if word gets out, the court might criticize us and harm Your Majesty's reputation. Your Majesty, please reconsider." Although the cavalry were very cautious in arresting people, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any innocent among them. Moreover, if the court learned of this, they would fiercely object. Li Er's brow furrowed, and after a few moments of thought, he said, "Be more cautious when arresting people and more discreet when interrogating them. We must find out as quickly as possible if these people spreading rumors have any connection to the Heavenly Dragon sect." Li Er felt that he could no longer be overly cautious. He had to be decisive, or else it would be too late once the mastermind behind the scenes had finished setting up. Li Junxian's heart trembled as he clasped his hands. "This general obeys the decree." "Father." Lan Province, outside the gates of Yifang County, Li Zishuan and the Sky Chicken Brigade had arrived before noon. Lan Province's provincial governor Zhou Wenfang, Yifang County's county magistrate Wang Chengxing, a group of officials from the government and county offices, and Li Zishuan's father-in-law Han Tianhu had all been waiting to welcome them. As the procession reached the gates, Iron Egg saw that extremely familiar figure and couldn't help but ride over. In the past, when Han Lijing was at his side, Iron Egg would often complain that Han Lijing was meddling too much. But after being separated for nearly half a year, Iron Egg only missed Han Lijing. Han Lijing quietly stood in front of the gates, not cheering or crying. It wasn't that he didn't want Iron Egg, but there were so many officials standing next to him that he needed to maintain his calm and self-control. Otherwise, wouldn't he make a fool of himself and cause his son-in-law to lose face? "Father, are you feeling well?" Iron Egg took the lead and rode his bicycle to Han Lijing. He quickly got off the bicycle and parked it at the side. Then he stepped forward and said excitedly, "Ha, your father's body is fine. You don't have to worry about me." Han Lijing smiled with great relief. Then, he looked at Iron Egg from head to toe and couldn't help but nod. You've become darker, thinner, and taller. Iron Egg, you've done well this time. More or less, you've accumulated some merit. Also, you've gained a lot of knowledge along the way, right? Seeing Iron Egg grow from a naughty kid, who only knew how to play with mud to his current state, how could Han Lijing not feel gratified? His daughter had married a kind-hearted and capable person, and his son was becoming more and more promising day by day. Han Lijing now had no regrets. He had no more desires. Ha, Brother Han, you've given birth to a good son. He'll definitely be successful in the future. Lan Province's provincial governor, Zhou Wenfeng, stroked his beard and laughed. Han Lijing hurriedly said, No, it's fine as long as this brat doesn't cause any trouble for me. How can he bear the provincial governor's love? Zhou Wenfeng smiled and didn't say anything because Li Zishuan had already arrived. Lan Province's provincial governor, Zhou Wenfeng, greets Marquis. Yifang County's county magistrate, Wang Qingxing, greets Marquis. Greetings, Marquis. Li Zishuan jumped down from his horse. Zhou Wenfeng, Wang Qingxing, and the other officials came forward to salute him. Chapter 1498. Provincial Governor Zhou, County Magistrate Wang, there's no need for such formalities. Outside Yifang County's city gate, Li Zishuan approached the group of officials and said with a smile, I came to Lan Province to exterminate locusts. You don't have to worry about me. If you have official business to attend to, go ahead. Li Zishuan was a pragmatic person and didn't like to engage in such superficial formalism. However, Zhou Wenfeng and the others had come out of the city to welcome them out of good intentions. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face, so he had no reason to blame them. Zhou Wenfeng's eyes flashed. He was surprised, but his expression returned to normal after a while. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, Marquis is a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I admire you for your devotion to the public. Speaking of this, he turned to the group of officials behind him and said with a serious expression, Did you all hear that? If you have official business to attend to, go back to the Yamen immediately and don't make any mistakes. Lan Province's capital was Yifang County, so Zhou Wenfeng's words were not only directed to the subordinates of the provincial governor's office, but also to the officials of Yifang County's Yamen. Yes, the 30-odd officials standing behind couldn't help but look at each other. After a while, they cupped their hands and said in unison. Zhou Wenfeng pointed to the hundreds and thousands of people around him and said to Li Zishuan with a smile, Marquis, these people came to welcome you on their own accord after hearing the news. I didn't ask them to come. I can't chase them away. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and looked at the people around him who were looking at him with anticipation. Li Zishuan said loudly, Folks of Lan Province, I'm here so you don't have to worry about the plague of locusts anymore. The sun is so hot, everyone should go back and eat. This afternoon, the Sky Rooster Brigade will head to the villages to exterminate the locusts. Actually, on their way here, they had met quite a number of enthusiastic citizens. Li Zishuan was naturally aware of the pleas of the citizens. It was noon, and the scorching sun was blazing above their heads. It was as if it was going to burn people to death. Therefore, Li Zishuan didn't waste any time. With just a few words, he made the citizens feel completely at ease. Thank you, Marquis. Thank you, Marquis. Li Zishuan's voice was very loud, and almost all the people around him heard it clearly. Hearing this, they couldn't help but cheer loudly and express their gratitude. Let's go back and eat, Li Zishuan said kindly. After receiving the reply they wanted from Li Zishuan, the citizens did not stay any longer and left in satisfaction. The Sky Rooster Brigade is finally here. The locusts in our county should be wiped out soon, right? Of course. It's said that the Sky Rooster Brigade only took 2 days to exterminate the locusts in Chijo. Good boy. So fast. Hey, we still have to thank Master Han. Do you know why the Sky Rooster Brigade came to Lon directly after exterminating the locusts in Chijo? Why? Because Master Han is the father-in-law of the Marquis of Yong, and Willow Village, Namping Village, and Kaiyang Village were originally bought by the Marquis of Yong, and for Master Han. Now that our Lan province is suffering from a locust plague, how could the Marquis of Yong and not help? Oh, I remember now. It seems like there is such a thing. Speaking of which, the farmers in these 3 villages are close to the coal mines and iron mines. Just by working in the mines, they can earn a lot of money every month. Who asked the coal mines and iron mines to belong to the Marquis of Yong, and the Marquis of Yong, and is famous for being nice to his subordinates. Before this, although Li Zishuan had never been to Lan Province, many citizens in Lan Province had received Li Zishuan's kindness, especially the citizens of Yifang County. This was because Li Zishuan not only owned coal mines, but also iron and aluminum mines. Although mining would pollute the local environment, ever since Han Lijing came here, he had been using the method that Li Zishuan taught him to treat sewage. Therefore, after half a year, the local environment was not polluted much. Instead, the citizens earned a lot of money working in the mines. Marquis, this official has prepared some light wine in the residence. There are no delicacies, only some ordinary home-cooked meals. I hope that Marquis will honor me with your presence. Outside the city gates, Li Zishuan and Han Lijing exchanged a few words. At this moment, Zhou Wenfeng stepped forward and cupped his hands. Actually, this lunch banquet was not just a home-cooked meal. However, after seeing Li Zishuan's actions, Zhou Wenfeng guessed that Li Zishuan did not like their extravagance and waste. Therefore, he changed the delicacies into a home-cooked meal. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "A home-cooked meal is just right. I'll have to trouble Provincial Governor Zhou to prepare some home-cooked meals for the children as well." Regarding Zhou Wenfeng's character, Li Zishuan had heard from Han Lijing that he was a smart person who knew how to curry favor with his superiors, but would not overly curry favor with them. This kind of person could not simply be defined as a corrupt official, because he was not corrupt. He only knew a little about the way to curry favor with his superiors. Compared to an upright and plain-spoken official like Wei Zheng, under normal circumstances, people like Zhou Wenfeng, who knew how to curry favor with his superiors and knew how to be flexible, would do better. Therefore, Li Zishuan did not have any bad feelings towards Zhou Wenfeng, but he also did not have a good impression of him. Moreover, his father-in-law, Han Tianhu, was still in Zhou Wenfeng's territory. He did not need to embarrass Zhou Wenfeng over such a trivial matter. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, Li Zishuan agreed to Zhou Wenfeng's invitation. Under Li Zishuan's exemplary leadership, the lunch in the provincial governor's residence ended very quickly. It only took about half an hour from start to finish. After lunch, Li Zishuan bade farewell and led the group of children out of the county town to kill the locusts. Of course, Han Lijing followed behind them. Along the way, not only did iron eggs stick to Han Lijing, the children of the Han family manor also liked to surround Han Lijing and call him Lijing nonstop. Although Han Tianhu was no longer in the Han family manor, the children did not treat him as an outsider. Along the way, he left behind a trail of laughter. It was very lively, looking at the noisy children around him. Han Tianhu could not help but sigh. "I never thought that these little rascals who only knew how to play with mud and dig out bird nests would become heroes who saved the world after learning the art of controlling chickens from Hu Jing and Hu Gua." "Ha ha, It's not easy for them to be heroes. At this moment, Li Zixuan interrupted. It's only been 8 days since the locust plague happened, and these children have already traveled hundreds of miles. Many of the children's backs are peeling from the sun, and they have rashes all over their bodies. They can only sleep on their stomachs at night. I've let these children down. I've made them suffer. He was also speaking from his heart. This season was the hottest season of the year, and yet he had brought these children everywhere to help with the disaster. In the eyes of others, they were heroes, but the price of being a hero was too heavy for these children. In just a few days, the children were all tanned by the sun. It was impossible for Li Zixuan not to feel guilty. Xiaoxian, don't say that, Han Lijing said in a low voice. These children have suffered a little, but what they have seen and learned along the way is enough for them to use for the rest of their lives. To be able to follow you to kill locusts and gain experience is their honor. When they grow up, they will be grateful to you. Li Zixuan shook his head and did not reply. Suddenly, Li Zixuan caught a glimpse of a particularly large pond in front of them. The pond's topography was lower in the south and higher in the north. The most important thing was that its shape was very strange. The part near the north was built with stone dams. Seeing this, Li Zixuan quickly reacted. He pointed at the pond and asked, "That pond must be the sewage treatment pond father-in-law had people repair, right?" When Han Tianhu had complained to Li Zixuan about the serious water pollution near the iron and coal mines, Li Zixuan not only bought the 3 villages near the iron and coal mines, but also taught Han Tianhu some methods to treat the sewage. One of them was the sewage treatment pond. Han Tianhu looked in the direction Li Zixuan was pointing at, then nodded and said, "That's right. That's the sewage treatment pond. There are 2 other ponds like this near the iron mines. After using this thing, the sewage has indeed decreased a lot. It's because of this that no one objected to us mining." Li Zixuan nodded and praised. "And that's right. We can't just bury ourselves in mining and ignore the feelings of the locals. Otherwise, we'll become a rat that everyone wants to beat up. That should be our iron mine, right?" As he spoke, Li Zixuan pointed to a small hill in front of them. They could vaguely see a lot of people on the hill. Han Tianhu looked at it and then replied, "Yes, that's right. That's our iron mine. It's also the largest iron mine in the Lan province. Today, the iron mine is transporting a batch of ore to Lantian County. Fubin couldn't leave, so he didn't come. Xiaoxian, do you want to go take a look?" After pondering for a moment, Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Of course, I have to go take a look." Now, more and more iron was being used in the workshops. Carriages needed iron, bicycles needed iron, and weapons and armor needed iron. Moreover, it was an astronomical number. Now that he was in Yifang County, he could go to the mines to take a look and see if he could increase the mining capacity. "Fubin, come out quickly. Look who's here." When they arrived at the mines, Han Li directly shouted towards the inside. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man with dark skin and a thin figure quickly walked out from the shed. "Uncle Han, Marquis, you're here." The young man first greeted Han Tianhu. Then when he saw Li Zixuan, he couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly went forward and bowed respectfully. "Marquis, I know you're going to Yifang County at noon, but I couldn't leave at that time. So, this young man is Fubin." Li Zixuan waved his hand and smiled. "No matter. You did the right thing. Business is more important. There are so many people welcoming me. You won't make a difference, right? Hey, you're tanned and thinner than before. Looks like you've suffered a lot here. Do you want me to transfer you back to Lantian County?" Just by looking at Fubin's tanned and thin appearance, it was obvious that he had suffered a lot here. If he was now fair and fat, Li Zixuan would suspect that this young man had been eating and drinking all the time. Marquis, I'm not suffering. I'm not suffering at all. Hearing this, Fu Bin shook his head like a rattle drum and quickly said, Han Tianhu laughed. Hee hee. This young man has taken a fancy to Registrar Zhang's daughter. Xiao Xian, if you ask him to go back now, how would he be willing? I think even if you were to chase him away with a knife, he wouldn't leave. Li Zixuan heard this and couldn't help but ask, Oh, Fu Bin, you've taken a fancy to Registrar Zhang's daughter? Sure. You young man, do you want me to help you matchmake? Fu Bin didn't even think and rejected. No need, Marquis. How could I trouble you with such a small matter? Furthermore, she might not even like me. At the end of his sentence, Fu Bin's face turned red like a monkey PG. Li Zixuan was also an experienced person. How could he not see that this couple was about to become a couple? He smiled and said, All right, then I won't interfere. But when the both of you get married, I will be attending the wedding banquet. Oh, if you have time, go back and visit Faubert. He is getting older. A trace of shame flashed across Fu Bin's face when he heard that. He nodded and said, And after I'm done with my work, I will make a trip back. Faubert didn't have any children and had always treated Fu Bin as his own son. Fu Bin knew this very well. Li Zixuan nodded and didn't dwell on this matter. He said seriously, Xiao Bing, how is the iron mine's production now? When it came to serious matters, Fu Bin's face immediately turned serious. He quickly replied, Marquis, this iron mine can now mine about 5,000 caddies of ore a day. Under normal circumstances, we have to send a batch of iron ore out of the warehouse every 3 days. Oh, last month, I found that the quality of the ore deeper underground is better, and there are more of it. I got someone to dig a mine that is 4 to 5 feet deep and plan to mine from the bottom. This way, we can mine at least twice as much iron ore. The ancient people couldn't dig tens of meters deep into the ground like the modern people. At that time, due to the lack of advanced machinery and technology, most of the ore they mined was near the surface. Fu Bin could think of using a mine to mine directly from the bottom. This was considered a new approach. However, this method of his could easily lead to danger. What? Mine? Li Zixuan's face changed and quickly said, Where is this mine? Bring me to take a look. Fu Bin saw Li Zixuan's face and had a bad feeling, but he couldn't think of what he did wrong. He could only bite the bullet and said, Marquis, the mine is over there. Follow me. Okay. Under Fu Bin's lead, Li Zixuan came to a 1-meter deep, bottomless pit. Above the pit, there was a rotating device similar to the one above the well. It should be used to pull people or goods. Marquis, do you think there is anything wrong with this mine? After a while, Fu Bin asked. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, Xiao Bing, it is good that you can think of this method. But this method is risky. Chapter 1499. Risks? Marquis, what risks are there? In ancient times, most of the mining was done close to the surface. Some of the ore was even directly exposed to the surface. So Fu Bin couldn't think of any risks at the moment. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment, then said, Firstly, if it rains due to the terrain, the rainwater will gather in the mine, which is definitely a threat to the safety of the miners. Secondly, the deeper the mine, the less air there is, the more likely the miners will suffocate to death. Thirdly, and this is also the most serious point, if the mining route and the size of the mine are not strictly controlled, it is very likely that the mine will collapse. When that happens, no one will be able to come out, and the casualties will be disastrous. No one can bear the responsibility for this. After hearing Li Zixuan list out the risks, Fu Bin's face instantly turned pale. Although his skin was already tanned, it was still very obvious that his face was pale. Marquis, then why don't I get someone to fill up the mine? Fubin was scared. Although he was almost half a gangster in the past, and although he was now the manager of an iron mine, and could be said to have great power in his hands, he didn't dare to get involved in a murder case. Yeah, Xiao Xian. Since mining in this mine is so dangerous, why don't we fill it up to prevent the miners from losing their lives? Besides, this mine is so deep. What if a playful child comes here to play and accidentally falls in? The ore near the surface of this iron mine is enough for us to mine for another 2 years. There's no need to take such a risk. Han Tianhu, who was beside him, also said with concern. Li Zishuan frowned and didn't say a word. He was also weighing the pros and cons in his heart. When it came to mining, if there was a large amount of, or on the surface, then the best choice was, of course, to mine on the surface. Not only was it simple and convenient, but the mining efficiency was also much higher. Because the surface area was large, it was convenient for more people to mine at the same time. However, the problem was that the ore on the surface was often limited. Most of the ore was distributed below the surface. Just like this iron mine, the ore on the surface probably didn't even account for 1% of the total reserves. Should he give up eating for fear of choking, or should he face the difficulties head-on? This was a question worth pondering. After pondering for a long time, Li Zishuan said, "Don't fill it up yet. This mine is only 4 to 5 feet deep. If we can control the path and the size of the mine, well, the risk is relatively low. Xiao Bing, in the future, when the miners are mining in the mine, the tunnel must not be more than 10 feet wide. Also, you need to plan the mining route in advance. You cannot dig through 2 tunnels. In addition, the mine could only be dug from the depth of the mine. It couldn't be dug any further. The deeper it went, the greater the risk. Before the miners entered the mine, they had to use torches or candles to check if there was enough air underground. They also had to build a drainage ditch above the mine to prevent rainwater from entering the mine. Do you remember all these? A depth of 4 to 5 feet was only about 10 meters. In fact, it wasn't that deep. Most modern mines were about a few hundred meters deep. The world's deepest mine, Mbanig Mine, was more than 4,000 meters deep. Therefore, in comparison, as long as the safety measures were in place, there shouldn't be any danger in this mine. Of course, more importantly, Li Zishuan wanted to try mining underground. As Tang Dynasty's industrial base became more and more complete, the demand for all kinds of ores would increase. The ores on the surface would not be able to meet the demand. By that time, they would have to mine from underground. Rather than not knowing anything at that time, it was better to start accumulating the experience and skills of mining underground. This way, they could be prepared when the time came. Fubin was actually a little scared at this time. After listening to Li Zishuan's words, he hesitated and asked, "Marquis, is this really okay? There won't be any deaths, right?" Li Zishuan stared at Dong Xuebing, but he thought about it again. Sometimes, it might not be a bad thing to be timid. Take Fubin, for example. If he had the guts, he would have started using the mine method to mine. Also, the depth of the mine would definitely be more than 10 meters deep. If that was the case, the miners here would have already lost their lives. As long as you do as I say, everything will be fine. This is also a good opportunity for you to increase your knowledge and experience. You have to come here often to check on the mine to prevent accidents. After thinking for a while, Li Zishuan looked at Fubin and said, Fubin gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. During this time, I will keep an eye here and do everything according to Marquis' instructions." Li Zishuan nodded and suddenly remembered something. He said seriously, "Xiao Bing, you can use the mine to mine the iron mines, but you cannot use this method at the coal mines. No matter how shallow the mine is, you cannot use it. You understand?" Fubin was puzzled and asked, "Marquis, why is that so?" Dong Xuebing really had this thought. Since the iron mines can be used to mine the mine, then the coal mines should be able to do it too. Mining in a mine is more efficient than mining in an open pit. After all, mining in an open pit requires the soil to be removed from the surface. Mining in an open pit can be done directly from the mine. Li Zishuan said seriously, "Don't ask why. Just do as I say. Remember, do not dig on top of a coal mine. I would rather waste more manpower digging in an open pit than dig on top of a coal mine. Or else, a lot of people will die. A coal mine is different from an iron mine. If you dig a mine, there will be gas inside. This gas will explode when it comes in contact with a flame. To light up the mine, you must have special explosion-proof lamps. If not, the mines will explode. With the current conditions, explosion-proof lamps can't be manufactured in a short period of time." So, Li Zishuan asked Fu Bin to give up on the idea of digging on top of a coal mine. Hearing that a lot of people will die, Fu Bin trembled and quickly said, "Okay, Marquis, don't worry. I will remember. I will definitely not dig on top of a coal mine." Li Zishuan nodded and walked around the mine 2 more times before leaving with Han Tianhu. Then, under Han Tianhu's lead, Li Zishuan went to the other nearby mines to inspect. He felt guilty. Ever since he got these mines from Li Er last year, he hadn't seen them in person. Now that he was in Lan Province, how could he not take the opportunity to take a look? However, after looking at the mine, Li Zishuan felt a little bloated. In his previous life, people often joked, if you charge a few thousand yuan for a game, you must have a mine at home. XXXXX, you have a mine at home. Now, Li Zishuan really wanted to say, yes, I really do have a mine at home, and not just one. After visiting the mines, it was almost dusk. Zhou Wenfeng sent someone to invite Li Zishuan and the children to dinner, but Li Zishuan politely declined. That night, he and the children planned to stay at Willow Village where Han Tianhu lived. It was a good opportunity to understand Han Tianhu's life here. It's right in front. When the sun set, the children in the fields officially finished work. Under Han Tianhu's lead, a large group of people and chickens marched towards Willow Village. Han Tianhu said to the children as he walked, "You've all been tired for the day. Later, eat as much as you want. I see that some of you were too embarrassed to eat too much for lunch. You must be starving now, right?" As soon as Han Tianhu's voice fell, the children immediately began to chatter. Yes. I didn't dare to eat after eating 2 bowls of rice in the afternoon. I was afraid that the official would laugh at me. I didn't dare to eat after eating 5 drumsticks. Li Zheng, are there drumsticks tonight? Is there fatty meat tonight? Hearing this, Han Tianhu laughed. Yes, chicken, duck, fish, and fish are all available tonight. Eat as much as you want. Whoever pretends to be polite and doesn't dare to eat too much, I'll kick that person's ass today. Although he said this, Han Tianhu's eyes were filled with kindness. He was really happy today. Many of the children in front of him grew up under his watch. Of course, some of them were even beaten up by him when they were young. After being in a foreign land for more than half a year, Han Tianhu also missed the people in the Han family manor. Now that he saw these children, he felt as if he had already returned to the Han family manor. That kind of homesickness could only be experienced by those who had been wandering around for years. Oh, I want to eat 4 bowls of rice tonight. I want to eat 10 drumsticks tonight. I want to eat 2 bowls of meat. The children instantly cheered. They were all from the same manor. These children had always treated Han Tianhu as their own uncle. Naturally, there was no need for them to be polite. Unlike when they had lunch at the provincial governor's residence, they had to be considerate of others. Tonight, they could eat as much as they wanted. "Father-in-law, can you prepare dinner for so many of us by yourself?" Why don't I send someone to the city to invite a few chefs over? Li Zixuan helplessly shook his head as he looked at the group of brats trying to eat Han Tianhu poor. Then he said worriedly, "After all, Han Tianhu was alone here without any companions." Han Tianhu smiled and waved his hand. "Hee, no need, no need. A few of the villagers have already prepared dinner for you at my house an hour ago. It's just right for you to go back now." From Han Tianhu's tone, the villagers here should have a good relationship with him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the initiative to cook for him. Also, I have already arranged for the children's sleeping quarters. For those who have empty rooms, I will arrange one for each family. Xiao Xian, don't worry. The villagers are very easy to talk to. I have already informed them in advance. The children won't be mistreated if they sleep at their place at night. Seeing that Li Zixuan didn't say anything, Han Tianhu added on. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Since father-in-law has already made arrangements, then of course I'm not worried." Han Tianhu's love for these children was no less than his. Li Zixuan naturally didn't have any reason to worry. "Yo, Tianhu, you're back. This is Marquis, right? This humble one, Ma Jiang, greets Marquis." After entering Willow Village, the group came to a courtyard. A bare-chested, burly man walked out from the door. That burly man first greeted Han Tianhu, then noticed Li Zixuan, and hurriedly bowed to Li Zixuan. "No need to be so polite. This Marquis is here to freeload a meal." Li Zixuan nodded and joked. However, he had some doubts in his heart. This person in front of him actually called Han Lijing Tianhu. This was very rare. One must know that even in the Han family manor, when the villagers saw his father-in-law, they would only call him Lijing. Almost no one would call him by his name. This could only mean that the burly man in front of him had a close relationship with Han Tianhu. "Xiao Xian, Ma Jiang is my brother. During the battle in Yunzhou, he and I were both part of Duke Yi's personal army. After the world was peaceful, he also retired," Han Tianhu said to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was startled. He then cupped his hands towards Ma Jiang and said, "So that's how it is. Then this junior should be the one greeting Uncle Ma." This was not only to give face to Han Tianhu, but also out of respect for a soldier who had risked his life for the great Tang Empire. Ma Jiang originally thought that this marquis in front of him was very easygoing, witty, and not at all arrogant. However, when he saw Li Zixuan bowing to him, he was startled. He hurriedly turned his body and said in a fluster, "Marquis, you can just call me Old Ma. I don't deserve to be called Uncle Ma. I really don't deserve to be called Uncle Ma." Li Zixuan said with a serious face, "Since you are my father-in-law's former brother on the battlefield, then you deserve to be called Uncle Ma." No. I can't. Marquis, please don't call me Uncle Ma." Ma Jiang was so anxious that his forehead was sweating. He was at a loss for what to do. At this time, Han Lijing said, "Little Xian, Old Ma, let's not get entangled in this. The children are still hungry. Is the meal ready?" Ma Jiang hurriedly said, It's ready. My wife, Shanzi, and the other family's wives are all inside. They have also prepared the pheasants and hares sent by the villagers. There are 6 tables in the courtyard. They will help to serve the dishes in a while. Tianhu, I will go back and tidy up the house. Later, you can let the children sleep in my house." Han Lijing hurriedly said, "What's wrong? Old Ma? You don't want to eat before going back." Ma Jiang waved his hand and said, I don't want to eat. I was just smelling the meat in the kitchen, and I was already full. The house is very messy. I have to go back and tidy it up. The children have been tired all day. I have to let them have a good night's sleep, right? Marquis, I will go back first." After saying that, Ma Jiang cupped his fists towards Li Zixuan. Without waiting for Li Zixuan's reply, he hurriedly ran away. The villagers were simple and honest. If it were anyone else who had the chance to eat with Li Zixuan, they would definitely lick his face and stick to him. For example, in the afternoon at the provincial governor's office, Zhou Wenfang and Wang Qingxing's subordinates. However, Ma Jiang was different. He would only feel uneasy when eating with Li Zixuan. Go, go, go. Let's all go in and eat. Han Lijing didn't mind. He waved his hand and called out to the group of children behind him. Oh, let's eat. The devilish brats burst into cheers and immediately swarmed into the courtyard like a swarm of bees. Chapter 1500. The banquet lasted from sunset until the moon was high above the willow tree branches. The reason why the banquet lasted so long was not only because the children could eat too much, but also because the banquet was too sumptuous. There were too many wild animals sent by the villagers. Of course, the most important reason was that the banquet was held at Han Tianhu's house. The children could eat as much as they wanted here, and they had more freedom than they did in Qizhou. Therefore, the banquet was quite lively. One could hear the laughter in the courtyard from the entrance of the village. Outside the courtyard, a group of villagers had already gathered. These villagers had come to pick up the children to sleep in their respective houses. There were a total of 49 households. Originally, 50 children would correspond to 50 households, but Iron Egg would definitely stay with his father at night. So only 49 children would sleep in the villagers' houses. The fields in Kaiyang village had all been swept by the Sky Pheasant Brigade this afternoon. Now, there were almost no locusts left. The villagers naturally knew who the credit was, so in order to let the children have a good night's sleep, many villagers gave up the cleanest room and the softest bed in their house for the children from Han Village and Mei Village to sleep in. All right. Hurry up and wash up, then sleep. Listen carefully. Don't make a fuss at night. Seeing that the children had eaten and drank to their heart's content, Han Lijing stood up and said loudly, "Don't worry, Lijing. We definitely won't make a fuss at night." "Yes, we definitely won't make a fuss." "Ha. Nyo, do you wet the bed at night?" Who? You're the one who wet the bed." The children played around for a while, then left the courtyard under Han Tianhu's lead. The villagers who had been waiting outside the door came forward one by one. Each family took one child and repeatedly promised that they would not let the children suffer in their own homes. Then they turned around and left with the children. This scene was just like a modern-day kindergarten where parents picked up their children at the school gate after school. "Father-in-law, your house is quite big." After dinner, Li Zixuan took Iron Egg to visit Han Lijing's new home. After walking around for a while, Li Zixuan couldn't help but exclaim. It was a house with 3 courtyards, about the same size as the Li family's house in Cham and city's Yongla Lane. There were pavilions, rockeries, ponds, and so on. However, many places looked as if they hadn't been cleaned for a long time. Fallen leaves, weeds, and dust were everywhere. If this house is too big, it'll be troublesome. According to my original plan, having a place to stay here would be enough. When Han Lijing heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, "You know, the original owner of this house, Little Xian, it's Lu Shiren and his son." Li Zixuan and Iron Egg were both stunned. "Father, is Lu Shiren also in Willow Village? And how did his house become yours?" Iron Egg said in surprise. He had a deep impression of Lu Shiren and his son. When he was young, he and Han Yushi were oppressed by Lu Shiren and his son. Last year, Lu Haojian even seriously injured him. Li Zixuan pursed his lips and didn't say a word. Regarding Lu Shiren and his son in Willow Village, Han Lijing had mentioned it in his letter to Han Yushi. However, Iron Egg was busy with his studies at the academy and probably didn't see the letter. Han Lijing patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said, after Lu Shuren was chased out by the villagers of Plum Village, he came to Willow Village and became the landlord here. This year, I came here to buy land and coincidentally met him. Who knew that even though this guy came to Lan Province, he was still dishonest. He was rude and unreasonable in the village, oppressing people and committing all kinds of crimes. Then, he was arrested by County Magistrate Wang's men. His house in Willow Village became ownerless. The villagers didn't dare to live there because they were afraid of offending Lu Shuren. They were afraid that Lu Shuren would find trouble with them after he was released from prison. So, father moved in. Speaking of this, Han Lijing said helplessly, "It's just that this house is too big. How can I take care of it alone? Usually, I only take care of my own house. The other houses have been abandoned for a long time." This was also the reason why Han Tianhu didn't leave more children to live in his house. Those rooms that hadn't been cleaned for a long time would take a lot of time to clean up. It was already not easy to clean up 2 rooms for Li Zishuan and Iron Egg to live in. Father-in-law, you can buy some servants back. First, they can help you clean up the house. Second, they can take care of your daily needs. It's so convenient. Hearing this, Li Zishuan said with a smile. Although Han Tianhu's body was quite good, he was getting older. How could there be no one to take care of him? Han Lijing waved his hand and said, No, I'm fine living alone. What's the point of buying servants? Father, just listen to Master. If you don't have enough money, I still have some money here. I'll give it all to you. Iron Egg interrupted at this time. This child was starting to feel sorry for his father. Hey, you stinking brat. Your father wants your money? I'm just used to living alone. I don't want the trouble. Hearing this, Han Lijing couldn't help but pat the back of Iron Egg's head. Although he said this, his heart felt warm. All right, that's your room. Go wash up by the well and then sleep. After pausing for a moment, Han Lijing urged Iron Egg again. Oh, then I'll go to sleep first. Father, Master, you guys should sleep early too. Iron Egg knew that he couldn't persuade Han Tianhu. He stopped persuading him and prepared to sleep. Go. Li Zishuan nodded and replied. Iron Egg turned around and left. Li Zishuan picked up where he left off and said, Father-in-law, you definitely have to buy a slave. Otherwise, you'll be the only one living in such a large residence. What kind of person is that? I'll pay for it. Tomorrow, I'll get someone to help you find a few loyal servants. This wasn't a problem of money, nor was it a problem of being used to living alone. It was just that living in such an uninhabited house for a long time would make one feel more lonely. It was also a torture to one's heart. Seeing Li Zishuan's determined face, Han Lijing thought for a moment and replied, All right, let's just buy a few servants. Xiaoxian, you don't have to pay for it. I have more money than I can spend. After I'm done with this, I'll go buy some servants. Li Zishuan said suspiciously, Father-in-law, don't wait until we leave and change your mind. I think you should go buy some tomorrow. Han Lijing glared at him and said, angrily, You little brat. Do I look like someone who doesn't keep his word? Hee. What a joke. What a joke. Li Zishuan laughed dryly and suddenly asked, That's right. Father-in-law, how do you know that Ma Jiang? Did he used to live here? Han Lijing thought for a moment and said, That's right. Old Ma was originally from Willow Village. He joined the army first. I joined half a month later than him. When I first joined the army, I didn't know anything. With Old Ma's help, I didn't have to suffer a lot of beatings. Later, we were transferred to the personal guard camp and became the personal guards of Duke Yi. Back then, in the Battle of Yunzhou, we were heavily surrounded. I blocked an arrow for Duke Yi. Old Ma wasn't bad either. His martial arts were even better than mine. He killed dozens of Turkic soldiers alone. However, I had to return home early because of my leg injury. Old Ma waited until the world was at peace before he retired. He had a lot of military achievements. Logically speaking, he could use them to get an official position. However, he said that he didn't know how to be an official and didn't want to be one. He only wanted to go home to farm and accompany his wife and children. So he went back to Willow Village in Ifong. I didn't expect that we two old brothers would meet again in our lifetime. It's really fate. Lisa Schwan sighed and said, "That's really a coincidence." "It's really a coincidence." Han Lijing nodded. Then his face suddenly became sad. He sighed and said, "It's a pity that some people, no matter how coincidental, will never meet again." After saying that, Han Tianhu's figure became inexplicably lonely. His back also became bent, as if he had suddenly aged a few years. Li Zixuan's heart moved. He thought for a while and asked, "Father-in-law, are you thinking of your old comrades?" Han Lijing nodded and said, "Yes, yes. Many of us died in that battle. We couldn't bring back the bodies of our brothers. In the end, we could only bury them near the border of Yunzhou. Now that I'm living in Ifong, it's not far from Yunzhou. Every Qingming festival, I can go and pay my respects to my brothers. It's pretty good." Hearing that, Li Zixuan suddenly remembered that at the end of last year, Han Tianhu went to Yunzhou. After he came back, his temperament changed greatly. He became even more silent. Later, in order to help him deal with the sewage around the mine, Han Tianhu bought Willow Village, Nanping Village, and Kaiyang Village with his sponsorship. Then, he completely lived in Lanzhou. Now that he thought about it, Han Tianhu insisted on going to Yunzhou and living in Willow Village. Could it be that it was convenient for him to pay his respects to his old comrades? Father-in-law wanted to be the guardian of the heroes' graves. After comforting Han Tianhu for a while, it was almost late at night. Li Zixuan went to the well and took a simple cold shower. Then he went back to his room to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, the sky was not completely bright. The children who stayed in the villagers' houses had already come to Han Lijing's courtyard to have breakfast. In this era, many people did not eat breakfast in the morning. However, because the children had to lead the Sky Chicken Brigade to kill locusts in the morning, this was very tiring work. Therefore, Han Lijing still prepared breakfast for them. Breakfast was also very simple. It was porridge and flatbread. The flatbread was made before and only needed to be heated in the morning. It was a simple breakfast, but the children ate happily. "Xiao Xian, come with me to Yunzhou today. When we get there, I have something to tell you." Li Zixuan was eating porridge when Han Tianhu came over and said to him, "Yunzhou, father-in-law, why do you suddenly want to go to Yunzhou?" Li Zixuan was puzzled. Through the conversation last night, Li Zixuan knew that many of Han Tianhu's old comrades were buried in Yunzhou. However, today was neither Qingming Festival nor Chongyang Festival. Why did Han Lijing want to bring him to Yunzhou? "Don't ask, Xiao Xian. When we get to Yunzhou, you'll know. We'll go to Yunzhou in the morning and come back in the afternoon. It won't delay your work." Han Lijing shook his head and did not explain the reason. Instead, he insisted. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and then nodded. "All right then. We'll ride to Yunzhou later." After breakfast quickly, Li Zixuan led De Bai out while Han Lijing led a strong black horse. They were ready to set off for Yunzhou. As for the Sky Chicken Brigade, they had already instructed Iron Egg to make arrangements. Yesterday, Iron Egg was in charge of commanding the Sky Chicken Brigade, so there was nothing to worry about. After packing up, the two of them immediately set off. "Father-in-law, your black horse is not bad." On the road, a black horse and a white horse galloped to their heart's content. Li Zixuan saw that the black horse could actually keep up with Dabai's speed and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hee, I picked up this black horse. It's fate. Han Lijing said with a chuckle. Due to the fast speed of the horse, his hair and the corners of his clothes were blown back by the wind. He looked a little like an old man chatting with a young man. You picked it up? Where did you pick it up? Hearing this, Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment. This horse that he picked up could run so fast. How could he be so lucky? Hearing Li Zixuan's question, Han Lijing's expression was faintly smug. It's a coincidence. This year, I went to Yunzhou to pay respects to my brothers. On the grassland, not far away, I saw a black horse being chased by 5 grassland wolves. It was already bleeding from several bites. I've been to Yunzhou before, and knew that wolves would occasionally appear here. When I came, I brought a bow and arrows. I saw that the black horse was quite pitiful, so I drew my bow and shot 2 of the wolves. When the other 3 wolves saw that their companions were dead, they didn't dare to continue chasing. This black horse actually had some intelligence. It knew that I saved it, so it ran to my side and didn't leave. When I saw the wounds on its body, its hind legs and buttocks were bleeding, I hurriedly led it to a nearby county and found a doctor who could treat livestock to treat it. After a few days, its wounds were healed, but it didn't leave. It was as if it wanted to rely on me, so I took it as a mount. When Li Zixuan heard this, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. This horse knows how to be grateful. It's really intelligent. And looking at the speed of this horse, it's not inferior to some of the grassland's precious horses. Father-in-law, you've picked up a treasure. Han Lijing smiled indifferently. I'm not going to the battlefield now. I only go out to ride, occasionally. What's the use of a good horse? It's fine as long as it can run. Xiao Xian, if you need it, I'll give this horse to you. I heard from Yushi a while ago that His Majesty has appointed you as an adjutant of the Black Armored Army. How can you not have a good horse in the army? You'll be looked down upon by the soldiers. Li Zixuan smiled and refused. There's no need, father-in-law. My Whitey isn't inferior to your black horse. Isn't that right, Whitey? As he spoke, Li Zixuan patted the neck of Whitey's horse. Whitey seemed to understand that a horse wanted to steal its rice bowl. Thus, it completely became a runaway wild horse. It ran at full speed, and in the blink of an eye, it left the big black horse behind. Whitey can run so fast. Hiya. Han Lijing was surprised for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He quickly urged the black horse under him and chased after Li Zixuan. Chapter 15:01. Yifang County could be considered a county in the northern part of Lan Province, while Yun Province was to the north of Lan Province. Further north of Yun Province was the Great Steppe, where lived a group of valiant nomads, the Great Tang's mortal enemy, the Eastern Turks. After leaving Yifang County, the father-in-law and son-in-law rushed for an hour and arrived at the boundary of Yunzhou. Cloud Province was one of the 16 provinces of Yenyun between the Great Tang and the Turks. Since ancient times, it had been an important military base on the northern border, a barrier between the Great Tang and the Turks. There were not many people here, but many soldiers were garrisoned here. According to Han Lijing, Yunzhou County had 40 to 50,000 soldiers. Cloud Province only had one county under its jurisdiction, Yunzhou County. After reaching Yunzhou, Han Lijing had no intention of stopping. Instead, he continued to gallop northward. Li Zixuan wondered, could it be that my father-in-law wants to bring me to the border of the Great Tang? After galloping for another half an hour, Han Lijing finally stopped at the base of a mountain. Little Xian, this is Mount White. Han Lijing jumped down from his horse and pointed at the mountain range as he said to Li Zixuan, in the 6th year of Han Gaozu's reign, Han Xian rebelled in the Datong region and colluded with the Xiongnu to attack Taiyuan. Liu Bang personally led an army of 320,000 soldiers to meet the Xiongnu. First, they won at the Copper Rollers, and then they pursued until they reached Lufan. It was winter, and snow was falling, making the weather extremely cold. Although the Han army was 12 or 13, when they saw that the Xiongnu only had old and weak soldiers, they were even more eager to win. Ignoring the advice of the scouts, Liu Bang led the vanguard in pursuit of Mount White, but in the end, they fell for the Xiongnu's trap. Mao Dun Chanyu led his 400,000 cavalry to surround the Han army. The Xiongnu besieged Mount White for 7 days and 7 nights, leaving the Han army without food or water. The strategist Chen Ping advised Liu Bang to have Mao Dun Chanyu withdraw his army through marriage. Liu Bang agreed and sent someone to the Turkic camp to relay Liu Bang's proposal. At that time, the 320,000 soldiers that Liu Bang had brought were about to arrive at White Mountain. If Mao Dun Chanyu had not agreed, he would have been attacked from both sides. In the end, the Xiongnu retreated, and Liu Bang left thousands of corpses on White Mountain. However, the Great Han Dynasty also started a marriage alliance with the Xiongnu. Only during the Hanwu Dynasty did Wei Qing and Hu Xiubing attack the Xiongnu in the north to wash away the humiliation. Han Tianhu was originally from the Han family of the previous dynasty. His grandfather, Han Qinhu, was a pillar of the country and held a prominent position. Although Han Tianhu was only the son of Han Shai's concubine and was not favored in the family, he was much more knowledgeable than ordinary people. Therefore, he could easily recall these historical events. When Li Zixuan heard this, he could not help but fall silent. He did not know much about the Battle of Mount Baishan of the Western Han Dynasty. After all, he was not a history major in his previous life. However, he knew about the marriage between the Han Dynasty and the Xiongnu. Didn't Zhao Jun leave the fortress at that time? When Liu Bang first established the country, the national strength was not strong. It was indeed difficult for him to resist the Xiongnu, but to use women in exchange for peace is truly despicable. After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan opened his mouth to speak. Han Tianhu nodded his head vigorously and said emotionally, "Little Xian, you are right. This old man thinks the same way. Why should the good women of the Central Plains be sent to the Turks to be abused by those barbarians? Back then, when we followed the Qin king to the border, wasn't it so that the common people could live a peaceful life? Wasn't it so that our great Tang would not have to use women in exchange for peace with the Turks? Good men of the great Tang should die standing, not kneel and beg for the general interest, dragging out an ignoble existence. Therefore, thousands of good men of great Tang were buried at the foot of Mount Baishan. At this moment, the two of them led their horses around a bend and followed the direction that Han Lijing was pointing at. When Li Zixuan took a closer look, he was stunned. Thousands of mounds of different sizes were neatly arranged at the foot of the mountain. In front of each mound was a small wooden plaque that was about a foot long. He could vaguely make out the words carved on the wooden plaque. Clearly, this was a graveyard for thousands of people. In front of the thousands of mounds was a huge mound. It was so huge that even 20 people holding hands would not be able to encircle it. In front of the mound was a tombstone that was about 1 zhang tall. On it were the words heroes of Great Tang. Inexplicably, Li Zixuan felt like crying. The tomb at the front is full of soldiers whose bodies were incomplete and whose identities could not be identified. Back then, we didn't know their names, so we could only bury them here. Looking at the huge tomb in front of him, Han Lijing said faintly, "When Han Tianhu was young, he was looked down upon by the Han family's matriarch, and was forced to wander the Jianghu. He did not have much affection for the Sui dynasty. Later, Li Yuan raised his army from Taiyuan and broke through Chong, and with the momentum of wind and thunder, establishing the Great Tang Empire. In the following war, he was unstoppable and showed signs of pacifying the entire country. Suddenly, the Turks invaded the borders. It was also at that time that Han Tianhu officially joined the army and slowly became Qin Xiong's personal guard. In the war between Great Tang and the Turks, Han Lijing had experienced life and death. His feelings for his comrades and for his country had deepened. It was because of this that he volunteered to come to Lan province to guard the tombs of these heroes. Influenced by Han Tianhu, Li Zixuan also felt a little sad, especially when he thought of the people buried under this huge tomb. They had risked their lives for this country, but in the end, their corpses were not even pieced together. They did not even have a tomb of their own. Li Zixuan did not feel good about it. What he didn't know was that this was already considered good. In many dynasties, soldiers would bury their fallen soldiers in a mass grave after the battle. Like this, every soldier had a grave and a tombstone. This was already very humane. As for those incomplete corpses being buried in a mass grave, there was nothing that could be done about it. Li Zixuan walked up to the massive tomb and took a deep breath. Then he respectfully bowed to the tombstone. "You can go in peace. I will protect this great Tang for you. Little Xian, come with me." At this moment, Han Lijing sighed and walked up the mountain. He said to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan did not know what was going on, but he could only follow. Mount White was a mountain range that included many peaks. The peaks here were not steep, and the two could easily reach the top with their horses. "Little Xian, look over there." When they reached the top of the mountain, Han Lijing pointed to the north and said to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan looked in the direction of Han Lijing's finger and saw flocks of sheep on the grassland to the north of the mountain range. Near each flock of sheep, there were two people following them. They must be the shepherds who looked after the flock. "The Turks are actually herding sheep here. Aren't they afraid that the imperial court soldiers will rob their sheep?" Li Zixuan frowned. These flocks of sheep were not far from the border between Great Tang and the Turks. In Li Zixuan's view, these people dared to herding sheep here. Han Lijing shook his head and said, "No, they are not Turks. They are Han." Han. Li Zixuan could not help but ask in surprise, "Since they are Han, why would they be herding sheep on the grassland? Aren't they afraid of being robbed by the Turks?" Han Lijing closed his eyes in pain and sighed. He replied, "To be precise, they are Han who were enslaved by the Turks. They are all shackled on their feet and tied with ropes around their necks. The Turks raised them like livestock and forced them to work for them. After so many years, they can't escape, nor do they want to escape. If we send soldiers to rescue them, the Turks behind them will immediately shoot them down and then escape." Li Zixuan widened his eyes in shock. Hearing Han Lijing's words, he could not help but grit his teeth and clench his fists. He could not help but emit a thick killing intent. Li Zixuan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He then asked, "Father-in-law, why would the Han work for the Turks on the grassland? Were they captured by the Turks?" Han Lijing shook his head and said, "Some of them were captured by the Turks from the border counties. Most of them were captured by the Turks during the end of the Sui Dynasty, when the people of the Central Plains escaped from the chaos of war. These people, no one knows how many there are in total. It could be hundreds of thousands, or it could be 1,000,000. But no matter what, most of the Han people on the grassland were controlled by the Turks. They either became slaves, worked like cattle or horses, or were sent to the Turks' army. When there was a war, they were usually arranged to be at the front as human shields." Li Zixuan was shocked. 1,000,000? There are really so many Han people who fled to the Turks? Han Tianhu nodded and said, "Of course." Now Xieli Khan claims to have 1 million control bowstring warriors. So many people, where do you think they came from? Li Zishuan was speechless. He did not expect that among the 1 million control bowstring warriors of the Turks, there were actually many Han people. Xieli was really vicious to use Han people to attack Han people. In truth, Han Tianhu wasn't exaggerating at all. The Great Tang had just been founded, and its national strength was weak, but it had encountered the Eastern Turks, whose national strength was at the peak. This was a peak that had never been seen in the history of the Turks. In the Book of Sui, Biography of the Turks, it was written, "At the end of the Sui dynasty, there were many people returning to China. Then the Turks became strong and prosperous, and their power surpassed the Middle Xia." Their power surpassed the Middle Xia. These 4 words vividly demonstrated the strength of the Eastern Turks at that time. The Book of Old Tang, Biography of the Turks, also wrote, "Shibi Khan is an auspicious person, the son of the Khan who enlightens the people." When Sui Day succeeded the throne, the world was in chaos, and the people of China were running for it. His tribe was strong and prosperous, from Khitan and Shirwei in the east to Tuyuhan and Gaochang in the west. They were all subordinates. More than 1 million control bowstring warriors. The prosperity of North D was unprecedented. They looked down on Yin Mountain and had the ambition to belittle the Middle Xia. These were all descriptions of the strength of the Turks when Shibi Khan was at the end of the Sui dynasty and the beginning of the Tang dynasty. In stark contrast, the strength of the Turks during Ishbar-Khagan's reign was a completely different picture. In the Book of Sui, Biography of the Turks, it was written, "Ishbar-Khagan's bravery won the hearts of the people, and the northern barbarians all submitted to him. All of them became bandits, and he had 400,000 control bowstring warriors." From 400,000 control bowstring warriors to 1 million control bowstring warriors. How long had it taken? 30 years. Yes, only 30 years. In 30 years, the Eastern Turks could mobilize an army from 400,000 to 1 million. This meant that the number of people needed to mobilize an army had increased by 1.5 times. But the harsh environment of the steppe made it impossible to rely on natural population growth. Moreover, the 400,000 control bowstring warriors of Ishbar-Khagan's reign was a grand occasion before the Turks were divided into the eastern and western tribes. If one were to take into account the loss of population and army caused by the civil war of the Turks, as well as the sudden decrease in population and army caused by the division of the Turks into the east and west, as well as the loss of population and army caused by the several fierce attacks of the Sui dynasty against the Turks, then before the civil war of the Central Plains. When Shibi Khagan had just become the Khagan of the Turks, the number of soldiers in his army could not have exceeded 200,000. But after the internal strife of the Central Plains, countless Han sought refuge in Turkic lands, and the Eastern Turks rapidly expanded their army from 200,000 to 1 million. This meant that at least 800,000 Han elites of the Central Plains had joined the Eastern Turkic army. This sort of expansion speed could only be described as frenzied. Of course, not all Han were sent into the army, as the logistical support of 1 million control bowstring warriors was an astronomical number. The Turks alone would not have been able to support such a large army. Thus, even more Han were enslaved by the Turks. This was the result of countless Han of the Central Plains entering the Great Wall during the chaos of the Sui dynasty. As a result, the national strength of the Eastern Turks became unprecedentedly strong. Father-in-law, since there are so many Han in the Turks' territory, can you think of a way to have them work together to resist Xieli? When the time comes, the Great Tang can take advantage of the situation to send out troops, coordinating from the inside and outside. Even if the Turks have 1 million control bowstring warriors, what can they do? After a long silence, Li Zishuan suddenly asked. Little Xian, the human heart is a complicated thing. It's definitely not as simple as you think. Han Lijing shook his head and earnestly said, those great Tang civilians who were captured by the Turks, perhaps many of them still want to return to the great Tang, but those Han who took the initiative to join the steppe might not necessarily have their hearts on the great Tang's side. In the million-strong army of the Turks, there are at most 2 to 300,000 Turks, but how can 2 to 300,000 Turks control 7 to 800,000 Han? Have you ever thought about this question? Li Zishuan frowned, his face turning unsightly. Without waiting for his reply, Han Lijing expressionlessly said, although the Turks' control over the Han is very strict if they want to rely on this to control 7 to 800,000 Han, it's no different from wishful thinking. For so many years, the reason why the Han of the steppe did not cause any trouble is because some of them do not want to return to the great Tang. They are willing to serve the Turks, and in their bones, they have already forgotten that they are Han. Chapter 1502. Some of them did not want to return to the great Tang and were willing to serve the Turks. They had already forgotten that they were Han Chinese. Hearing those words, Li Zishuan felt his hands and feet turn cold. No, to be more precise, his heart turned cold. This was an expression of extreme heartache. At first, when he heard Han Lijing say that the Turks were using the Han people as the vanguard, he was angry. But when he heard that the Han people were willing to be the dogs of the Turks, his heart was immediately filled with anger. Extreme anger. Why? He really wanted to ask those who betrayed their ancestors, why? Did they really forget that they were descendants of the Yellow Emperor? Don't you feel that it's a little inconceivable? But this is the human heart. Seeing Li Zishuan's face turn green and white, Han Lijing sighed softly and said, especially in troubled times, the human heart is even harsher and more realistic. Why did those people choose to serve the Turks during the war at the end of the Sui Dynasty? Wasn't it to obtain the protection of the strong? That's right. At that time, the Turks were fully deserving of the title of the strong in the eyes of the people. Even now, many people still think so. During the chaos of the Sui Dynasty, the heroes of the Central Plains rose together. 18 rebellious kings fought for supremacy, but which of the rebellious kings did not curry favor with the Turks? There were even Turk soldiers who joined the armies of some kings to fight. So, who dared to say that the Turks were not strong? For the sake of this expert's protection, some of the Han people were willing to become the dogs of the Turks, even selling their lives for them. Little Xian, this is human nature. Those Han Chinese who were kidnapped by the Turks to the Central Plains as slaves are lamentable, but those who were willing to become the lackeys of the Turks and betray their ancestors are even more hateful, because in order to obtain the favor of their masters, they would also brandish their butcher's knife, when necessary, and viciously cut down their former compatriots. If you meet such people in the future, you must not show mercy. At this point, Han Lijing patted Li Zishuan's shoulder with a complicated expression and sighed deeply. Li Zishuan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. At this time, he had already calmed down. As someone who had transmigrated from the modern world, he knew the complexity of the human heart. Throughout history, similar situations could be said to be common. For example, the most typical example was the million-strong Ming army that surrendered to the Manchus at the end of the Ming Dynasty. After Li Zicheng conquered Beijing, the Ming army, which was originally serving the Ming Dynasty, saw that Li Zicheng was strong, so they flocked to him. However, Li Zicheng was overconfident. Unexpectedly, he used 60,000 troops to deal with Wu Sangui. Wu Sangui's 60,000 men were not dealt with. On the contrary, they were besieged and defeated by more than 100,000 Qing troops and Wu Sangui's combined forces. Furthermore, because Li Zicheng's torture in various regions was an enormous threat to the corrupt officials, landlords, and tyrants, it triggered their fierce counterattack. In order to suppress these rebellions and prevent new rebellions, he had no choice but to station a large number of troops in various regions. It was to the extent that after the defeat of the First Rock, he was unable to quickly mobilize a large number of troops to counterattack. In the end, he was forced to retreat step by step. At this time, the surrendered Ming army thought that the 8 banners of Manchuria were the strongest of the strong, so they all submitted to the 8 banners of Manchuria and fiercely chopped at Li Zicheng several times. In order to obtain the protection of the 8 banners of Manchuria, their counterattack against Li Zicheng's rebel army was extremely cruel, but also extremely tenacious. That brave and fierce fighting spirit was who knows how many times stronger than the 8 banners of Manchuria. Even Yongzheng later said, when Taizu Gao Emperor first established the Ming Dynasty, there were only 13 soldiers. Later, the 9 surnames master defeated the Ming Dynasty's 4 roads. When Taizu Zhang Huangdi entered the capital, there were only 100,000 soldiers. With 100,000 soldiers, he subdued 15 provinces. How could a single person be strong enough? At that time, the one who led the soldiers was the Ming Dynasty's general, and the one who wore the armor was the Ming Dynasty's soldier. What he meant was that when the Manchurian Qing invaded the Ming Dynasty, the 8 banners of Manchuria played a negligible role. Furthermore, because the Manchurian descendants from White Mountain and Blackwater had almost zero resistance to the smallpox virus wreaking havoc in the Central Plains and Jiangnan in the war south of the Huai River and Qinling Mountains, there were no real Manchurian soldiers at all. Whether it was the 10 days in Yangzhou or the 3 massacres in Jiading, whether it was sweeping through the remnants of the peasant army or attacking the remnants of the former Ming Dynasty, the ones who swung the butcher's knife were all the former Ming Dynasty soldiers who had shaved their heads and changed their clothes. There was no sign of the 8 banners of Manchuria soldiers at all. Speaking of which, what was the difference between the Han of the Central Plains who entered the Turkic lands to seek protection and the surrendered soldiers of the late Ming Dynasty? Perhaps they were originally wolves, but now they had been tamed into dogs. They were exceptionally friendly to their new masters, but exceptionally cruel to their former brethren. Father-in-law didn't bring the son-in-law here today just to show me these things, right? After seeing through the nature of those people, Li Zichuan felt a little tired. However, thinking that Han Liqing had specially brought him here, it probably wasn't just for this matter. Thus, he turned around and asked Han Tianhu. Han Tianhu pondered for a moment before saying, at the end of the 4th month, the great Tang destroyed Liang Shidu and pacified the Shuo side in one fell swoop. During this time, the Turks failed to rescue Liang Shidu and were defeated by the great Tang army. From then on, the great Tang and the Turks were already in a state of full preparation for war. As for when the war would begin, it would depend on His Majesty and Xieli's intentions. Little Xian, you're now an officer in the Black Armored Army. In the future war between the Great Tang and the Turks, you might even participate in it. The reason this old man brought you here today is to let you have a clear understanding of the current Turks. In the future, when you meet those people who have forgotten their ancestors on the battlefield, don't be merciful. In addition, this old man has a vague feeling that the war between the Great Tang and the Turks is coming soon, because 5 days ago, in the afternoon, I saw a few Turks on White Mountain. They went straight south from the Nyopi Pass, and I don't know where they went. Turks? Li Zichuan's heart suddenly jumped. He hurriedly asked, Father-in-law, are they really Turks and not Han? Han Liqing said with certainty, they're definitely Turks. Those few people's riding skills are superb, and the way they ride is different from the people of the Central Plains. This old man has fought with Turks before. On this point, I'm definitely not wrong. Hearing this, Li Zichuan couldn't help but frown deeply. he whispered to himself. Why did these Turks come to our great Tang? The Turks sneaking into the great Tang could be a big or small matter. If they came to spy on the military, it would be slightly better. However, if they came with some conspiracy, it would be difficult to deal with them. After all, the enemy was in the dark, while the great Tang was in the light. It would be easy for them to be ambushed. Han Tianhu said, generally speaking, this kind of small-scale Turks sneaking into the great Tang is mostly to spy on intelligence. Chang'an City catches at least a few dozen spies every year, if not hundreds, so it's not surprising. However, the leader of the Turks seems to be a little unusual. Li Zishuan curiously asked, "Why do you say so?" Han Tianhu shook his head and said, "This old man doesn't know either. It's just my intuition." After that, he closed his eyes and recalled twice. Then, he said, the leader of the Turks was wearing a black robe. It's obviously hot in this season, but he was wrapped in a black robe. It's really strange. Moreover, the black horse he was riding was definitely a 1 in a million good horse. I think his identity must be extraordinary. Black robe, a steed. Li Zishuan frowned. He had an inexplicable bad feeling in his heart. All right, don't think about it anymore. Counter soldiers with arms, water, with an earth weir. It's time for us to go back. Han Lijing let out a sigh and said, Li Zishuan nodded. The father-in-law and son-in-law led their horses down the mountain and galloped towards Lan Province. Chang'an City. Ah, Madame Wang, why do you look so good today? A lady looked at another lady in surprise. Ha ha, do I? Why didn't I feel it? The lady touched her face and said in disbelief. Although she said this, the smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. Of course. Madame Wang, did you buy some new rouge? Which store is it? I'll go back and ask someone to buy some. Ha ha, what new rouge? I guess it's because I went to Xinfeng County to listen to Master Du Yi's lecture yesterday. What? Listening to someone's lecture can make one's complexion better? Is that true? That depends on who's lecturing. Master Du Yi's Buddhist teachings are profound. I can understand everything he lectured. After listening to it, I felt very comfortable and slept very well at night. That's why my complexion looks better than before. Isn't that too magical? Then, when is Master Du Yi going to lecture again? I want to go and listen too. Master Du Yi will lecture again the day after tomorrow, but only people from the Dragon sect can go. Sister Chen, I'm afraid you can't go. People from the Dragon sect? Sister Wang, so you've joined the Dragon sect? Yes, not only me, but my husband has also joined the Dragon sect. With the holy water given by the divine monk, my husband's injured leg no longer hurts. I think this Master Du Yi is the reincarnation of a Buddha. When I listened to his lecture yesterday, I faintly saw 5-colored Buddha light around him. If he's not the reincarnation of a Buddha, what else can he be? Ah, this Dragon sect is really powerful. I want to join it too. After 2 days of fermenting, the reputation of the Dragon sect in Chang'an City and the surrounding counties could be said to be like the sun in the sky. In the marketplace, tea houses, taverns, shops, and even on the streets, there were people everywhere talking about the Dragon sect and Sakya Du Yi's magical magic. Of course, this also reflected how many people had joined the Dragon sect in these 2 days. Dragonhead, we already have 8,000 followers near Chang'an City. I think we should be able to reach 10,000 before tomorrow. In a secret room, Sakya Du Yi respectfully said to the iron-masked man. Yes, very good. The iron-masked man nodded slightly, and then said, give the name list of all the followers to Zhang Liang and ask him to pick out those who have official positions or prominent family backgrounds from the list as soon as possible. Then focus on training these people. Your next task is to make these people completely convinced by you and obey your orders. Yes, Dragonhead, don't worry. I have ways to make those people obedient and obedient. He cupped his hands and said proudly, Yes. The iron-masked man nodded with satisfaction. Sakia, he suddenly thought of something and said, Oh, right, Dragonhead. I've already found out the information you asked me to find out. Jin Wanfu is imprisoned in Cell B8 of the Supreme Court. Did he confess anything? The iron-masked man said in a deep voice. Sakia bowed and said, Not at the moment, but it's hard to say in the future. In addition, the few disciples that we sent to spread the rumors never came back after they were captured. I've investigated and found that they are not in the Capitol Office, the Supreme Court, or the Ministry of Justice. It's really strange. The iron-masked man was silent for a moment and muttered to himself, It seems that Li Shimin is beginning to be vigilant. I think our people are either captured by the Imperial Army or the 100 Cavalry. There is no one in the Supreme Court, Ministry of Justice, or the Capitol Office. Sakia, he said in surprise. Dragonhead, what should we do? Will those followers betray us? The iron-masked man let out a hoarse laugh. Hee, do you think they will dare to? I don't think so. Sakia he was stunned for a moment. Then he said, Dragonhead, Jin Wanfu's family is not in our hands. If he betrays us, won't Dragon's sect be in danger? The iron-masked man was silent for a moment, and then said coldly, Then let him never open his mouth. I'll leave this matter to you. Do it cleanly, and don't give yourself away. Sakia bowed, and said, Yes, Dragonhead. Also, stop spreading rumors. Now that Li Shimin is vigilant, we should be more careful. The iron-masked man said after thinking for a moment. Yes, Dragonhead, Your Majesty, the 5 suspects have all committed suicide by biting their tongues. This subordinate has failed in his duty. Please punish me. In the afternoon, Li Junxian came to the Sweet Dew Hall and bowed to Li Er. What? The 5 of them committed suicide by biting their tongues? How preposterous! Li Er slammed the table and said in shock and anger, Investigate! Continue investigating. These people would rather die than confess. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Capture a few more suspicious people for interrogation. If you let them commit suicide by biting their tongues again, I'll settle all my debts with you. At this point, Li Er was more and more convinced that those who spread the rumors must have a powerful force behind them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to die rather than confess. Li Junxian's heart trembled, and he quickly clasped his fist and said, This general obeys. After hesitating for a moment, Li Junxian said, Your Majesty, more and more people have joined the Dragon Sect in the past 2 days. Even some officials have secretly joined. Li Er's face turned ugly. After pondering for a long time, Li Er said, Li Chunfeng said that Du Yi is good at using illusions, but it won't be easy to make the people believe that it's an illusion. I heard that Du Yi has a kind of holy water that can cure all kinds of diseases in the world. Find a way to get some and send it to the Great Tang Alliance Medical Center to divine Dr. Sun. Chapter 15:03. In the Sweet Dew Hall. After hearing Li Er's wonderful idea, Li Junxian felt troubled. It wasn't that he hadn't heard of the Jade Lake, holy water of the Heavenly Dragon Sect, but only the members of the Heavenly Dragon Sect could obtain it. But why would the members of the Heavenly Dragon Sect give him the Jade Lake holy water? After all, this was something that could cure all kinds of illnesses. Speaking of which, was he supposed to join the Heavenly Dragon Sect as a spy? The prerequisite was that he knew what being a spy meant. Why? Is there any problem? Seeing Li Junxian standing there with his brows furrowed, Li Er couldn't help but ask, "Er, there's no problem. This general obeys the decree." Li Junxian came back to his senses and replied subconsciously, "If there's a problem, then I'll overcome it," Li Junxian thought to himself. Li Er nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that old Li had no further instructions, Li Junxian bid farewell and left. The hall was silent for a while. Suddenly, Li Er asked, "Where is Li Zishuan now?" At present, although Chang and city seemed calm, it was actually full of treacherous waves and layers of fog, making it difficult for people to grasp. At this time, Li Er suddenly missed Li Zishuan. He thought that with that kid's intelligence and wisdom, he should be able to solve all the mysteries of the dragon sect, right? Zhao Song stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, 4 days ago, His Highness King of Wei received a telegram from the Marquis of Yong, and the contents of the telegram were for Tang Daily to publish a notice for the Sky Rooster Brigade to stop collecting chickens." At that time, the Marquis of Yong and had already reached Qizhou. According to the plan, the Sky Rooster Brigade would split into 2 groups in Xianyang. The other group would be led by His Highness King of Shu, after the Marquis of Yong, and exterminated all the locusts in the western provinces. He would head east to meet up with His Highness King of Shu. "Qizhou." Li Er nodded. After a moment of silence, he said, "If I remember correctly, the governor of Qizhou should be Wang Renbiao, right?" Zhao Song smiled. "Your Majesty is wise. The Qizhou provincial governor was Wang Renbiao. The reason why Marquis Yong and ordered Tang Daily to publish the announcement that the Sky Pheasant Brigade has stopped collecting chickens is because Marquis Yong and received 100,000 chickens from Provincial Governor Wang as reinforcements. The Sky Pheasant Brigade has now exceeded 600,000. 600,000. It was twice as much as when they left Chang. And great. Good. I finally heard some good news." Li Er sighed. "Night, in the Supreme Court's prison. You too, go take a look at cell. There are a few dishonest prisoners over there. Give them a good beating." Inside the cell, a slightly plump middle-aged man with a mole on the bridge of his nose and wearing a jailer's uniform walked to the vicinity of cell B and ordered the jailers guarding there. Obviously, this guy was the head of the prison. "Yes, boss." The prison guards didn't suspect anything. They cupped their fists and headed towards the cell area. "Venerable One, quick, go in quickly. There's only half an incense's time. Please hurry." After the jailers left, the head of the prison turned around and said respectfully to the man, who was also wearing a jailer's uniform behind him, half an incense's time is enough. Don't worry." The man patted the jailer's shoulder, took the key, and walked towards cell B8. Ding-ling, ding-ling. With the sound of iron chains, the iron door of cell B8 was opened. "I've told you everything I wanted to tell you. What else do you want to ask?" In the cell, a slightly plump man with disheveled hair and a dirty face was sitting on the ground. When he heard the cell door open and someone walk in, he said impatiently, "Oh, you've told me everything? Then what did you tell me?" The jailer said faintly. The man who was sitting on the ground suddenly quivered when he heard the voice. He raised his head and pushed the hair in front of his face to the side. When he saw the jailer's face clearly, he quickly crawled overexcitedly and said, Venerable One, you've come to save me. I didn't say anything that I shouldn't say. Please save me quickly." The jailer squatted down and looked down at the man on the ground. He asked faintly, "Oh, you really didn't say anything that you shouldn't say?" "Really, more real than real gold. Venerable One, please save me quickly. The people in the imperial court don't know that I'm from the dragon sect." The man on the ground quickly said, "Ha ha, since you didn't say anything, I'm relieved. All right, quickly send me out. A moment later, a jailer walked out of cell B8. The jailer calmly walked to the side of the head of the prison and said faintly, "So fast? Venerable One, how is Jin Wanfu?" The head of the prison trembled and quickly asked in a low voice, "Ha ha, don't worry." He choked to death while eating. No one will be able to trace it back to you. The jailer said with a chuckle, I'll take Venerable One out right away." The head of the prison heaved a sigh of relief. Then, one in front and one behind, the two of them walked toward the exit of the cell with calm expressions. "Boss, the dishonest prisoners in cell A have already behaved themselves. Do you want to go take a look?" Halfway there, they happened to run into the jailers who had been sent away earlier. Hearing this, the head of the prison shook his head with a dignified expression. No need. Do you think I'm worried about the few of you? Go back to cell B and keep an eye on it. I'll go take a look elsewhere." "Yes, boss." The jailers obeyed and left. The head of the prison exchanged glances with the Venerable One, then hurriedly continued walking toward the exit. Who's that brother following behind boss? Why does he look so unfamiliar? In cell B, when the jailers saw that their head of the prison wasn't nearby, they began to whisper among themselves. "Isn't that Wang Ming? Isn't he always by boss's side?" "Bah, what's with that look? How can that be Wang Ming? He's much taller than Wang Ming." "Oh, then I don't know. Maybe he's a newcomer?" "A newcomer? Why haven't I heard of any newcomers here recently?" "Hey, who cares? Sleep, sleep. Before boss comes back, we can still sleep for a while. Jin Wanfu, Jin Wanfu, I'm calling you. Get up and eat." What did I say about you being an old bastard? Do you still want to eat?" The next day, at the door of cell B8, a jailer carrying a rice bucket walked over and shouted at Jin Wanfu, who was opposite him. He shouted once, but no one responded. He shouted twice, but still no one responded. Gradually, the jailer realized that something wasn't right. He hurriedly put down the rice bucket, opened the cell door, and walked in quickly. At this moment, Jin Wanfu was lying on his back on the straw bed. His eyes were wide open, and the whites of his eyes were rolling up. His mouth was slightly open, and the rice inside could be faintly seen. His hand was on his neck, and it looked like he had choked on his food. The jailer panicked and hurriedly stretched out his hand to check Jin Wanfu's breathing. This test caused his heart to turn cold. Someone. The prisoner in cell B8 choked to death. Reporting to Xiaoqing, the shopkeeper of Yanhuang Bank, Jin Wanfu, who was escorted back to the capital from Xinfeng County a few days ago, died last night. Dai Zhou had just returned to the Supreme Court after the morning court, when a bailiff hurriedly ran over and bowed with cupped fists. Jin Wanfu died in the cell last night. How did he die? Hearing this, Dai Zhou was horrified and hurriedly asked, regarding Jin Wanfu's case, it could have been closed early for accepting bribes and illegal loans, but Dai Zhou had asked the Ministry of Revenue's experts to check accounts. Anti-piracy chapter unlocking after half an hour. 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 Anti-piracy chapter unlocking after half an hour.